flying away, and he beat a good field that day. There's more to come from him.
A Super 6 then in the first of the Group 1s for the Thoroughbreds, the Maktoum Challenge for Bupat Seemar. One, though, who isn't trained by Bupat is Heart of Honour. Let's have a look at this horse who had agony last year, but so far it's going well this year.
Yeah, arguably should have won the UAE Derby, but Nat just nutted out of that particular contest. But he's been really good since he's been gelded, and he seems to be a better version this year.
Look at that dirt. That's just what he has to face. So too Safi as well, who knows him oh so well. And then what about the Jebel Hatta? Angus McNae, take it away.
This is a superstar. Opera Ballo, sheepskin noseband on for the first time last time up here. But what made him out to be so good was the electric turn of foot that he showed.
Goes to the boys in blue, Opera Ballo. They're also represented in the UAE 2000 Guineas Race 8. And Devon Island adds some real spice into what I think is already quite an interesting mix.
Yeah, he's really taken to the dirt very well, hasn't he, Nick? He's won his last two here. He was quite impressive in a conditioned stakes last time up. He's a rare runner on the dirt for Charlie Appleby, but I think they think a fair bit of him.
And so to the last of 9 races, which is the staying contest, the Al Khail Trial. It might just be a trial also on the day for the Gold Cup. Meydan, he's named for the place.
Certainly is, yeah, for Simon and Ed Christopher. They ran in the Melbourne Cup, didn't run too badly there, but then bounced back to form when winning here last time up.
Meydan at Meydan. Right, this is the running order for Fashion Friday 2026 on the dirt fast, turf good. Our Maktoum Challenge Round 2 is the Purebred Arabian race that starts just before the Firebreak Stakes, 1600 on the dirt. The Fahidi Fort is the first turf race, 1400 metres, and it's a Group 2 race. The Shindagha, that's the 1200 metre dirt race, 1000 metres as we drop down to the minimum on the turf, the straight turf for the Blue Point Sprint. The Maktoum Challenge presented by Longines. The whole card is the first Group 1. Then the Jebel Hatta, also Group 1 status, 1800 on the turf. Dirt, 1600 metres for the UAE 2000 Guineas. And the Al Khail Trophy concludes proceedings, 28 and 10 on the turf. And as mentioned, the entire card presented generously by Longines. And whatever age, come and enjoy Fashion Friday. Come and enjoy racing at Meydan. There is so much to look forward to over the next few hours or so. And it's high time we got out and met another couple of members of our team. Cassie Fahey, and first up, Tom Stanley.
Thanks, Nick. You find us inside this huge grandstand at Meydan. Cassie Fahey alongside, back after being here for Dubai World Cup night last year. Here you are at Fashion Friday. You got fashion pedigree as well. You've won a few of the competitions here before.
Well, I think it's beginner's luck, but this time last year I was competing in fashions and I did win Best Hat, and I thought, well, I'll bring this hat along just in case I get an opportunity.
Was it this hat that won Best Hat?
No,
Yeah.
it wasn't this hat, it was a different one, so I thought I'd try something different and try win again. But I would much rather be talking about the horses.
And Cassie did also win Best Dressed at Dubai World Cup Night 2024. She's being modest. That's not going to happen tonight, not with me alongside. As far as the action on the track goes, which horse are you most looking forward to seeing?
I'm going to be most excited to see Walk of Stars hopefully bounce back. Okay, thinking perhaps he was a little underdone last time, things just didn't pan out. But tonight is night. Yeah,
look, that race, the Maktoum Challenge, I genuinely cannot wait for. Been wanting to see this horse, Walk of Stars, against the Osborne's horse, Heart of Honour, who was excellent last time, and Imperial Emperor. It's like a mini Dubai World Cup itself. And then, look, Opera Ballo should take a bit of beating. I know Angus is a huge fan of that horse.
Yeah, absolutely. He's a beautiful colt, isn't he? But of the same name, the Maktoum Challenge for the Purebred Arabians is a great way to start the night as well. You've got First Class, Murad. You've got a really nice way to begin the evening on Fashion Friday.
3 Group 1s tonight. You couldn't ask for much more than that. Cassie will be busy bringing you interviews before race, and of course the all-important jockey interviews. You might hear a bit of me as well, shouting out some presentations. But all in all, really looking forward to this evening. Back to you guys.
Thank you very much indeed to Tom and Cassie. You're going to be out and about. And Cassie kept that quiet. I didn't know that she'd already won an award for Best Dressed on Fashion Friday. And there she's back as part of our presenting team, who'll be doing the key interviews throughout this evening. Fashion Friday, we get closer to the action beginning.
Longines, elegance is an attitude.
Some magic there. Yeah. There you go.
Yeah.
Tadhg O'Shea joins me outside the weigh room.
Been lucky enough to visit this place many, many times, but even now, Angus alongside, as you see these wonderful drone shots from the infield, looking back over the extraordinary grandstand, which is now 16 years old, and the city vista, the Burj Khalifa in the background, it still takes the breath away, doesn't it?
It's a marvellous view, isn't it? It's a fantastic racecourse as well. We've seen some fantastic action here over the years, and some really top-class horses from all over the world. And Sheikh Mohammed said he'll build it and they will come, and that's exactly what's happened.
It quite is a field of dreams, isn't it? And we've seen them come from, as you say, all corners, be it from the US, be it from Australia, Japan, who have been the recent force in particular on the turf. And we are building up, of course, to the 28th of March, the 30th running of the Dubai World Cup. But some big, big racing to come between now and then. Look no further than the 28th of February, which will be Super Saturday 2026. And tonight, Fashion Friday. We're only a few years into this new look season as they do it with the four big ones. Festive Friday, you were here, then Fashion Friday, Super Saturday. It builds lovely, doesn't it?
It does, yeah. And it seems that every single meeting here at Meydan we have top-class action.
Yes.
They've spread out the racing up there a little bit, and there's always a good race or two on every single card.
OK, let's go to our man out and about, Tom Stanley, who's catching up with a man who knows a thing or two about racing in these parts.
Tadhg O'Shea joins me outside the weigh room, and hey, you got a lovely few chances tonight. I mean, just all in, what do you make of the night as a whole, Tadhg?
Look, it's a brilliant night's racing. It's like a mini World Cup night, and all the top horses have stood their ground, both in dirt and turf. So hopefully, a very exciting night's racing ahead.
You had a choice between loads of them in the challenge, but I guess the two top ones. Walk of Stars, Imperial Emperor, I guess, was a bit of a toss-up, was it? Yeah,
look, they ran 1-2 last season in the same race, so it's never easy. And look, obviously Imperial Emperor was very good on his return in the Maktoum Mile, and Walk of Stars probably just needed his first run back, and he carried a Group 1 penalty in there as well, so he'll strip a lot fitter. And yeah, look, the yard hold a lot of strong chances, you know. I think they field 6 in the race, so yeah, Boop will be happy.
Yeah, we had a little debate on, you know, it's a rich race with lots of different connections, but equally, you know, none of Boopat's horses are going to want to hinder another one's chances, if you like. You know what I'm getting at. I'm going to be interested to see where you all are after 400 metres. Yeah,
they're actually, he has 6 in the race, but they all have their different running styles, so yeah, you know, I'm sure we'll try not to get in each other's way, of course, all different connections, but it promises to be a very good race, and we've huge respect for Heart of Honour. You know, he's on an upward trajectory, and but looking forward to taking him on again. The Osbornes winning the last time I was here, they won the first couple of races, nearly took the first 3. I think that's been a bit of a story the last few seasons. It's great with these international challenges that they pose such a threat to you guys. Yeah, look, Dubai.
Well, it's great for us.
Yeah, great for you. Yeah, Dubai Racing Club they've done a fantastic job assembling so many international horses. I've never known it to be as competitive. There's well over 100 international horses here this season, which it's very, very healthy for racing in the UAE. And hats off to Dubai Racing Club and the team for assembling so many top class animals here in the Middle East.
Most likely winner for you on the night, do you feel? I know that's putting the microscope on one, but what does your gut say?
Look, of chances, obviously it's a bit of a soft spot for Walker Stars. I do think he'll step forward for his run. He's off level weights tonight. It's very difficult to give away 3.5 kgs to horses like Heart of Honour having your first run up. So he's going to strip a lot fitter. But look, if you gave me one now, I'd take it with both hands. It's a super competitive night.
Okay. Good luck. Cheers.
Thank you.
The multiple champion jockey out here, Tadhg O'Shea. Not champion at the moment, but I'm sure he'll give it a good old go between now and the end of the season, and that will include a ride in this very race, the opening contest, which is the Maktoum Challenge R2, presented by Longines. It's Group 1 for the purebred Arabians, 1900 metres, 5:30 the off time locally, and it's a real prep for not just Super Saturday but also the Dubai Kahela Classic on World Cup night itself. And talking of that race, First Class has done that and won it twice. Murad is 2, lightly raced horse who's coming of age. Vizier, we've just heard from Tadhg O'Shea, is number 3. Lahab is 4. Unleashed, who broke the track record in this race last year, is Richie Mullins riding 5. Nassif is 6. Joe Star is 7. Ben Cohen. AA Rexburn is 8. And Jafar is 9. Long been a capable horse, and there are plenty of others down at the end as well. Interesting to hear though from Tadhg O'Shea, who's got a key ride in this, Vizier. Let's have a look at the runners, and I mentioned that we've got Dubai Kahela Classic winner ×2 in the field. That's First Class, who won it in 2022, and then 3 years later defied perhaps expectation to go and win it again. He's back on the dirt now, and he represents Doug Watson. Connor Beasley aboard.
Yeah, and he must have a big chance back on this dirt surface. And he's got a good draw as well in stall 1. You just have to use a bit of speed early on to get out of the kickback, but he's adept at that. Here's number 2, Murad, who's drawn in stall number 6, out a little bit wide. Sylvester de Souza is on board, and Murad won here over 1,600 metres last time up. That was a good performance, beating Mubid, albeit narrowly, but they pulled clear of the rest that day, and there's possibly more to come from Murad because he is, for a 6-year-old, lightly raced.
Yeah, it feels like he's coming of age now. He cruised on the dirt last time. So that is Murad, who is a big old player in this. From Tadhg O'Shea, he's got the ride on Vizier. This is the aforementioned, and a horse who spent the majority of the career in Saudi, a top-level scorer in the native Saudi Arabia, but wasted no time in announcing himself now training in Dubai by winning the Meydan last month, and really was quite impressive that day.
Yeah, he did that really well, didn't he? Won by just under 3 lengths. And he had A. Lahab in behind, number 4. And A. Lahab ran pretty well that day. He's rated 115, so he's got something to find with some of the others. For example, First Class is rated 125, so £10 or so to find on official ratings anyway, but he comes here in good form.
Right, from 4 we'll find 5, and a bit of an enigma in ways. There's Lahab, but by the time we get to number 5, Unleashed, he is, as said, slightly enigmatic. He is the reigning champ. He lowered his own track record, one that he'd set in the Meydan last season in this race when winning emphatically from the front, but it hasn't been his way since, and he's got 9 lengths now to reverse with Vizier. On the front end, if given a solo, he's quite deadly. Yeah,
you don't quite know what Unleashed is going to turn up, but that track record's a good one. 2 minutes 6 dead over this 1,900 metre trip. Here's 6, Nassif. Bernardo Pinheiro will be on board Nassif, who's rated 114. He comes out of the Vizier race last time. He wasn't beaten far in second.
OK. Move on to the next horse. That is 7, Joe Star, who will break from stall 10. Was third to Murad in round 1 of the challenge last time. That was a rare old start on the dirt, and it was probably a UAE best as well. He's still got form to reverse, but not a bad run at all. Ben Cohen rides.
And we'll move on to number 8, AARX Burn, who's drawn in stall 12, a little bit wide. Danny Tudhope is enjoying a good time here in the UAE. He will be on board. This horse who's knocked heads with some decent animals. He was behind Vizier here at Meydan just before Christmas, and he was beaten by Mubid in November, and steps up in trip today.
This is 9. This is Jafar, who's got the assistance of Kieran Shoemark, who had a 30th birthday winner last week at Meydan. He's based here for a couple of months. Doug Watson also runs first class, as we know, but Jafar, he's long been a capable animal. He was a remote fourth in last season's Kahela Classic. He's getting to the veteran stage, and he's not been with this stable all that long. Doug Watson saying we're just getting to know him, but he's been doing well since we got him.
So that's number 9. Number 10 is Falah, who's not drawn very well. He's got all the bandages on all round. He's drawn in stall 16, so widest of all, and he's going to have to improve if he's going to bother any of these, particularly from that wide gate.
Next up is 11, Bakir, as we come to, as Falah makes his way out. Bakir, the horse from Oman, was a winner over in Oman. There he is. Last time, just a couple of weeks ago, comes to Meydan for the first time. Still a very lightly raced horse. I think it's form which probably, when you translate it, needs a lift, but we welcome one from slightly further afield.
Yeah, indeed. Hayab Al-Zaman is next. He's got plenty to find on official ratings, rated just 103. He's number 12. We'll see him shortly. And he's got plenty to find with a few of these. He wasn't very good last time at Al Ain on the dirt. He was well beaten. He was tailed off, in fact, behind Tariq. He's got the services of Adre de Vries, who regularly rides him. That's not a bad thing. The draw's not great, and he's not in good form.
Goes back up in grade. Hayab Al-Zaman, well beaten in leg 1 of the challenge, as Angus was saying. Right, 13 is Tarek, as we get perhaps towards some tail enders here. Wide draw in 15, which is not ideal. It's a surface switch as well. Better known on the green stuff, has never won on the dirt, and in truth has loads to find. Would be a shock winner in my book.
Yeah, mine as well. As with the next horse we're going to see, it's number 14, Tadhg, who is only rated 92. Comes into this on the back of a window to Al Ain in a handicap, but clearly this is a big step up in grade.
Yes. Tadhg needs that step up, but of those that we're talking about towards the back end, that's probably a comment you could apply to a few. 15, Takdir, well beaten 4th in the challenge round 1. I wouldn't be altogether sure as well that the extra 300 metres is a significant positive, and has probably got the work cut out in order to trouble the principals.
Yeah, indeed, and I think the same comments will definitely apply to 16. RB Melexis, who's the last horse we will see heading down to post, officially rated 100, just a little bit on edge, going out on his toes. He's got plenty to find.
Do you know what, one thing's for sure, we have named the winner. We've been through all of them for the first race of the day, which is, for the purebred Arabians, the Al Maktoum Challenge Round 2, presented by Longines. The first race on Fashion Friday is but moments away.
Longines. Elegance is an attitude.
Now, this is one of the best purebred Arabians around. This is first class with the 3 S's. He is getting to the veteran stage, but there is still a lot of life in this. Well, he's fairly legendary purebred Arabian, considering he's won 2 runnings of the Dubai Kahela Classic, some 3 years apart. Latterly, when trained by Doug Watson, he wasn't prior. And Doug, now that he sends the horse back on the dirt, this is his big performance back in April, Dubai World Cup night last year. Doug's been making all the right noises about this horse going into today.
He has, yeah. I think he'll be spot on for today. He's heading for the Kahela Classic once again. He had Jafar back in 4th here, Unleashed. You never know what you're going to get from Unleashed. He was well beaten in 9th, but a better version of Unleashed might turn up this evening. And he's run a couple of times on the turf lately, first class. He's been a bit disappointing, but this is more his bag. He likes the dirt. He goes really well here at Meydan. A big chance for stall 1. He's just going to have to break and get a good position early on from stall 1. He wouldn't want them crossing in front of him, kicking dirt in his face, but I'm sure Connor Beasley's aware of that.
Doug Watson has been saying that even though obviously the horse is getting to the slightly advancing years, he did say it's at this point in the year where we're starting to get going again as per last year, and he's showing all the right sort of signs, the same kind of form. And if you treat that as pretty gospel, where you've got a horse that peaked very well in the spring, so hopefully it's another step up the ladder for him.
I think so. I think those 2 runs that he's had towards the back end of last year were just get ready runs, really. 2 runs on the turf, both at Abu Dhabi. He ran okay, but it's not what he wants. He wants a strong gallop on dirt, and he'll get that tonight.
Let's have a look at very much a now horse and a coming-of-age horse, Murad, who won the first round of the challenge on Festive Friday a few weeks ago. That was the dirt debut, 1,600 metres on the occasion. Now, he cruised into that. And, yes, he was headed. The second went wandering. But I still like the way that he went and won his race. And he holds a number of these on that form.
Yeah, he does. I think this is a really good effort from Murad. He's just been getting a little bit edgy down at the start, but it was a good run from him. He beat Mubid, he beat Joe Starr, Takdir, Jafar, Hiab Al-Zaman. They're all in there, and he got the better of them all. And he seemed to relish the dirt. He seemed to really enjoy this surface. So he's open to a bit more improvement on it.
He's got the champion jockey aboard.
Indeed.
A triumphant finish for Sylvester de Souza at the end of last season. And
he looks really well, doesn't he, down at the start?
And the jockey.
Yeah.
Across the whole of the Emirates, he's still on top as well, Sylvester, who won't let that title go without a real fight, I am sure. The loading process won't be too far away because we've ticked on to post time, and just as we turn round, we can see 1 or 2 of them going in. We've got this wonderful vantage point. 1,900 metres is right up in front of the grandstand here, not too far away from the winning post. They've got just over an entire lap of the track. I suppose others to bring in, Vizier, who announced himself now trained in Dubai by winning the Majani last month, and talking about champion jockeys, Tadhg's on.
Yeah, he's got a chance, I think. He certainly comes here in good form, having won last time up, and he had a few of these behind. He was well beaten in the Kahela Classic. Things didn't really go his way that day. He copped a lot of kickback and dropped away fairly tamely, but I think a better version of Vizier turns up this evening, and a good draw as well in stall 2. They're pretty quick into the first bend here, so getting a good posse early on is important.
And that is a key horse in this, Unleashed, who is the track record holder from this very race last year. He was electric. Is he still the same horse? That is a big question. Right, Fashion Friday about to start. It's a good afternoon to Pat Comerford.
1,900 ahead of them, ready. Lahab lifts in the air. Down now, settles and away. First class ridden with aggression, nearly won the start. Vizier works forward also, Unleashed working up, along with Lahab, Joe Starr, Tark Deer the deepest. Then came RX Burn, who's hustling for positions. Hiab Al Mourad and Falah continuing on out wider to try and continue to improve as they work their way to the 1600 metres and start to make their way off the front here. Malexis in behind them from Barkir, ridden with aggression. Then came RX Burn, who's dropping out of the ruck now. Then came Narsif, and last of all was Tadhg. So out onto the back they travel. 1400 metres left to go in the first on Fashion Friday, the Al Maktoum Challenge. Vizier leads the way by a long neck to a half length. First Class holds the rail in second. 3 wide and third up on the outside, Unleashed from Tadhg, and deepest of all, Al Motassim El Belushi continuing on with Falah, who's working his way towards the front of the race. Next was Hiyab El Zaman, who's going to pop out and head onto his back here, getting some cover despite being wide. Next was Lahab Jafar and Barkir the rail. Joe Star was in amongst them, just worse than midfield, half a length back to Malexis. A length there to RX Burn, who gets on that wide train from Tadhg. Then came Tadhg, and dropping out to last now was Narsif. Down the side they go as they work off the back here. Sections have been steady, mid-13s, and First Class are starting to get warm the inside of Vizier. Comes back up to take the lead on the inside. Third and out wider was Falah. He's done it tough. He will sleep well tonight. Mourad to his inside, starting to creep up also. Looks like he'll race up and ominous and be in the finish here. Next was Vizier dropping away. Lahab passes him. RX Burn next from Joe Star, Malexis, and up on the inside, Tadhg. They head into the straight. First Class is the leader, but quickly on the scene up on the outside is Mourad, and he has left him for dead here at the 300 metre marker. Mourad, the 6-year-old colt by Tharkov, takes the lead now by 3 lengths. Running on, Falah is running the race of his life despite being wide without cover. Jafar next, and Lahab up on the inside, but it's Mourad. Mourad coming away from First Class, who can't do any more, and it's Yas Racing on the board with a Group 1 here on Fashion Friday. 2.5, maybe 2 3/4 to First Class. Lahab ran a good race in third. Jafar fourth over from Falah. Look for him next start. That was a massive performance. Joe Star next from RX Burn, Narsif. Then came Tadhg, followed by Malexis, Unleashed. Vizier dropped away, joined by Tadhg. Then came Barkir. The last two to cross over were Hiyab El Zaman along with Tadhg, who was last.
Well, well, well. A good horse in Europe is fast becoming a very, very good one in the UAE. That is an emphatic performance to win round 2 of the Al Maktoum Challenge by Mourad. He won the first round on Festive Friday down over 1600 metres and up another 300. That was a pretty special performance, Angus McNae.
Oh, very, very professional from Mourad. He loves the dirt, doesn't he? 2 runs on dirt, 2 wins, both of them Group 1 contests. He's a fine-looking horse. He looked really well down at the start, and he surged time under Sylvester de Souza to win in a time 2 minutes 9.26. So 3.26 outside the track record, courtesy of the pace being modest. They steadied it down the back. Connor Beasley filling up First Class, but he had no answer when challenged by this very nice winner, Mourad, taking the first in good style.
The instinctive reaction was as the good horses were beginning to come to the boil, and Vizier had been on the front end from a long way out. It was looking at the top of the home straight as though it was going to boil down to good form, and I think you'd be very satisfied with the 1, 2, 3 at least, wouldn't you?
Yeah, I think you would be. Yeah, Mourad getting the better of First Class and A. Lahab back in third, and this has gone with the ratings really.
Yeah.
First Class 125 is official rating, 122 Mourad, 115 A. Lahab. Plenty of these well beaten off. Mourad impressive.
Very much so. What a good performance. Who's won both of the rounds of the challenge so far. Let's hear now from the winning rider.
Oh, wow. That was phenomenal. Sultan, I spoke to you before the race. You said you were a little bit nervous. Why?
That's why. Today he proved he's a high-class horse. First of all, I want to thank His Highness Sheikh Mansour bin Zayed for giving us this opportunity to have such a horse like this. His father, he was before with us, Thaqif, and his machine as his son. And we are so glad to have this horse.
So you have a strong association with the family. Tell us about the run, because Sylvester gave him a beautiful ride. You must be very happy with that.
Sylvester, he did as what he asked to do. He's a top jockey and no worry with him. Alhamdulillah, today he rode him very well, more than what he expected.
And lastly, what does this, another Group 1, mean to you in the stable?
The Group 1 is different taste. Thank you.
Hey, congratulations, soak it up, and well done, Sultan.
Sultan Al Jahani, the assistant trainer of this coming force purebred Arabian Murad. The word machine was uttered there. I think that pretty much summed it up, didn't it?
Yeah, he was very smooth, wasn't he? Really smooth. And if you think how easily he went past First Class, who got an easy lead out in front, got all his own way, and this horse has blown away 125 rated rival and done it very comfortably.
They will be doubtless working back from the Dubai Kahela Classic. Who knows what will turn up at that point, whether there'll be further threats imported from Europe. Saudi Arabia, of course, will be represented, such is the level of competition from over there. But this boy, he's going to take some stopping on the evidence that we've seen twice so far. Will they go to Super Saturday? That's going to be a question. But they can taste victory and enjoy that tonight. Winner of the first race coming in, the Maktoum Challenge Round 2, presented by Longines. Your first winner of Fashion Friday. Welcoming in, this is Murad.
Longines. Elegance is an attitude.
So Sylvester de Souza with the first win of the night, getting his eye in nice and early, of course leading the Jockeys Championship for leading owners Yes Racing. Just about to walk off the scales. Sylvester, congratulations. Always so good to get the first win of the night here at headquarters. And tell us the confidence levels, how high were they coming into tonight with this horse?
And well, Magic was very confident, and so do I, you know, and he put a good show first time when he won here, his first debut on the dirt, and we thought he would improve from the run as he has. And I'm just thrilled to open the accounts tonight in a good fashion, and yeah, he's a nice horse going forward, and just got the ticket for the big night.
That's right, the ticket for the big night. That's what really matters. Now, he was over the 1,600 metres last start. He felt absolutely brilliant out there over the 1,900.
Yes, absolutely. You know, as you see when you watch the race, and I was always on the beat, hold my pulse, he's just behind the leaders, and he responded for every effort, and Yeah, I'm thrilled.
And I was speaking to Sultan just prior to the race and then after, and he said you executed the plan perfectly, so well done.
Well, and and we ride every day, so we know the horses are on boards, and we're just trying to get the numbers right.
Go well for the rest of the night, Sylvester. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks.
The champion jockey Sylvester de Sousa, ever self-deprecating, that's just his way. Murad wins, Sylvester de Sousa, Majed Al-Jahouri. First Class, who finished second on this occasion, they'll be working back from the Kayla Classic, Connor Beasley. A.A. Lahab, Sam Hitchcock finishes in third, and Jafar completes her 2-4 for Doug Watson. After First Class was 2 positions better than the stablemate. That's the first race of the night. Let's have a look at how that race was run as well, with the data that's come through, the excellent data that we're fed through. And down at the bottom there, you're going to see efficiency of 100.64.
Yeah, slightly higher than you would expect for a dirt race with plenty of runners, and you'd think they'd go a real hard gallop and come home with an efficiency of around about 93, 94, something like that. But this was quite evenly run, with Murad 100.64 being rated perfectly by Sylvester de Sousa. He's come home just as strongly through the final 400 metres as he ran the rest of the race. So a nice evenly run race, which really did suit those that were away quickly and on the front end.
All right, let's see how the race was run from the very beginning. There we go. Okay. And your winner, coming out of stall 6, the second First Class out of the inside draw in 1, as you'll see.
Yeah, 6 beats 1, beats 9, beats 8. That's the first 4 home. And you'll see early on that Connor Beasley is quite aggressive in stall 1. He wants to get First Class out in front as quickly as he possibly can. And he's quite aggressive. And First Class does respond. He does get himself on the lead, and he makes much of the running. And what happened in the race was he went hard for the first couple of furlongs, 11.87, 12.34. Yep. And then Connor really steadied it down the back straight with 13.48, 13.68 and a 14.15. So he was really filling up First Class all the way down the back straight, but Murad had dead aim, Nick.
Yeah, and this is the key killing of the race at the end. But as Angus was telling us as well, articulating just how the race went from the early stages and the kind of sectionals that we'll put in, we'll be able to take it back from the word go. And as you say as well, they get very quickly to the winning post first time around, and then they've really got to find that formation or want to get that key position, because the bend comes quick.
It comes up very quick. Vizier going forward, Connor Beasley just holding his place down on the inside on First Class, and you see Murad is just drafting in behind.
Yep.
Just sat in 4th place at this stage, but because of the steady nature of this gallop, and you can see how well he's travelling, the winner Murad, those that were in behind, those that got in kickback, couldn't close off these fractions because it was pretty steady. Early on they went hard, and then they steadied it down the back, and then they went again. So I would call it a bit of an OXO race.
Would you?
Fast, slow, fast finish. And you can see that they are bunching up a little bit down the back as they dab on the brakes.
So when it comes to further down the line, and there is of course round 3 of the challenge, which is run over an extra 100 metres over the 2,000 on Super Saturday, the Kayla Classic itself, there'll be different tests of stamina down the line because they'll be truly run races.
Yeah, I think so. I think you find with the Kayla Classic that horses will be coming home very tired, coming home much more slowly than they did on this particular occasion, because they were able to save energy for a relatively fast finish on the dirt.
Which is perhaps where, and I'm going to give him his due, because yes, he's found a young buck too good for him, and you can see Sylvester almost having to take a pull there in the checks in third on our eventual winner. I'm going to give a fair due to First Class, because this is first run back on the dirt after a disappointment. He'll want a generous stamina test, and we know he peaks in the spring. He's run all right.
Yeah, he's run fine. They'll be delighted with this, really. He didn't cop any kickback. He was out quickly. He was able to dominate this race, but he's just been run down by Murad, who's way too good in the end. Pretty impressive the way he travelled in this race, in behind the leaders. He travelled really strongly for a purebred Arabian, and he found plenty in the closing stages too. You can see them running on a little bit, A.A. Lahab, and also in 4th place Jafar running on a little bit in the closing stages, but they're never going to get to this winner.
No, but if he's fit and firing like this come Super Saturday on the 28th of February, and then exactly a month after that, the Kayla Classic on the 28th of March, Murad is the local horse to beat. He's won the Al Maktoum Challenge round 2.
Longines. Elegance is an attitude.
Welcome the winning rider who we've heard from already. Strong start to the night for Silvestre de Souza. We are off and underway on Fashion Friday 2026. The sun is setting as the action will hot up and the floodlights at this extraordinary racecourse burst into life. And with one race down, which was for the purebred Arabians, and 8 for the thoroughbreds as we build up to top quality events like the Jebel Hatta a little bit later on. I've moved seats to allow very special guest into the studio to join Angus McNae and myself, based here for a couple of months at least, and maybe more. Kieran Shoemark, welcome along. Happy birthday for last week.
Thank you, it's very kind. Yeah, good to be here for a couple of months. I arrived on the 2nd of January. That was my first meeting, and yeah, really enjoying it. Things I've had a bit of luck on my side as well along the way, so yeah, hopefully keep the ball rolling.
You a nice article with you in the Racing Post where you said it maybe the length of the season, the full season would have been too much. So has this been the perfect bite size for you?
Yes. Yeah, I was offered this job that I've taken now subsequently. For the whole period of the season, and there was just quite a lot still going on at home, and I had a couple of goals and benchmarks I wanted to try and reach before I considered anything. But when Abby Backer, the owner, approached me again and offered me a contract through January and February, it quite quickly became quite incentivizing, and it was a no-brainer really. So I jumped at it, and yeah, it's great to be here, like I said.
So last Friday, your 30th birthday, nice landmark, marked by a fabulous group race success with Dubai Beach. I mean, it's the perfect way to do it. The big success out here, just down the near side, the grey filly with the white cap yourself. Second colours of Godolphin, first home. She's a nice one.
She's improving rapidly, really. I won on her around Kempton back in June off a mark of 70, and quite incredible.
She's quite well handicapped.
Yeah, clearly. But she's learning the whole time as well. Not only improving, but learning to race in a correct manner. Right. She's been fiercely keen back home, and although she was still doing too much last Friday in the Cape Verde, she was far more manageable than usual. But yeah, she's taken another step forward, and yeah, I think the fillies division is really sort of there for the taking, in my opinion, and hopefully she can take the next step forward again.
She's got plenty of speed, hasn't she? She showed that when she won at Kempton.
She's well able to cruise, Angus, and look, the plan is to step up in trip to the 9 furlongs, and I think she has no problem in doing so, being ridden accordingly, and hopefully there's a bit of pace on and she can drop ahead, but she's growing up all the time, clearly improving, and yeah, it's a filly you'd want to be on the right side of.
Did you have a nice evening afterwards, or what was left of it, given it was your birthday?
Well, there was 10 races on Friday, so the last race was at 10:45. I was up at 4 a.m. the next morning for track work, and then I was going to Jebel Ali, so I had to wait until the next evening. Saturday evening, we went out for some dinner. So
very good.
Yeah.
And how have you found? That was another thing in the article with Catherine McRae that the change of pace of life, i.e., the less day riding requirements, less race meetings. you know, it's clear that although it's not warm today, it's quite pleasant out here. Have you just enjoyed the change of pace?
Yeah, for sure. It's very different. The weekends can be quite full on, so it really kickstarts obviously Meydan on a Friday, then Jebel Ali on a Saturday, and Sharjah on this Sunday. So you've got the 3 days, and it's kind of jam-packed. Early mornings, racing in the evenings, and but then the beginning of the week, so Monday, Tuesdays, Wednesdays, a bit slower. Probably wouldn't ride out a Monday nor a Tuesday, and then things start ramping up as the week goes on. But yeah, it's definitely a slower way of life, an enjoyable way of life with it, and ultimately we're not spending hours and hours sitting in a car driving from around the country, up north, down south, and yeah, that certainly makes it far more enjoyable.
So are you going home before the end of the season, or might you extend till the end of this campaign?
Yeah, so the plan is at the moment is to go home after Super Saturday.
Okay.
And then come out accordingly, like fly in and out throughout March if I'm needed. Yeah, so I'll the contract is over at the end of February, and I'll be moving back.
We ought to talk about one to your rights as well. You've got Apollo 1, who runs over the 1,400 metres, Democracy Dilemma, who's lightning quick, Midak, formerly with the team in France, the Aga Khan, now with Ian Williams, and Real Dream as well. An eclectic mix there.
Yeah, mixed bag, it is. Yeah, Apollo 1, it's probably arguably his optimal trip of late has probably been over shorter distances. I thought he ran a creditable race on the dirt last time, finishing behind Al Nasib back in, I think he was 4th or 5th on the dirt over 7. So coming back on turf is definitely favourable.
Yep.
We're drawn tough, we're out in 12, so that's another variable we're going to have to try and get over. But yeah, he's quick from the gates. He's a solid horse and he runs solid races. So yeah, hopefully he can do so again this evening.
Okay. How tough do you think Opera Balla is going to be later?
Extremely tough. He's like extremely exciting. He's the one horse that everyone's talking about. And
is he?
Oh, he really is.
The man to my right is quite pleased with that.
I think you had to be really taken by his performance last time, and William was so easy on him, and he just put the race to bed so easily.
Grade 1 horse.
Oh, he is, and it's just taking him a little while to get there. Sort of, I suppose, he had the application of the hood, and he was racing a little bit keenly throughout the middle of the season back home. So, but he's starting to look the full article. Obviously, I ride Midak, who's an exciting horse, really, with an interesting profile. He's somewhat lightly raced.
Went off a single-figure price for the Derby. I know the caveat, he was supplemented. It's the race in honour of the Aga Khan, but the fact that he was good enough to run in the race and maybe didn't stay. Yeah,
I think that's fair. That's a fair shout. Possibly didn't stay by footsteps in the sand. Back in trip today, he's been gelded. I did sit on him the other morning. He seems in good order. Obviously, Ian Williams trains him now, so I'd say we'll find out plenty this evening more than anything, but we'd be hopeful that he can put up a good run.
And I will ask as well, are you watching on, will you cheer on Heart of Honour later for the Osbornes?
Oh, of course. I'm friendly with Safi. I know Jamie very well.
Scenes, wouldn't they,
it would be. And they're doing a phenomenal job sourcing these horses to race on the dirt here. And it can only be applauded, really. And credit to them.
Yeah, it's lovely to see. Kieran, look, hopefully we might be speaking to you, or the team will be down on track after you've had a winner today. But look, thank you very much indeed. Happy birthday for last week as well.
Cheers, Kieran.
Thanks, Angus.
Kieran Shoemark, of course, who celebrated his 30th birthday last week with a winner in Group Race Company. He might be winning 1 or 2 tonight as well. Let's have a look at the runners for our next race as we build up to the first thoroughbred contest. It is the Firebreak Stakes, which is 1,600 metres on the dirt. Fort Payne, he's capable of popping up at a price. We've seen that before. Commissioner King is number 2. Mendelssohn Bay is 3. Meshtri is 4. Crownboard is 5. Hypnus is 6. And Made in Dubai would love to win again in Dubai. He's number 7. And here they are as we pick them up one by one. And starting with horse number 1. That is Fort Payne for Nicolas Corroy and Adré de Vries. And the trainer won this with a 66-to-1 shot, King Gold, last year. Who can forget the pretty extraordinary scenes? Can he do it again?
Well, he's got a good chance, you'd have thought, Fort Payne. I think it's quite a competitive contest, this, and I give him a squeak, albeit he's got a bit to find with some of these, according to official ratings. We'll move on to number 2. It's one of 2 runners for Buildup Seymour, and it is Commissioner King. Tadhg O'Shea's decided to ride Commissioner King here today, and he ran really well here at Meydan last time up, but he bolted up at Sharjah earlier on in the season, and he ran really well in what was the Group 2 Al Maktoum Mile last time up. He was only just beaten in that by Imperial Emperor. Repeat of that and he'll go close.
Yeah. Looking forward to seeing how he gets on. I think it takes a couple of races to get fit, but he's a fine looking animal. Commissioner King, 5 from 10 profile overall, and a different kind of CV than 1 or 2 of these have got. So from Commissioner King, horse number 2, we should be finding a stablemate in just a few moments' time. That is Mendelssohn Bay, another for Buildup Seymour. He's a very solid operator over 1,600 metres. He's put together, I think, a fine body of work here, winning the 2,000 guineas 2 years ago, finished 4th in the UAE Derby, 3rd in last year's Bergenahar, and this season in the Creek Mile, 3rd to Imperial Emperor. So, and we'll see that horse a little bit later on. I think he's probably at the peak of his powers, and if any of the others underperform, he'll be there to take advantage.
Yeah, it must have been a difficult choice really for Tadhg O'Shea, but he's gone with Commissioner King. Sylvester D'Souza looks to double up after winning the first race on the card. He's got Mestri here. He's a horse who's been a little bit disappointing of late. He was well beaten by Commissioner King in the Al Maktoum Mile.
And on to number 5 in a few moments' time as we welcome back Jane Chapelheim this season for the first time. I mean, I had to check this. It seems a little while, and it's been 3 years since we've had Jane Chapelheim and a distinctive white bridle. Holly Doyle rides as well, welcoming her back for the first time since she rode Nashwa in the 2024 Dubai Turf. Crown board for the trainer who's been getting closer and closer to that first success out here. Claymore ran very well here last week, and Crown board won a decent handicap at Chelmsford last out.
Yeah, he won a couple of races towards the back end of last season, Crown board. Interesting to see how he gets on the surface today. That's the big question mark as far as he is concerned. Let's move on to horse number 6, which is Hypnus. James Doyle will be on board for Wathnan Racing. And Hypnus is quite an interesting horse. He comes here from the United States of America. He's got some decent form there in allowance optional claimers. If you can translate that to the dirt here, you'd think he'll probably run a big race here, Hypnus. I like his chances given what he achieved in the United States of America, where he was running at various tracks, notably Churchill Downs, where he managed to win.
And we'll finish with a horse we know plenty about. Horse number 7, made in Dubai. There he is with that. Look at that. The sheepskin cheek pieces and also the noseband as well. He is well and truly smothered up, but that's just the way that he has to be. He has probably flattered to deceive. Mikel Barcelona has delivered him brilliantly to win on the turf and the dirt around here. He's a horse that needs to be nursed into his races. He takes a bit of knowing because I think he's got his own ideas on life. That's made in Dubai. There is one of the most fashionable men on track, the Frenchman Nicolas Collery, the perfect man to execute a Fashion Friday look. He might win this race again. He won it last year with King Gold. This year, he'll try and win it with Fort Payne as we build up to the Firebreak.
Longines. Elegance is an attitude.
He looks to have a big night, as he always does at Meydan, in particular on the feature events. Bhupat Seema, Dubai World Cup winning trainer, currently leads the standings as well. He would have got into this race last year with the returning champ, Laurel River, and it produced one of the most dramatic races of the whole season, didn't it?
It really did, yeah. Laurel River was fully expected to win this and win it easily, but he went off very hard in front. He was clear turning for home, and then he folded tamely in the closing stages, having gone too fast. He'll be hoping for better things today, with two really good chances in Commissioner King and Mendelssohn Bay. They knocked heads when they met in the Maktoum Mile, and it was Commissioner King who finished in front of Mendelssohn Bay, and for that reason Tadhg O'Shea is on board Commissioner King today, who's the short-priced international favourite. Yes, that seems all reasonable as well. Let's take a look back at some key form as well, involving a couple of these, and also pertinent going into the Maktoum Challenge later on. Yeah, because we've got Imperial Emperor out in front at this stage. Commissioner King running a big race. He's a few lengths clear of Mendelssohn Bay back in third, and they in turn are a long way clear of the rest. Imperial Emperor was really good this day, dominating the contest, and he's going to be an interesting runner later on with Walker Stars, etc., and Heart of Honour. But I thought it was a good effort from Commissioner King. Yeah, this race named after a great Firebreak in these parts. It was a good horse in the early part of the millennium. He won the Godolphin Mile back at the old Racehorse, racecourse Nadal Sheba, back in 2004. More recently, the Dubai Creek Mile back in November went the way of Mendelssohn Bay pretty emphatically as well. And as I said, he's a very solid proposition around here. He was really good this day, wasn't he? Sixth length victory over Mestri, who reopposes today. Castle Ward was back in third, and he was always on the front end here. He was just up with the leaders from the start, and he pulled further and further clear in the home straight. He was good on that occasion. You couldn't really say he's improving, Nick, but he's a proper dirt warrior, this fella, and he'll give his running. Yeah, the trainer was on record as saying Mendelssohn Bay was third the last time when he was a little bit slow out the gate, and he's still catching on. We decided that the mile wasn't as deep as the Group 1, so we've given him a go, and I think he's got a good chance. I think all of that seems fairly, well, a fair comment to be making. I'm fascinated by this new Hamed El Jahani horse, Hypnos, and the trainer, who's been pretty relentless here in the last week. 2 runners and 2 winners on the card last week, plus a winner at Jebel Ali with the most recent runner. So we'll see. The runner-up to the very useful disco time in the St Louis Derby last September, Hypnos. So welcome to the UAE, see what we've got. Yeah, and he's had a taste of the track because he's running a trial here. He was narrowly beaten in that trial, so he's had a good spin round here. And he's a proper dirt horse. He really acted well on the dirt in the United States of America. Did, yeah. Allowance optional claiming sort of level, not really graded stakes level, but allowance optional claiming horses can be very good. I like the way he moved to post. He looked like a proper dirt mover as he went down to the start. Plenty of knee curl to grab that dirt. And as I said, he's had a spin round here in a trial, so he'll be ready to go. I gather that our jockey cam, which we will be using at some point, is Made in Dubai number 7, who, in fairness, when we might see that a little bit later on, I was just thinking he's probably the right horse, because you're going to sit, well, this is the view that the jockey's got pre-race, but even though we're in a small field, Made in Dubai, given the way that he goes through his races, he'll be spotting them all, and he might pick 1 or 2 of them off. You never know, he might do, yeah. I think he's better on turf, isn't he? But he's going to cop a fair bit of kickback. Let's just mention the track record here. It's held by Muntazar, set in 2019, 6 years old this. 1 minute 34.99 is that track record, so we'll keep an eye on the clock as they flash past us. OK, might we have a Godolphin Mile candidate in the Firebreak? Let's see, here's Pat.
So his final 2 coming forward. Field of 7 here, 700,000 up for grabs. The first of our thoroughbred races at Group 3 level. It's the Firebreak. Away. They all got away except Made in Dubai, who has jumped about 5 or 6 lengths worse off than anything else. Commissioner King is working forward. He's a length and a half clear and starts to work across to the rail. Mestri coming up to his outside, fizzed up in second. Third was Mendelssohn Bay. Hypnos in fourth, tracking the leader. A length and a half now, 2 lengths to Crown Board, 3/4 of a length to Fort Payne, and 4 lengths to Meydan Dubai, who's starting to slowly reattach himself here as Commissioner King is allowed to bowl out in front for Tadhg O'Shea. 13.99, and they've gone 11 flat there in the first of our sections. He's going along pretty quickly in front, a length and 3/4 to Mestri, who's down and settling, but Commissioner King getting further in front with every stride, and Mestri's now starting to be shaken along. Hypnos up into second position, the inside, followed by Mendelssohn Bay as they swing onto the side. It was about 3 or 4 lengths back to Fort Payne, who's joined by Crown Board, and then came Meydan Dubai. Commissioner King has started to come back to them here. Mendelssohn Bay and Hypnos beginning to make their runs at the 550. Then came Fort Payne, Crown Board now up into 4th position. Mestri dropping away, joined by Meydan Dubai as they swing the bend, and Commissioner King's now asked for the supreme effort. He's out by a half length to Mendelssohn Bay. Hypnos now drops out of the three-horse challenge. He's into 3rd position from Fort Payne and Crown Board. Mendelssohn Bay putting it to Commissioner King. Mendelssohn Bay half a length clear of Commissioner King. Mendelssohn Bay coming away. He is as honest as the day is long. Mendelssohn Bay, as his father did plenty of times before, comes away to win the Firebreak. Another Meydan scalp for Mendelssohn Bay. 2.5 to Commissioner King. 3rd over was Hypnos. 4th was Crown Board from Fort Payne. Next over Meydan Dubai. Mestri back to the drawing board. He dropped out a long way from home.
Wonderful result for Bupat Seemar. Mendelssohn Bay coming out on top. A horse who won the 2,000 guineas on this card a couple of years ago. Reverses the form with the fancy stablemate Commissioner King. But their eyes at that stable smiling after good success for a very consistent horse.
Richie Mullen back in the winner's enclosure for a Seemar. Those were the days, weren't they?
They're rolling back.
Many years ago, riding lots of winners for Satish Seemar. Here for Bupat, and his horse has responded really gamely up the home straight to beat stable companion Commissioner King. And he's just as good as ever, this fella. He was good behind Imperial Emperor last time up, and here, off what was a pretty solid gallop, he's just stayed on too strongly for Commissioner King, who Tadhg O'Shea tried to save a bit on down against the rail, and Commissioner King did rally in the home straight, but he wasn't good enough.
Finished 3rd on Super Saturday last year, and he finished 5th in the Godolphin Mile, and I am sure both of those races are going to be rightly on his agenda again. And timely, with Imperial Emperor running later, even though they've reversed positions, they won't mind seeing that the 2nd and 3rd from last time are 1st and 2nd here.
Yeah, indeed, yeah. 4.5 seconds outside Muntazar's track record.
Okay.
That's some record, that is. Strong gallop here, and it's a nice success for Mendelssohn Bay.
Nice success and a nice result all told for Bupat Seemar.
Thanks, Tom. And yes, I can say he is very delighted. Plenty of hugs and kisses because you've got a big team in attendance here tonight. Just quickly on the owners, how important is it for the owners to be coming out and witnessing horses like this win on the big nights?
Casey, this is a good syndicate of people there, and they're very horse enthusiastic. They love this horse. I've had a long journey with this horse because I picked him from a sale in Maryland, in Fraser-Tipton Timonium sale. And, we won the Guineas, and, we won the Firebreak today. He was very impressive in his first start this year as well. So he's a very good horse.
Yeah, he came out of that good form racing behind Imperial Emperor. What happened with last season? Because obviously his 3-year-old campaign was so good. Is he just starting to find himself again?
Yeah, from 3 to 4, I think he was probably not the same horse. Plus, we did the big move last year. We moved stables and everything had changed for us, and, horses felt it, and, we all felt it. It was a different routine. So now we're in a system, we're in a routine, and things are going okay.
So what is the plan for him? What's the dream next start for him?
Well, we'll either stay on this distance or maybe up in distance next time and go to Super Saturday, and then from there, we'll see what happens.
Go well for the remainder of the night as well, Bupat. Well done.
Thank you. Thanks very much.
And the option is there, as we heard there, Cassie Fahey in conversation with Bupat Seemar, to potentially try a different trip, but at the same time, if they want to keep to the same formula and keep going with a horse who's in very good form, they've got the Merge Nahar on the 28th of February on Super Saturday. That's the mile key trial for the Godolphin Mile, of course, on the big night. And as mentioned, he finished 3rd and 5th in those races last year. I'm sure he'll be in the money again.
I think the Godolphin Mile would be his race, to be honest. I think if you're going to try and step him up in trip, then you're trying to turn him into in the Dubai World Cup horse, aren't you? And I don't think that's his bag. I think Godolphin Mile, once again, for him, probably see him one more time in that Bergenahar, and then he'll go to a World Cup night. And he'll run well. He's sure to run well. He's a proper dirt horse, and he's very tough.
He's very tough. He's very tough indeed, and he's comprehensively reversed form with his stablemate Commissioner King, who could give no more after they turned into the home straight. Mendelssohn Bay keeping his measure. Hitler's finished in third.
Yeah, he ran really well. And when we analyse this race, you'll see that he copped a lot of kickback.
Did he?
Down on the inside, yeah. But in the end, he's run through it to grab third spot. But he was well beaten as Richie Mullen comes back in.
We love Richie. And Perfect Pat Seymour, who's just celebrated there with a handshake with the man aboard. We'll be hearing from Richie shortly enough, and you know he'll be fulsome in his praise as he reflects as well. So he's just won the Firebreak. It'll mean plenty to him. Well done, Richie Mullen. Well done to Team Mendelssohn Bay.
Longines. Elegance is an attitude.
Onto the scales now to weigh in. Smooths back his hair, traditional trademark of Richie's, and we'll catch him as soon as he comes off the scales. And here he is, Richie Mullen. Congratulations, a nice win there. Tell us, did that go obviously according to plan? Winning's always the plan, but did the race unravel how you thought it might?
Well, we knew Commissioner King would go. He's got a lot of pace, and you know we were questioning. I thought they'd be a lot closer with Meshri today, because obviously he ran a good race first up against this lad, and they were very positive with him, and they gave him a chance last time and he didn't run his race, so I thought Sylvester would make a little bit more use of him. So he had a little bit more gate speed than me, and he was able to take that slot, but I was able just to sort of angle off him, and you know, this horse just likes a free run at things. And yeah, although I was sort of at him going into the turn, he's always felt to me like he's a horse that's going to go better when he goes further. But I was just saying to Boop, but 3 strides past the line he's pulled up, so you're not quite sure. But he's a horse that also doesn't do an awful lot when he gets there. So you know, he's the same at home in his work. You could put him with a horse rated 60 and he'll do his job, and that's it. But I think that's why he saves himself. But you know, I'm delighted for the owners, because you know, his last run was okay, but I was a little bit disappointed that he just felt a little bit flat, and we knew he'd come forward. I sat on him there the other morning, and he felt like he was coming the right way. So, you know, he's still a little bit
dull in his coat, but it has been extremely cold. Well, I say extremely cold. People in England will probably be wanting to throw things at the TV, but it's been cold for here, and it can take that effect on horses. And he's been clipped out, but I think 2 months' time when the sun comes out, he's got every chance. But like we were just discussing it there after the race, do they step up in trip or do you stay at a mile? But the beauty of it is now you've got your slot for the Godolphin Mile anyway, and why not take your chance in the last leg and see how it goes, as Imperial Emperor did last year. And it always seems to cut up the lightest of the Maktoum challenges, so it's a nice predicament to be in for the owners, and I'm delighted for them because they've put a lot of investment into the game out here.
Well, there's a bunch of them, and you're a very popular man, so well done and go well for the rest of the night.
Thanks, Cassie.
Well done, the former champ, Richie Mullen, who had his real travails with injury last year, and it is good to see him having success on the big stage. He won the Firebreak in 2017. He wins it again. Mendelssohn Bay beats stablemate Commissioner King, Tadhg O'Shea. Hypnus finished third and crowned board for Jane Chapel-Hyman. Holly Doyle finished in fourth. The Firebreak, which was run in a time of 1:38.49. Let's have a look at that in context, which will just pop up any time now. And just like that, there you go. The efficiency, just under 97%.
Yeah, more like a dirt race, this one, isn't it?
Yeah.
They went very hard out in front, and thus they've come home tired. And remember, this is the winner, 96.86%. That is slow. So he's not quickening away from Commissioner King. He's getting tired and slowing down, but Commissioner King's slowing down even more in second spot.
Maybe devil's advocate. I'm just going to give Richie his due there, where he said maybe the horse doesn't do all that much in front, but he was probably getting a bit tired as well. Anyway,
I'm not having that.
I know you're not. I know you're not. Let's go back to the start. And the Firebreak was won by Mendelssohn Bay from stall 4.
It was, yeah. Stall 4 beats stall 6, beats stall 1. Let's have a look at it from the start. Here we go. Stalls highlighted for you. Mendelssohn Bay going to go forward, but not as quickly as Commissioner King. Out of stall 6, jumps and goes on the Tadhg O'Shea. Mestri never really travelling in the yellow colours under Sylvester de Souza. And now Tadhg O'Shea can cut across and dictate what looked, I thought, visually to be steady fractions, but they're not at all. If you look at exactly what Tadhg O'Shea did, 13.99 out of the stalls for their first furlong. Then he went 11 dead, 11.17, 11.45. There was no mucking around there. They've gone very hard in front.
Yeah.
And Mendelssohn Bay's able to draft in behind on the outside out of kickback. Now, I mentioned the third horse, Hypnus. You can just see where he is, right down here on the inside. They're getting covered in kickback. He copped a fair bit of it, but yet he ran on to be third, so that's not a bad effort from him. But Richie Mullen out of kickback, 3 wide. And just see Tadhg O'Shea's arms there. He's trying to get a pull into Commissioner King, who's doing just a little bit too much out in front. He's just going a bit too keenly. You can see the firm grip he's got on this horse's head. And I think those early fractions, plus him running a little bit keenly, has done for him.
So, when we get to this point, how much do you think Tadhg was thinking, let's get a key breather in, let the others chase me and chase hard? And do you think he thought at this point maybe I've got enough to get home or not?
I think so. He was going best turning in, wasn't he? And I think he did try to save just a little bit against the rail on the far side. And Commissioner King did rally the home straight for a while. He saw off Hypnus, who threatened him in at the beginning of the home straight, but couldn't get past him. But then he didn't have enough to see off Mendelssohn Bay. He came surging down the outside and won this really well. He came home in 25.42, so he came home relatively slowly, but not as slowly as Commissioner King and indeed Hypnus.
OK, he's got his opportunity now as a winning berth to go back to the Godolphin Mile and try and better his 5th place. Now, we promised you Jockey Cam from Meydan Dubai. I said it'd be a good shot, but I expected Meydan Dubai to be in rear without spotting them 10 lengths. He didn't really do himself any favours at the beginning.
He walked out the stalls, absolutely walked out of them. He did manage to beat Mestri in the yellow colours, so he got past one horse ultimately in the home straight. Mestri very disappointing. That really was a modest effort from him, and that's what he's been like for his last couple of starts, I'm afraid. He's not performing at the level that he's been able to in the past. There's Meydan Dubai just sneaking into the picture at the back. He's had to do a lot of running just to catch up, and the horses in front of him are going to get a little bit tired, and that enables him to get past just the one of them. Look, there's Tadhg O'Shea trying to save a bit on the front, but he's gone quite hard Visually, it didn't look like he'd done a lot, but he had. And Commissioner King paid for that late in the piece as the very tough Mendelssohn Bay came to get him.
If he were mine, and I'd love him to be, he's already a Guineas winner with lots of good placed form, as well as now winning the Firebreak. As mentioned, he finished third on Super Saturday, fifth on Godolphin Mile on the big one, or in the big one on World Cup night last year. I see no reason why you don't just have a go at both of those, because even finishing third, fourth, fifth is extremely lucrative.
Yeah, you think that's what they'll do with him, I think. I think Richie Mullen was quite positive about going for the Godolphin Mile, wasn't he? And I think that's probably the spot for Mendelssohn Bay. And he will run well, but there'll be some better horses than Commissioner King in there, that's for sure.
Absolutely. But it was an opportunity for Bhupat Seemar to shuffle the pack, and it was an agonising defeat for that trainer with Laurel River in the race last year, so come back and better that, and he did. He saddled two and they finished first and second. Mendelssohn Bay, Commissioner King beats Hypnos in third and Crown Board in fourth. That was the Firebreak Stakes presented by Longines, and moments ago we had the presentation. Richie Mullen going up, and delightedly so as well. A big part of the scene here, and presenting on behalf of Longines, Mr. Patrick Aoun.
Well done to Richie
from
Mullen.
The sponsors. Richie, who won this race on North America in 2017, wins it again 9 years later. We'll take a short break.
Longines. Elegance is an attitude.
Still the great day out, young and old, and really young there, and maybe jockey aspirants as well. You never know, in 20 years' time, maybe 30, they might be riding a horse capable of being on the top list for the Longines World Best Racehorse, which earlier this week, Angus, was staged at the Savoy in London on Tuesday. A glittering ceremony, as ever, as presented by Longines.
Steady old fractions there, aren't they?
There you go, they were. These are the ratings for Longines World Best Racehorse in 2025, and we had a clear winner with a rating of 130, Calandagan. 5 of them came in second. Forever Young, what a wonderful racehorse he is, who conquered America. Kai Ying Rising, Masquerade Bull second in the Japan Cup, Ombudsman, Sovereignty, and then Duritz, the ARC winner, down in 7th, along with Romantic Warrior, Sierra Leone. And that is well, that's enough. That is the page with Calandagan coming out on top. We can hear now from two who know him best.
We are here today to celebrate a fantastic racehorse in Calandagan, who have been very lucky to train, and to celebrate his very good season, and also to celebrate the best racehorse in the world.
He's just the best because he won all the best race of the season. And finally with the Japan Cups, which is probably the hardest challenge to make.
Calandagan on the outside, hit, bobbing to the line, they hit the line, Calandagan's won it!
Winning in Japan with Calandagan was probably a highlight of my career. My horse was very brave to put his head in front on the post, so it was like a up and down emotion through the straights. We're very lucky to have him, and at the moment I think he's the best racehorse I have to train.
He's a truly fabulous racehorse. Calandagan running the colours of the late Aga Khan for Francis Graffard and Michael Barcelona. And the body of work that he clocked up in 2025 is completely threaded into the Longines World Best Races of last year. The Japan Cup, which he won in association with Longines, that coming up joint best with the Kipco Champion Stakes, which he won. The Breeders' Cup Classic was third, and then you've got more Calandagan winning the King George and Queen Elizabeth Stakes, finishing second in the Longines Dubai Shima Classic. So 4 of the top 5 races, you dust it down and Calandagan's hoof prints are all over them.
Yeah, he's a tremendous racehorse. There's no greater fan of Calandagan than myself. He was brilliant in defeat in the Shima Classic, and then he's had a fantastic season, masterminded by Francis-Henri Graffard, who's a brilliant trainer, and he's got the best out of Calandagan, whether it be at 10 furlongs or at 12 furlongs. I think he's just about deserves to be first in the Longines ratings for what he achieved last season. I think Kaying Rising, however, has got a better body of work throughout his career than Calandagan, but that, of course, we're looking at just last year's or last season's action, and I think Calandagan is deservingly top of the tree, but Kaying Rising could easily be top, I think.
Because of those races, and even the ones he was beaten in, like the Shima Classic, it's hard to come away with it. Yeah,
I get it, but Kaying Rising has got a better body of work than Calandagan, that's for sure. So if you had sort of career ratings, I think you'd have to put Kaying Rising above Calandagan.
And all being well, in 2 months' time, we would love to see Calandagan back here to try and go one better than a steadily run Shima Classic last year. It didn't play to his strengths, did it?
It didn't. He's got a fine turn of foot, and he fired some tremendous sectionals that day. He quickened up really well, and that was seen to much better effect later in the season.
Lovely. We are going to move on to the turf now for our third race of the day, and these are the runners who are going to be going out for the Fahidi Fort, presented by Longines, a Group 2 on the turf. 1,400 metres. 850,000 AED in the prize. And we'll show you the runners for it. Number 1 is a British Raider. That is Witness Stand, who developed into a fine performer last year and won the Lennox Stakes at Glorious Goodwood. 2 is the reigning champ Meydan, who's got drawn out and wide to do it again. Mysterious Night won this race 2 years ago. Lethal Levi, fascinating runner for Carl Burke. Shootout, a pickup from Europe, 150,000 sale. Group 1 winner Audience is 6. Chicago Critic for Ireland is 7. Apollo 1, which is served from Kieran Shoemark, is 8. Tumbler, Stéphane Pasquier, the legendary French jockey, still looks for a first winner out here. Yaroug, another for Michael Costa. Ditto with El Najam, 11. Kanjar, Richie Mullenbidge for another is 12. Andreas Vesalius caught the eye a couple of starts ago, 13. Hokuto, James Doyle. Mountbatten, Tadhg O'Shea. Right, these are the runners, and this is Witness Stand, who was probably outclassing Group 1 company at the end of the season, but his Goodwood and Hungerford runs, of course, were very strong, and he wouldn't be too far off the speed, I imagine. Jamie Instell, one of the trainers, saying that he really thinks the setup should suit him out here.
Yeah, I think he will get a good setup. Perhaps wants a little bit more easy in the ground. Here's Meydan, who, well, he beat Mysterious Night a couple of times last season in this and the Ras Al Khor as well, but he's behind Mysterious Night on his return to action last time. He was a bit keen, perhaps he needed the run. He has got a fine turn of foot when he's on a going day, and he'll go well here today, but stall 15 is a negative.
It is indeed. His trainer said it's not often you say this in Dubai, but he didn't appreciate the ground last time. It was a bit wet. Right, behind him is the horse that he conquered in this race last year, number 3, Mysterious Night, who won this race 2 years ago, as we'll drop back shortly from Meydan. Mysterious Knight, who found Meydan a length too strong in this last year, as he did in the Ras Al Khor as well. Charlie Appleby's been saying that Mysterious Knight came out of his win in the Business Bay Challenge in good order, and he's got bags of experience over this course and distance. He's not too concerned about the draw in 10 either.
No, he's a talented horse, Grade 1 winner in Canada, of course, Mysterious Knight, and he and Meydan are set to go head-to-head and toe-to-toe once again. I think it'll be between the two of them. Let's move on to Lethal Levi, who's number 4. A very interesting runner for Carl Burke.
Yep.
He's had a stellar season, Carl. And Lethal Levi, he's really a 6 furlong performer. Strongly run 6 furlongs seems to suit him, but he has won over 7 furlongs, and he goes well off a layoff, and that's what he's doing today. He's a very interesting runner. He normally gets on with things, so I expect to see him in front from stall 9.
Very fast, isn't he? Won the Air Gold Cup a couple of years ago. Lethal Levi, looking forward to seeing how he gets on. He's won big festival handicaps. Sam James and Carl Burke winning on the dirt last week with Antrim. Right, number 5 is next. That is Shootouts, who's a pickup from Europe. There he goes through frame. €150,000 sale after winning a German Group 3 at Cologne, a race he'd been second in the year before. He has pace as well. I'm looking forward to seeing how he gets on. He's now with Falzi Nas in the Trainer's Own colours, and Adrian de Vries rides.
Yeah, he's an interesting runner, isn't he, for Falzi Nas. He hasn't quite taken off this season yet. Let's go from Shootout to 6 Audience. Now, he's drawn wide as well in 13. He's a very talented racehorse Audience, who's now with the David O'Mara team. Used to be with John and Fahidi Gosden, but no, he's with David O'Mara now, and he had a brilliant 2024 when he won the Longines at Newbury, and he also was able to win the Lennox Stakes that year as well. He's always been at his best when he's able to get his own way in front.
Yeah, every time we doubted him, he delivered, whereas it's been probably the other way round when it's come to supporting him. He might have just fluffed his eyes a couple of times, but we'll see how he gets on. Audience, they paid $170,000 for this top-class performer. Number 7 is Chicago Critic. A couple of runs out here. Was fourth to Opera Ballo in the Al Rashadir first up before probably being too far in arrears in the slow tempos of Beale Mile last time. The cheap pieces go on. He finished 3rd in the Jersey 18 months ago. 1,400 metres, clearly a good trip for him.
Yeah, I think it is a spot-on trip for him. We'll move on to number 8. We spoke to Kieran Shoemark earlier on about the chances of Apollo 1. He's probably going to drop him out from stall 12. He's better known as a sprinter, really. 6 furlongs seems to suit him best. But earlier on in his career, he did win over 7 furlongs. So he'll be dropped out and ridden for a little bit of luck, you'd have thought. And they'll hope that he gets the trip and comes flashing home from the rear of the field. It's not a great run style for this track. You normally want to be fairly handy around here because they don't often go very fast on the turf. But Kieran, I think, will drop him in and see what he gets.
There's arc-winning jockey Stéphane Pasquier, and he takes the ride on Tumbler. We welcome back Pasquier for the first time in a couple of years. He rode back at Nadal Sheba 2 decades ago. It's a Meydan newcomer for the Colliery team. He brings plenty of competitive European form to the table. So we'll see how he goes for Nicola Colliery here.
Yeah, Nicola Colliery, a very capable trainer, of course. Let's move on to number 10, Yarug. Yarug used to be trained in the UK. He was with William Haggis. Quite a useful sort. He's been gelded since we last saw him, this fella, and he is now with the Michael Costa team. He'll come out of stall number 7. He has got Group 3 winning form to his name.
Well, if you want jockey cam shots, and hopefully the horse will break better than the one in the previous race did, Yarug and Ray Dawson is sporting just that. You can see it just on his helmet there, the jockey cam to be worn by one of the Michael Costa runners. Another is El Najm, number 11. Off since probably being outclassed in the Singspiel last year on Super Saturday. But, to give him his due, did win off a big break in the UK. Still has to prove it a little bit. Andrew Slattery rides.
Yeah, he's got stall 1, which is an OK draw for him. Rated 103, something to find with a few of these. Here's the very versatile, consistent game Kanjar. Equally as effective on the dirt as on the turf. And he comes here on the back of being beaten by Mysterious Knight. He ran really well, though. He travelled very strongly that day and was only narrowly beaten.
Yeah, he really won't be too far off the premises based on what he's achieved in the past. Third in last year's Racehorse as well on Super Saturday. Now this is Andreas Vesalius, number 13, who strictly on last time has it to do since 2 starts ago anyway, was up in grade and trip, but I would say a repeat of 2 starts ago would make him interesting. He went into the notebook with his 4th in the Business Bay Challenge behind Mysterious Night, did run well.
And there's Hokuto going down to post, another run of David O'Mara, and he's comes here fresh from the UK, where he in December ran okay at Newcastle on the all-weather.
There is Charlie Appleby. He's all smiles. He looks a picture of contentment. And do you know what, Angus? Why wouldn't you be? If 7 of the last 10 runnings of the Fahidi Fort, your favourite fort, had been won by yourself. Won't surprise anyone that Charlie Appleby's got such a good record in the race, but he'll be hoping after last year with this horse to go one better.
He's got a great chance, hasn't he, of winning this. I think Meydan is a significant danger, and I would have fancied him to definitely turn the form around, particularly if he'd got a better draw, Meydan. But I think these two will fight out the finish here. This is a globe-trotting horse that Charlie likes, isn't it? He's a graded stakes winner in Canada. He's very capable at this level here at Meydan and in the UK as well. He looks really well down at the start, doesn't he? He looks in good nick.
Yeah.
This will have been the aim, I think, as well.
I just wonder, on last year's form, and maybe when they actually met in the Racehorse Super Saturday, Meydan gave him weight and a beating that day. And if Meydan strictly was held back by the ground on Festive Friday, I know the draw's not ideal, but if Meydan's at peak form, he'll be tough to beat, won't he?
I think he will, yeah. I mean, he was really good at this track last year, Meydan, over this trip, which suits him ideally. He's got a sharp turn of foot. And I think when Michael Costa was blaming the ground last time, I think he was saying, really, that the horse couldn't actually quicken on the rain-softened turf. It really was quite soft. He'll be much better off on this.
International Markets has quite a disparity between Mysterious Night, clear favourite, and Meydan over double the price of Mysterious Night, which...
Interesting,
assuming, and he has got quite warm, it's not a warm evening, assuming Meydan is at peak form and fitness, I don't think that there should be such a gap, but we'll find out. I know the draw's not great, but we'll find out. Witness Stand is next in, then Audience, Lethal Levi, Kanjar, who could outrun perhaps the odds. What others come into calculation for you, Angus?
Well, I think Meydan and Mysterious Night will fight the race out. I think Lethal Levi will take them along. I think Audience will be up there as well. We'll probably have an honest enough gallop, but I do think it is a 2-horse race, this. They're both drawn wide, though, so it's going to be stalls 10 and stall 14. It's going to be interesting to see what their jockeys do from those gates.
So the options going forward for these horses, there is the 1400-metre Racehorse Super Saturday, and then you never know, dropping down in trip could be the way to the straight 1200 for the Alquoz up in grade. That'd take a lot, but this is a big race in its own right. It's the Fahidi Fort, Group 2 on the 1400-metre turf track. Ray Dawson goes into stall 7 aboard horse number 10, Yarug, one of 3 for Michael Costa, and that includes the defending champ.
Yeah, Meydan, who set the track record here last year. 1:21.04 is what we're looking out for when they crossed the line. He quickened up really well that day. He's going to have to try and get a trip, Sylvester de Souza, from stall 15.
Witness Stand goes forward. Chicago Critic will be one of, if not the last. And with that, we can join up with Pat Comerford.
Johnny Murtaugh and Ben Cohen will be the last one to take his place. A little reluctant. He loads away. The runners are set here for the Fahidi Fort. Group 2, full field. Ready? Movement out wider, they're ready and away. Tumbler was slow, good speed from Shootout, the centre. Witness Stand hustled forward, along with Kanjar from 2, who's heading up towards the lead as well. Apollo 1 out deeper with Lethal Levi. Mysterious Night is caught out on a limb. Then came Mountbatten. In behind them, Al Najm and Yarug. Half a length to Audience. Meydan is deeper without cover at the moment. Uto is fourth to last, followed there by Chicago Critic. Next in running was Andreas Versalius. And last of all was Tumbler after the slightly tardy start. Out to the side they travel. 13.61, 10.75 in the Fahidi Fort. And it is shootout for Fauzi Nas and Adri de Vries, who takes the lead up in the middle stages of the race. A length and a half to clear of Apollo 1. Up on the inside in third is Kanjar, who's now got some cover. Lethal Levi next from Witness Stand. Al Najm, Yarug. Next was Mountbatten. Mysterious Night has been deep the trip. Chicago Critic working through from Andreas Versalius, and Uto looking for an inside run as Shootout leads them into the straight past the 300-metre marker. He's a length clear of Kanjar, Mysterious Night, Chicago Critic. Meydan making their runs. Plenty of winning hopes here. Shootout getting claimed by Mysterious Night. Al Najm working through. Tumbler from the back, and Chicago Critic and Al Najm coming down to the finish in the Fahidi Fort. Al Najm ducking the head out and wins. Al Najm gets there just from Chicago Critic. Tumbler came from last to run third. Next over Andreas Versalius from Meydan. Then came Yarug from Mysterious Night. Uto was midfield from Kanjar. Then came next over Shootout, Audience, followed by Mountbatten, Witness Stand. Apollo 1 dropped away, and he was one of the last ones to greet the judge.
Oh, what a belting finish that is to the end of the first turf race of the day, which is the Fahidi Fort. Al Najm, one of the three for Michael Costa in the race. The Irishman aboard, Andrew Slattery, beating the Irish trainer, Chicago Critic Johnny Murtagh, under Ben Cohen, who looked to be delivered with a race-winning run. But in the white cap, the third cap of the owners, Al Najm had not been seen since Super Saturday last year, had it to do off the absence. We'd said before had gone well and won off a big absence, but in this grade really had to do it.
He did. Yeah, he did. He had to find some running room as well in the closing stages, but he's picked up really, really nicely in the last furlong or so. Mysterious Night came there with a chance with his big white face, but he weakened inside the final 75 yards or so. What a finish that was. It's very tight.
Fabulous finish. Mysterious Night's had his go. Meydan was probably too keen down the outer, and that run petered out, but Michael Costa won't mind one bit. It is success for him with Al Najm. Let's hear now from the winning trainer.
And what a run that was. I'm joined by Michael Costa as we're just taking in the replay here. I mean, you're a cool, calm customer, but you must be pretty happy about that.
Yeah, the Australian term, we'd say we're stoked. Look, he wasn't a third stringer. I know we had our third option jockey, but Andrew's been great for us this season. We kept Sylvester on Meydan. He drew the car park. He's run home super, like an outrageous run, really. And then it was a flip a coin with the other two of what to put Ray on, and we just decided to go this way. And you know, barrier one, Andrew gave him a perfect ride, and his work this week was sensational. So I think all horses ran extremely well.
Because this guy's been, first up in almost a year. The Singspiel was his last start, so a big long layoff. And I mean, the expectation that he was going to go a good race was obviously there. You had some confidence in him. But were you expecting the win from him tonight?
On his work last Saturday, he worked with a very handy horse, and his work was sensational. So we're expecting a bold run. He's quite a gross horse, which would normally take a run. But when he ran first up last season, he drew wide, Tadhg rode him, and he got home extremely well. And he just wasn't quite right when he went to the Singspiel coming out of it. So we knew he had a right horse. He had a few little tricks up his sleeves to get him to the races. Just a few minor things, but it all worked out, and it's good to see him to win the race he deserves.
Just quick, where does he go next?
Well, probably Super Saturday. He's a horse that may want a little bit further as well, so he could get back up to your way in Abu Dhabi, but we'll see how he pulls up and then speak to His Highness, as they say.
Enjoy the success, well done.
Thank you.
Well done to Michael Costa. He's been here a good few seasons now, but of course he, like all, will be judged on these big nights and the group races. And with three in the race, they finished first, sixth and seventh. Meydan, who was keen, finishing in sixth. Yarug in seventh. But Al Najm, who'd won off a big break in the UK prior, has done just that to scoop a Group 2 prize, the Fahidi Fort, for Michael Costa, and a lovely ride as well, waiting for the gap. Andrew Slattery doing so in the colours of His Highness Sheikh Ahmed bin Rashid Al Maktoum. Al Najm, less than a 328-day absence, has won a Group 2. And the debrief between jockey and trainer shortly about to commence. You can see it's a cooler evening with Michael Costa with his big overcoat on. It's not often you see them in the United Arab Emirates. But he'll be delighted, and he's mentioned Super Saturday, and the race is there to go on the 28th of February, to go to the Ras Al Khor. He won this last year with Meydan, and Meydan went on to complete a fine double by winning the Ras Al Khor. And who knows, based on the way that Al Najm's won this, he might well win it, although, given the way that the stablemate Meydan was drawn today and perhaps too keen early, it might just be that the two stablemates could face off for a real clash in that race in a few weeks' time. I'd look forward to that, Angus.
Yeah, it would be a good clash, wouldn't it? Because Meydan just didn't get the run of the race at all. From a very wide draw in stall 15, he gave away a lot of ground. You said saw daylight and therefore was keen. I think Michael Costa is, will be fairly happy with Meydan, despite him being defeated. And Slattery, good ride from stall 1, low draws on the turf, often a big advantage here at Meydan.
He's about to go and make it official and weigh in as well after winning the Al Fahidi Fort on the long absent Al Najm. Let's go and hear about the success now. It's Cassie.
In a moment, we're going to be joined by a very happy Andrew Slattery. Andrew, I just saw the thumbs up there. Congratulations. This was a nice horse to get on tonight. Well done with that ride as well. I think I need to watch it again. Walk us through it.
Yeah, look, there was plenty of speed on, and in fairness to Michael, he told me this guy won't be far away. It's a year off the track, but he relaxed well and he put the race to bed. I thought in a matter of strides, and he's grinded it out.
So what were the instructions? From gate number 1, you were hoping for an economical trip?
Yeah, look, as Michael says, keep it economical and just ride as you find it.
And what about winning on a night like tonight? Fashion Friday, big group race meeting. How's the atmosphere for you right now?
Sure, look, this is what gets you up every morning, isn't it? It's the adrenaline. This is what it's all about, you know.
And the association with the Michael Costa camp, obviously going very nicely, but how long has that been happening for?
Well, I'm 2 from 2 this season. It can only go downhill from here.
No, it can only continue, I think, is what it is going to be like. Hey, well done. You've got a couple more rides tonight. Kabakan in the Al Maktoum and Senator of State in the Guineas. How are you feeling?
Yeah, obviously Kabakan's a well-solicited horse. A winner of the race 2 years previous. His work is exceptional, so fingers crossed the blinkers just sparked there.
Hey, good luck for the rest of the night, and I'm sure they're watching from home. Well done.
Thanks, Cassie.
Well done, Andy Slattery, as he walks back into the weigh-in room and just talking to Cassie there about his ride on Kabir Khan, who crashed with Safi Osborne there, who we saw, who's got Heart of Honour to come. Good ride, had to wait for the moments from stall 1, but took his medicine and quickened up like a good horse as well, Al Najm. Now let's see the efficiency, the race efficiency, the time in which it was run, and efficiency-wise, just over 102%, Angus.
Yeah, Al Najm's come home quite strongly, 2.22% quicker in the final 400 metres than through the rest of the race, 23.08, displaying what sort of turn of foot he had in the closing stages. In what was a very strongly run contest, Nick. Yeah. The early fractions, courtesy of Shootout, were fierce. 13.61, then they went 10.75, 11.02, 11.57. They were not hanging around out front there, and it's set up for a horse who just get a bit of cover, went the shortest way round under a good ride from Andy Slattery.
And that's key, isn't it? Let's call it up. And it's contrasting fortunes, isn't it? Considering our winner right from 1, yes, you have to wait for the run, but when you're keen and wide, and Al Najm, his stablemate Meydan, was out in 15, it all went wrong for the reigning holder.
Yeah, he had no chance from 15, really. The winner's got a lovely ride in behind the leaders, travelled strongly, broke pretty well out of the gates. You can see Meydan very wide. Sylvester de Souza looking to his left, he's trying to tuck in, but he can't really get right where he wants to be. Mysterious Night, big white face, he's a little bit too keen under William William can get a bit of cover now. He was probably too wide as well from stall 10. Apollo 1 pushing forward under Kieran Shoemark towards the outside. He's better known as a 6th furlong specialist. They decided to use his speed today and see if he could last, but he couldn't, because really he was attending very, very strong fractions up front. Kanjar travelling well against the rail, and there's Andy Slattery, white cap, shortest way round, travelling very strongly at this stage. Marban has now got in, Nick, but he's third last. That's not ideal on the turf here at Meydan. And look how wide he's having to go here. Widest of all in those yellow colours. He's probably run a really good race, given the trip he got.
Chicago critic for John Murtagh has run an absolute belter down the outside, cheap pieces on. And one that really does catch the eye, the French-trained newcomer here was Stéphane Pasquier aboard Tumbler, who runs on for third despite traffic problems, despite being keen early. And that has gone straight in my notebook.
Yeah, that was a big run from Tumbler. Possibly unlucky not to have won, really, given the trouble that he got. But the story of the race is very strongly run, and those rated just off that strong pace with the principals at the end.
That was the Fahidi Fort of 2026. And it went to the same stable who took it last year, different horse on this occasion. El Najm beat Chicago critic a whisker, Tumbler in third and Andreas Vesalius in fourth.
And we roll on with the presentation then for race number 3, the Fahidi Fort, presented by Longines. We welcome once again Mr. Najib Kiwan, the regional brand manager, to present our 3 awards to the connections of El Najm. Very exciting reappearance from this gelded son of See the Stars. So first of all, we welcome to the stage, collecting on behalf of the winning owner, His Highness Sheikh Ahmed bin Rashid Al Maktoum. Please welcome Mohammed Saeed Al Shehi. Well done to Mr. Al Shehi and His Highness Sheikh Ahmed bin Rashid Al Maktoum. And we welcome now, with the family, please welcome the winning trainer, Michael Costa. And the winning rider, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Andrew Slattery. And everyone can come back together alongside Najib Kiwan, the regional brand manager at Longines, for this presentation for the Fahidi Fort. The winning connections of El Najm.
In a few moments' time, you'll be seeing we've been joined by another guest here in the studio, and on Fashion Friday, a man dressed to impress, rightly so, Phil Cunningham, who's an owner of a couple of horses to run later on. We'll be speaking to him just after this break.
Longines, elegance is an attitude.
You know, when we had this shot earlier, she was still swinging. I hope they have given her a break, because it only takes 5 seconds for me to look a little bit seasick. So she's doing incredibly well, and it is fine and impressive as well, entertaining the fans on Fashion Friday. And Fashion Friday is really getting underway now. A few contests in, with the action increasing in quality with each and every race. And the man that's going to be looking forward to 2 horses in his ownership later, contrasting styles, one's a sprinter, one's a stayer, Phil Cunningham. Thank you very much indeed for joining us. I was interviewing in the UK at the start of the week, and here we are, slightly different circumstances here. How are you? Looking forward to tonight?
Yeah, excited, a little bit nervous to be honest, probably not as nervous as the trainer.
Oh, look, there we go, the microphone's gone. There we look, I tell you what, we can't promise that everything will work. We'll give it a go.
Okay.
How's that? I think we're okay. Here we go.
Now?
So how are you?
Yeah, I was excited, a little bit nervous, and you know, it's amazing to have a couple of runners on a card like this, really. So we're enjoying it. It's gone well for us so far.
Yes.
I think we've got a good draw this evening. We've been a little bit unlucky in the draw the last couple of weeks, so I think we've got a good draw in the sprint, and in the staying race. Hopefully he'll go off the front again, and we'll see if he can hold on.
And this is, we were talking earlier, and people that don't know, a fabulous year for yourselves, winning big races in the UK. You've targeted having a spell out here, having a base out here. You've had a winner out here already. How much are you enjoying the Dubai experience as the owner based here as well?
Oh, it's amazing. I think, firstly and foremost, the camaraderie that we find, you know, within the international sort of trip has been magnificent. And obviously, my new best mate, Jamie Osborne, he's got a big night this evening as well. He's got the whole family over here, so I'm not sure what he's expecting, but we'll see.
And yours are housed next to Jamie's?
Yeah, the teams get on great. They all socialise together as well. So, yeah, they're really enjoying it.
So, because you're not a rival tonight, will you cheer on Heart of Honour as close as if he was one of yours?
Oh, without a doubt. I think we're finding that generally with the international runners are all cheering each other on. So, yeah, it's a great experience. And it's just even the owner experience here is magnificent. I mean, second to none. Someone said to me, horse first, owner second. I mean, we've got the best viewing areas, the best catering. They've really done it well, treating us very good.
When it comes to the horses you've got tonight, the man who could well be absolutely on the improve. This is a good race, of course it is. How much are you looking forward to testing him against some of the really good local sprinters tonight?
Yeah, well, the plan was that he was going to run in the listed race before Christmas. And obviously, the ground went too soft for him. He needs it rattling fast.
You didn't sign up to that in Dubai, did you?
We didn't expect it. No, otherwise I'd have brought candy. But there you go. But no, it was a little bit unexpected. So we did the right thing. We pulled him out. So it would have been a nice stepping stone. We would have found out if he was good enough to run this evening or not. But look, he's got to find a stone on ratings. But
okay,
he has a nice draw. He's a very fast horse. Whether he's up to this level, we'll find out. But the thing I'm enjoying as well, over the 3-month programme you have here, it's not like an international trip where it's just the one event, one race, you know, it all goes wrong or something doesn't go according to plan, it's all over. They'll find their own level. You know, some people think we're crazy running 4 in a race, but that's what will happen, as we've done at the start of the season here. Some move up, some go down, some stay at the same level. They're handicapped themselves, and over the course of the 3 months, we'll hopefully find the right races for them.
Yeah, there's plenty of opportunities as well, aren't there?
It's magnificent. The prize money's great.
Yeah.
I hear it's a little bit chilly here this evening compared to normal, but I hear it's snowing in England next week, so we'll see how we go.
In the last race, how much do you felt or going into the last race, how much do you feel you learnt about Nightwalker last time?
Yeah, I think more so for what Safi's learned. Look, he ran a cracking race. The winner's going to be difficult to beat. I think we could get closer to him. Whether we can beat him or not, it's a big ask. But he's a lovely horse. I mean, we were fortunate enough to buy him to supplement the team here. I mean, on pedigree, he's a horse I never would have been able to have bought as a yearling. So, look, he's only just turned 4. Hopefully he's going to have a big future for us.
Assuming everything and hopefully goes well with these horses tonight and they're competitive, come out of it fine, are you planning to run them all on Super Saturday on the 28th of Feb?
Well, we got a little programme when it came across and we've made plans. Obviously they're subject to change. Fortunately, we're focusing just on turf. They're all colts or geldings, so we're limited to the races that we can run in. But when we look at the fixture throughout the whole programme, we should have at least a runner at every meet. And look, if we can get one on the big days, great. And if we can get one on World Cup night, then that's job done for us, really.
I want to mention a little bit close to the cold, and a horse who is very close to your heart, very good racehorse, now stallion Raja Singh. What kind of an advert is that to have Aisling Oscar winning 7 in a row last night for... extraordinary.
It's an amazing training performance. Very, very shrewd buying by Dan Asprey. And look, £3,000 I think he picked him up for, and he's qualifying now, or he's in the running to pick up some big bonuses. But a magnificent advert for the stallion. As I keep saying, to me, look, I'm biased, but he's the best value in racing at £3,000. He's still the track record holder. But listen, at any level, to win 7 on the bounce. And has he got another one in him? I don't know. Let's wait and see. But I actually owned the mare. I sold her in full to him. He's a full brother to Waiting All Night, who I raced. Yeah. So I wish him all the best. Like you say, you can't get a better advert for a tough stallion, a tough sound-producing stallion, as a horse like that.
Does it make you quite proud of his life? You know, Coventry winner in a record time, and then in his next career going and producing horses that can go and achieve things like that. So
yeah, and you know, what's good is obviously he won the Coventry. He was a lovely 2-year-old. Yeah. Obviously had to retire a little bit too early, but what we're finding with the horses now, and in particular 2 Tribes, Run Boy Run and the like, they're getting better with age. Yeah. So who knows? These are the first from his crop. Who knows what could be in the pipeline?
Who knows how good he could have been?
Well, amazing, isn't it, really? Yeah. If you had your time again, you know, you never know. But look, we've got lots to look forward to, and hopefully we'll find another one.
Absolutely. With the man, Nightwalker, and an honorary, of course, with Heart of Honour, we look forward to seeing how your fortunes go. Thank you very much indeed, Phil, and good to see you, a big part of the Dubai scene now.
Fantastic. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Okay. Cheers, Phil. That's Phil Cunningham, owner extraordinaire here in the UK, achieved at the top level there, and who knows, might just be doing just the same thing in the UAE as well. A couple of his runners to come in the next few hours or so.
Longines. Elegance is an attitude.
Confidence level.
Welcome back to Meydan, and on this special night of racing, Fashion Friday, we build up to now the Al Shindagha, which is 1,200 metres on the dirt, and ostensibly a trial a couple of months away from the Golden Jaheen. Now we've got the Golden Jaheen champion in situ, number 1 Dark Saffron, but it's fair to say he's in rather choppy waters form-wise. Contrast that to number 2, El Nasib. He's the coming 4th. Mufasa is number 3. Drew's Gold is 4. Morning is 5. And the reliable and consistent colour-up is horse number 6. This could be the stepping stone for 1 or 2 of these before perhaps the Mahab Al-Shamal on Super Saturday, and then the Golden Jaheen itself on the 28th of March, Dubai World Cup night. So that's them on paper. This is them in the flesh. And this is Dark Saffron, number 1, the champion, who at the age of 3 belied the widest draw to make all against the speed merchants in the Golden Shaheen. And while he returned with a romp on the first day of the season in November, the wheels have come off since then. A combination 42-length defeats across successive starts. The visor's switching on, but in truth, he's been disappointing.
He has been, yeah. They've been forcing him from the front, but that's how he won the Golden Shaheen, from a wide draw. And he's been weakening quite tamely in his races. Certainly his last 2 have been very disappointing. That does not apply to this fella, El Nassib. He's on a real roll. He won his last 3 starts. Also likes to come from off the pace, and he beat Mufasa in the Group 3 Dubawi Stakes here last time up. I think another win beckons.
Next up's number 4, as we break ranks slightly. One of the Bupat Seymour runners in the race. He won this with Tadhg, and he now has 3 in the absence of that horse. Drew's Gold, who made a brilliant start to life for the New Yard, winning a lesser race, a handicap from stall 12 quite impressively. Key to him was how well he broke from the stalls, and if he does that again, he's got a fair old gear change on him.
Yeah, he's a fine big horse, isn't he? And as long as he gets out on terms, he's sure to run well. All of Bupat's horses in this race have got chances, I think, and he's looks sure to run well, I'd have thought. Let's move on to horse number 5. We've just missed out Mufasa, haven't we? But we'll move on to horse 5, who is Morning, who's a horse that comes from off the pace, readily gets outpaced in 6 furlong sprints, but rattles home often. Richie Mullen looking for a double, and this one also trained by Bupat Seymour, and he bolted up at Sharjah last time.
This is 6. This is Colour Up. Doug Watson's won this race 4 times since 2017. Now, the horse has been 2nd and 3rd to El Nassib the last twice. He's fine and consistent. He used to see the backside of Tadhg run after run after run. And Doug Watson really would like him to get his turn in the winner's enclosure.
And we'll pick up number 3, which is the one we haven't seen, Mufasa, for Bupat Seymour. Tadhg O'Shea has chosen to ride this horse. He had some really good form in the United States of America. He managed to beat the really good White Barrio in the Mr. Prospector Stakes in 2024. He's not been as good over here, but he's got loads of early pace, and he was just run down last time by El Nassib, and he's sure to make a bold bid from the front. But will he just be a sitting duck for the late closer, El Nassib?
We'll see. We will see. No Tadhg in the lineup this year, so Bupat Seymour relies on 3, not quite at the same strength, I think it's fair to say, but useful horses. Still, if you've got Tadhg in the lineup, you're pretty much guaranteed something spectacular. He's not here. Step forward 3 of his. And there you go. He's already had a 1-2. And what a caring man he is as well.
Gentleman, isn't he?
He'll love that we filmed this. Checks in the post, Bupat. Right, horses are at the post. And as mentioned, Bupat Seymour, one of his great training rivals, has won this race 4 times in the last 8 years. That's Doug Watson. He's with Cassie.
I have Doug Watson here, and Doug, your horse has just been awarded Best Presented. He's certainly gone out nice and relaxed. How are your confidence levels this evening?
Oh, it's a tough race, but he always puts in a great effort. Broke a little slow last time and kind of got detached, but came home nicely. Hopefully he can sit in behind him today and finish like we think he can.
He's 3rd up tonight, and so he likes it this way. This is his peak sort of zone.
I hope so. Yeah. He's been doing great at home. I like the 3-week instead of 4-week with him. Gets a little bored, I think he does, and had a little more pep in his step tonight, and looked like he was looking forward to the race a little more than last time. So hopefully he breaks well, and if he gets in there, he's always in with a little chance. And he's just a superstar that Saeed has that. Earns a check every time, but we want to get the big one time.
Super honest, but do tactics come into play with such a small field?
It's have to see where we come from a little bit off of it, so it depends on the pace and getting a clear run there. The first run, I don't think he would have beat El Nassib, but he did get stopped there, kind of right in the middle of the lane, and still ran on to be second. So just needs to break with him, and if he does, he'll put in a good effort.
Just quickly, First Class fans out there, how did he pull up?
It looks good, yeah. They're kind of gone, and this isn't really suited for trainers looking at their horses after the race, but they're all the way back there. So, but they said he pulled up good, and I think he's, again, that's another one. He just started last year. This was, I think he was 6th in the Maktoum Challenge, and then after that won the Group 1 and ran 2nd in the Group 1 and came back on World Cup night. So I think it's just his time of year, and he's a year older, but he's doing really well. And I really was pleased with Jafar too. He was 4th in the race, and he should come on a little bit from that too.
Hey, well, good luck here with Colour Up.
Thanks, appreciate it. Thanks.
Good luck, Doug Watson. They're loading up. There's horse number 3 going in. That is Mufasa, who's got a combined 11 plus lengths to reverse with El Nassib. Is El Nassib the one to beat for you?
He definitely is, yeah. He's the most progressive horse in the field. He's won his last 3. He surged home down the middle of the track to win last time. Got the better of Mufasa. And he seems to be the up-and-coming force in the sprinting division. And we do have the best of the UAE sprinters here, bar Tadhg. So we've got a good little race. Not many taking part, but nonetheless, it's a very competitive affair. Just the 6 of them. And a track record here, we'll keep an eye on it. 1 minute 9.01 from the ill-fated Zenden in 2021. See if they can get close to that.
They're fast horses who've loaded. Here's Pat.
Saffron caught it to a flyer. Half a length in advance of El Nassib on settling down, who's close enough also. Colour Up is also working up. Drew's Gold is 4 deep down the back here. The 2 back markers are up with the speed. Mufasa in behind them, and Morning is out to the end. So they head to the 900-metre marker in the El Shindagha Sprint. Taking over the lead as they work off the back section of the course here now is El Nassib to the outside of Dark Saffron. They match motors together. Colour Up half a length away in 3rd position. Mufasa didn't expect this map at all. Drew's Gold in a small field. You could throw a blanket over them at the moment, but he's 5 deep down the side, and Morning has seen them all the entire way. It is Dark Saffron who's matched up on the outside by El Nassib coming into the straight, and he takes over a narrow lead. Colour Up there as well. Drew's Gold, he's relished the hot tempo. He's been deep the trip, but travels in strongly. It's Colour Up and El Nassib. They get to Dark Saffron. Drew's Gold finding plenty the outside at the 200-metre mark. It's Drew's Gold from El Nassib, who has to rise to the occasion, and Colour Up into 3rd. Drew's Gold coming away for William Buick. Drew's Gold for Triple R Racing goes on to win the El Shindagha. 1.5 lengths to El Nassib. 3rd over was Colour Up. Another placing for him. Then came Mufasa from Morning, and Dark Saffron, the last one to greet the judge.
Classy win from Drew's Gold. Really, really good performance to go and win the El Shindagha and follow up that success from Meydan last time. That was a wide margin success in lesser company on first run back. He's 2 from 2 for the campaign. This was deeper, but he had gears last time, and he's shown them once again. He broke better from the stall last time, better again today, and Drew's Gold is making quite a name for himself in the absence of Tadhg.
He certainly has, yeah. He was thrashed last year by Dark Saffron in the Golden Shaheen, and he came up against Tadhg a couple of times, and he couldn't live with him. But this seemed to suit him. It wasn't a flat-out sprint, I don't think. Plenty of them in with a chance turning in, bar Morning, who's out the back at this stage and doesn't really run on. But all 5 in shot had a chance coming inside the final 400 metres, and it was Drew's Gold who was too strong under William Buick. El Nassib's run well, but unusually for him, he was close to the pace. When normally he's out the back and runs on strongly in the closing stages off strong fractions. This wasn't a strongly run race, but it suited Drew's Gold.
Former American trained, who was last season with Julio Alajuaga, the Uruguayan based in Dubai, and now he's with Bupat Simar, and he's 2 from 2, a perfect 2 from 2 since joining this yard, who have had 2 winners on the day. El Nassib, his winning run has ended. Colour Up's finished in 3rd, another consistent run, as you'd expect from him. Mufasa in 4th, Morning in 5th, and Dark Saffron, another really disappointing run from the Golden Shaheen winner. It's not even a year since that, but it feels a long, long time. He's a light of last year.
I'm afraid he is, yeah. Nothing like what we saw in the Golden Shaheen, where he produced the most remarkable performance from the widest gate of all, making every yard of the running. To beat off some highly touted sprinting rivals on that night, but he's not been the same horse since, and maybe he's feeling the effects of what was a big run that day. But it's Drew's Gold turn this time around.
On Super Saturday, they'll have the Mahab al-Shamal, which is over, of course, 1,200 metres, where they could look to go and back up and complete a hat-trick. And then, of course, he'll have his crack at the Golden Shaheen. This time around, he's in very, very good form, and we're seeing the real version of him. And in Tadhg's absence at this stage, Drew's Gold's going to go there, potentially, and he'll be a sporting local horse.
It certainly would be, yeah, and Bupat's very good with these sprinters. He gets them to improve and gets them to progress, and perhaps he'll take another step forward, this horse, when we see him again next time up. I'm not sure it's very strong form, this, given the pace that they went, but nonetheless.
4 in a row at the top of the home straight, yeah.
He was too good for them. He was just too good for them on the day. Colour Up running well in third. We're about just over 2 seconds outside the track record here, 1:11.35.
I am going to hazard a guess that Dark Saffron, as mentioned, the vanquished champion, that's now 3 poor runs in a row, as we've mentioned. He did have an entry on the turf this week. They took up another on the dirt, but I would wonder now whether they might just try and find an opening for him on the turf just to freshen him up, something to change.
Yeah, they're going to have to change something up, aren't they? I mean, he won in his seasonal reappearance, didn't he, back in November?
Did, yeah.
That was a much lesser contest than the Golden Shaheen, of course, but he won that, and it looked set for a good season. But if you think his last
wheels
2 runs,
come off.
He's beaten 32 lengths and 10 lengths, and he's beaten a fairway today as well. So yeah, the wheels definitely come off.
They have. William Buick, there he is aboard. He'll be working back mentally, I'm sure.
Now, I do have
his ride in the Jebel Hatta aboard a certain opera ballet, who for many is going to be the showman of the whole night. We'll look forward to him a little bit later on.
Yeah, very much looking forward to that. That's just a little bit later. We've got the sprint coming up next on the turf. That's a very competitive affair. This wasn't particularly competitive, but it was made so by the way the race was run.
Okay, so we're welcoming back in the 4th winner of the night. This is the Shindagha, who's been, as a contest, won by some of the best dirt sprinters that the UAE has seen. And under William Buick, in the colours of Triple R Racing, who also had Mufasa in the race, Bupat Seemar, well, he ran 3. He's won it with Drew's Gold.
Longines, elegance is an attitude.
And this was the 2026 running of the Shindagha Sprint, presented by Longines, Group 3 on the dirt. And Drew's Gold passed the test for the 2nd time in a row for Bupat Seemar. 2 from 2 now for the yard. William Buick rides. Al Nassib has finished 2nd. Colour Up 3rd. and Mufasa finished in 4th. That's the 1, 2, 3, 4 in the Shindagha.
Looking forward to hearing from William Buick in a moment. He's just weighing back in now after Drew's Gold takes success in this Group 3 feature. William, first of all, congratulations, a lovely pickup ride for you. And he certainly proved that was no fluke last time, that win.
Yeah, I mean, when I picked up the ride on him, I was delighted, because when he won last time here, he looked really good. So very progressive horse, super straightforward. And, obviously Bupa and the team have got the key to him. He was very straightforward. He was foot perfect from the jump, comfortable on the outside, and it was just about really letting him come home in his own time and fill up. And once he hit the straight, he changed his leads and off he went.
Because you were pretty happy to punch him out and 4 wide and whatnot. Was there any instructions given, or was that improvisation there?
Yeah, I think we were probably a bit surprised at some of them being as close to the pace as they were, and I think we all anticipated maybe a bit stronger pace, but we were always going to be towards the outside and not get any kickback, which is what he did when he won here last time. They didn't go overly quick tonight, but look, he was a very dominant performance from a progressive horse.
And a couple more rides this evening. A busy enough book for you. Just quickly in the Maktoum Taurius, are you excited about him?
I am, yeah. Really, he ran super the last time when I rode him in the race here on just before Christmas, festive Friday, sorry, and he's entitled to come on for that run. So it's a very competitive race, but he ticks a lot of boxes. Look, he's got a bit of ground to make up on Heart of Honour. But he's a very likeable horse, and whatever he does, he will do his best. And
just quickly, Opera Bello, because this one seems to be a real excitement machine.
Yeah, he is. Hey, Oscar, you okay? You want to talk?
Bless, that was pretty good, wasn't it?
Obviously, yeah, he's a hugely exciting horse, and look, he steps off the Group 1 company tonight. Was very smooth the last day, so we're looking forward to him.
Yeah. Well done.
Thank you very much.
What a lovely moment that was with William Buick and his son after that success on Drew's Gold in the Shindagha, with the data coming through. We've got the efficiency to be able to show you, and it rather illustrates or sort of punctuates the points you were making, Angus.
Yeah, a sprint by name, but not in nature, really. They looked like they went quite steady early on, and they certainly did. Although Drew's Gold has come home quite quickly, 102.81. Thought it might be a bit higher than that. Such was his fast final 400 metres of 23 seconds, but that looks about right. Some of them finishing very tired in behind, despite very steady fractions early on. They went quicker early on in the Fahidi Fort over 7 on turf than they did here over 6 on dirt.
Yeah.
Tells you all you need to know, really.
Tell a story, doesn't it? Right, let's have a look back at the race as it was. There were only 6 to concentrate on, and Drew's Gold, your spot coming out of stall 5.
Yeah, 5 beats 3 beats 4, as highlighted there, and Morning sort of jumped in the air a little bit and then got behind, caught kickback and never got involved. And look at El Nassib, he's here, he's right here, and normally he's where Morning is in sprint races, and that just tells you how steady they've gone early on. I can give you some of the numbers. They went 13.83, then 11.15, 11.45. Early on in the Fahidi Fort, they did a sub-11 second furlong. So by dirt sprinting standards, this was not a quick early pace. They tried to hang on to Dark Saffron this time. Normally they gun in from the front and he goes really hard and gets tired. Well, they've tried to rate him better against the rail this time, but that didn't work. So it's back to the drawing board as far as he's concerned. And, well, you've got 5 of them in with a shout turning in. This is not typical for dirt racing at Meydan, is it, Nick, where they go a lot harder normally and they're spread out much more than they are here as they swing for home.
They are, and what I thought was quite interesting, Bhupat Seemar's pre-race comments when going through the excellent Dubai Racing Club publication they put out, he said off that opening success for the yard last time, he said he carried 62 kilos, clocked a good time, there's no reason why he shouldn't do it again, but we're stepping up in class, so we'll find out how he really stacks up. What do you think they've found out?
I don't think they've learnt an awful lot about him. I mean, he's come out of a handicap to win this. He won the handicap really easily.
Do you think he had to run any better?
I don't
Probably
think,
not.
Not the way the race was run. No. I don't think he did. I think what happened was that probably connections of all of the runners expected Dark Saffron to go hard out in front and set a strong gallop. When Conor Beasley didn't do that and they rode him differently, tactics would change somewhat. And I don't think it was necessarily how they thought the race was going to be run. El Nassib's never that close up in a sprint. He's a stretch runner that comes from off the pace. He was too close to the pace to be a strong gallop.
Okay, that was success for Drew's Gold, who I'm sure they're going to be working backwards with for the Golden Shaheen on World Cup night. The Mahab Al Shamal is there as well as a target to get more experience, more racing scenario, more to learn about what the horse can do off a stronger pace come Super Saturday, because it probably will be.
Yeah, it will be. They've got to learn a lot more about
handicaps over that are usually stronger, aren't they?
They are. That was a little bit of a crawl for a dirt sprint.
I've got the Race IQ data as well. Collaboration between ourselves and Dubai with Race IQ. And there you go for Drew's Gold. Clocking all the right metrics you want to see, really.
Yeah, 1, 1, 1, 1. All down the right-hand side. Top speed, highest finishing speed of 23 seconds, final 400 metres. Average speed was the highest.
Early speed.
Percentage highest.
Previously.
That's slow, that is.
He's getting better, I think. 2 starts for the yard. But I remember last year he was a slow starter. And if they are going to go real deep, you could get taken off your feet, couldn't you?
He could do 4.1 seconds to get to 30 kilometres per hour. That is slow. That really is quite slow by sprinting standards. So he takes a while to warm into his race, and he was helped by the fact that they didn't go lickety-split in front.
Still, I look forward to seeing what's next for Drew's Gold for Bupat Seamar and William Buick. William Buick, who is giving up some more big rides later tonight, not least Opera Ballet. And after the Al Shindagha presented by Longines, it's time for the presentation. Here's our man trackside, Tom Stanley.
Time then for the presentation for our 4th race. That was the Al Shindagha Sprint presented by Longines. And to make the presentation, once again, we would like to welcome to the stage Mr. Najib Kiwan, the regional brand manager at Longines. Our thanks to him. And he makes his way up to the stage to present 3 awards to the connections of Drew's Gold, Triple R Racing. They had 2 in the race, and they won it with Drew's Gold. First of all, collecting on their behalf, we welcome to the stage Abdullah and Muhammad Amin. Well done to Triple R Racing with Drew's Gold. And we welcome to the stage now the winning trainer of Drew's Gold. Once again, that is Bupat Seamar. Well done to Bupat and family as well, up collecting the award. And we heard from the winning rider already. We welcome up once again William Buick coming up with family. That includes his 2 boys, Thomas and Oscar Buick. Welcome William Buick to the stage. Well done to Will. It's got a host of good rides coming up as well. And once again, everyone can come together for big group photo. Triple R Racing, the Buicks, Seamars. Thanks again to Najib Kiwan for presenting the award. And ladies and gentlemen, the winning connections of Drew's Gold.
Lovely scenes with the Seymour family and Buick family as well, and watched on by a man to my left who's just joined us, trainer Ian Williams, with a couple of chances, and we'll be talking to him just after this break.
Longines, elegance is an attitude. Day became night after we started Fashion Friday a couple of hours ago, and the incredible skyline over the city of Dubai and Burj Khalifa standing tall, the tallest structure in the world. It's some old sight that it is. Right. One man who's tasted victory with a couple of different horses here is Ian Williams. I was thinking back about Enemy, of course, recently, but I reminded myself about the brilliance of Maximilian, and I know you loved that horse.
He was amazing. We had some great times with him. We got to travel. It gave us a taste of what travelling was all about, and we've sort of enjoyed it ever since.
I remember being lucky enough to visit your yard. He was training in the pool. Was that his way? Getting
no, it was just when he got a little bit tubby, it helped to get some of the weight off him.
Yeah.
So we used it as an ad, really, an ad too.
That's my excuse to go in the swimming pool here as well. Very similar.
He was much better to watch in the swimming pool than you are.
And more
So I'm told. So I'm told.
There we go. Thanks for coming up. An Enemy, of course, winner at the Carnival a couple of years ago.
Yeah, Enemy's doing very, very well with himself. He lost his way a bit last season, probably getting a little bit older. But it was really good to see him step up in handicap company and win last time. We haven't bought him travelling this year, but there's plenty for him to do at home. And the all-weather finals day at back home is very good prize money, and it's worth keeping some horses home to do that.
Absolutely. How have you enjoyed, we're talking a good few years since the Maximilian now, how have you enjoyed dipping your toe in, not in the pool, but dipping your toe into the racing in Dubai every time you've got the right horse?
I think it's great fun. Finding the right horse is very difficult, but we've had some great sport, we've met some great people. I hope we've entertained a few of our owners, and we've won some decent prize money, so everybody's happy. But the whole international travelling, I think, is huge, and if you have a horse capable of doing it, and although we're buying second-hand horses, we're always looking to find something that we can come and do this job with, or maybe Bahrain, or maybe Saudi, or St Moritz is something we're going to do this year for the second time as well. Parlando, having travelled to Bahrain, and he won the series out there. He's now going to St Moritz to try and see what he can do, see if he can manage the snow.
Tell us about this new horse that you've got, Meydan, who ran in the Derby in the colours of the late Aga Khan. It was a race run in honour of the Aga Khan as well. Very lightly raced horse. What do you think you've got hold of?
Well, we'd like to think we've got hold of a nice horse that we can travel with. He's a little bit of a work in progress. Okay. The horse has got a big long stride, and we sort of watched plenty of his races before that he wasn't able to use that. So his first start here tonight is a little bit back in trip of what we think would be his ideal trip, and we're hoping that there'll be a good strong pace in the race. So hopefully it'll make life easy for Kieran to put him in a nice position and run his race. It's a very competitive race this evening, so we're under no illusions, and I'm not sat here thinking we're going to win this evening. We're just looking for a nice race and look to something we can build on and move forwards with.
What do you think his best trip will be going forward?
I hope it'll be 1.5 miles, but he's going to have to learn to settle.
Yeah.
And that's not just in his. When he ran in the Derby, he looked like a horse that was going at the tempo of 1.25 mile horse, trying to. If we can just get him to relax, he's been castrated since the Derby. He ran back in France, and he ran well, but maybe a little bit below his best. And we're just hoping he's a horse that, with the way we train, and we can just cultivate him into a really nice 1.5 mile horse for the future.
Have you mapped out, assuming it comes out of today all okay, a couple of runs out here?
Actually, I spent some time with Alex Cole this morning, and we were chatting about it, and we just, let's see what happens this evening, and we'll take a view. These things, when you're running a horse for the first time, we haven't got a clue how he's going to behave from the stables to the saddling arena, from the saddling arena to the start. He's relaxed. He's thrived out here, actually. He's put on 6 kilos. He's done some really good work. We worked him here on the dirt on Wednesday, and he really enjoyed that. So there are a huge number of options, but we really need to get a little bit of an idea where we are and what our starting point is. So it's I'm actually quite anxious about seeing him run this evening, because I just would love to know that he's a nice horse to go forwards with.
Well, as a Jim Fitchery Hay, we see him winning here as well. And Real Dream in the last, in the staying race.
Real Dream in the last. First run since he ran so well in the Ebor. We put him away. I really would like to run him in Saudi in the Red Sea Turf, the race that Enemy was second in on a couple of occasions. I think the race would suit him ideally, but he's just falling below the mark at the moment, so we need to see a run this evening that would just put him basically running to a point or two higher than he has done in the past. It's going to be really tough, but hopefully the race will run well for him and we'll see him finishing strongly.
Excellent. And lastly, on the Dubai front, the season is very different to, say, what it would have been even 5 years ago, with the way they sort of really want to punctuate it with these feature nights once a month, every month, until we build up to the World Cup. We've had December, this is January, then they'll do Super Saturday in the World Cup. Do you like the shape of the carnival as it is now?
I think the carnival's good. It allows you to build a programme for a nice horse.
Yeah.
It allows good horses to express themselves and have opportunities to run. It's made it tougher for the lesser lights, I think, because the racing is very competitive, but it's a world stage, so we need the racing to be at its very best.
Absolutely. Ian, thank you very much indeed. Good luck with your runners a little bit later on, and safe travels home.
Thank you very much.
Cheers very much. Cheers. Ian Williams, who has tasted plenty of success on the international stage and looks for more tonight in Dubai. A couple of lads that are enjoying what's going on in between racing. And bring your kids to the races, they're going to be well looked after. Happy days. Right, let's take a short pause before we build up to our next on Fashion Friday.
Longines. Elegance is an attitude.
Right, they're on the way down, and they'll be sticking towards the turf on the near side by the stands, because it is the straight stand side turf course of the Blue Point Sprint. And looking forward to this. I'll have the Nadal Sheba Turf Sprint as a potential next target, and then you never know the outquals. Westacre's number 1, won this last year. 2 is Cover Up, good horse. Democracy Dilemma is 3, incredibly fast. Spartan Arrow is 4, Tawala is 5, Logo Hunter 6, Pontos, the rapid horse, who has finished second the last 2 years, is 7, Echo Point is 8. Last few, Swift Asset, The Man, we heard from the owner Phil Cunningham earlier, and Hilitani for George Bowie is number 11. They are the runners in the Blue Point. And there is the horse who wowed us in this last year. Now, it is a different route in altogether, because owing to the extremely testing conditions as they could have been, given the amount of rain that came down, it did dry up a bit, but still softer underfoot conditions on Festive Friday, he didn't run. So they're a month behind schedule in that regard. However, the trainer's been extremely happy with how he's been training, and he achieved a brilliant double in 2025, winning this race, and then the Nadal Sheba Turf Sprint on Super Saturday. So good to see him back. And this was Westacre at his brilliant best at this track in the Blue Point on this very card last year.
Yeah, this was a perfect setup for him. Pontos rolling along in front, Nick, and he's got one behind him at this stage, being brought to the outside of the field, and he picks up in really good fashion to get to Pontos and win going away. This is an ideal setup for him. A strongly run 1,000 metres is exactly what he wants. You highlighted the 2 wins here last season. He's gone off the boil a bit since then, though. He's been a little bit disappointing back in the UK, but this is more his manner. He goes well here. They tend to go fast in these turf sprints, and that suits his style.
Revised terms, given he's not a 3-year-old anymore.
Yeah.
I wonder whether he's a bit vulnerable. I was inclined to take him on. I thought Cover Up could be the answer.
Okay.
But then I also came down on the notion that the horse we saw as a speedster there, Pontos, who's finished second the last 2 years, it takes a good one to get past him, because he goes hell for leather until deep into the race.
He does.
There might not be one to stop him one day.
He's got some very good form to his name, hasn't he? He ran on the dirt last time, and they can wake up when they run on the dirt. It can really liven them up. So he might run well, Pontos. He'll certainly try and make all the running. Let's Cover Up.
There's William Buick, who won the big sprint on the turf last year on World Cup night on Believing. And he's just had a winner as well. You never know, he might win on Cover Up, who I think is getting better. He finished 3rd to Westacre in this last year, but I think he's better this time around. He's achieved back-to-back wins now on Festive Friday. I thought his Ertijau Dash win, you were here, Angus, was as good as he's ever put up. And on revised terms against Westacre, I thought he could be the answer.
Yeah, I think he's a very interesting runner. That was a big run last time.
It was.
In a decent sprint, the Ertijau. It was very competitive, and he came home very strongly. Remember, the turf was yielding that day. We'd had all that rain overnight, so it was officially described as yielding. But he's got form back in the UK on a decent surface, so that this ground itself won't be an excuse.
OK, William Buick going down on Cover Up. I wonder whether they could exploit Westacre lacking a run. We'll see. I keep coming down on that. I'm sure Westacre's probably going to go and win impressively the way that I'm talking about him, but I wonder whether there are 1 or 2 reasons to doubt.
Yeah, he had a little bit of a tune-up, didn't he, back in the UK when he ran at Southwell on the all-weather. He finished 4th on that occasion. But that is a while back now. It was mid-November. So he's had a little bit of a break. He's travelled here. It'll just be interesting to see how well he goes fresh.
Yeah, OK. So we're tracking Cover Up down. And he's going to break from stall number 10. He's got one of the higher draws. We've got the drone tracking him down as well.
It'll be interesting to see where they go. Often we get the old arrowhead formation, don't we, down the middle of the track. And this track has varied over the years. Sometimes the stand side's the best place to be. And
stall slightly on the far.
Sometimes the far side.
There you go.
Yeah, it varies a lot as to where the best bit of the track is. I think it's been pretty fair and even this season, though.
OK. Key draws. Westacre coming out of 5. I mentioned Cover Up. He'll break from stall 10. Pontos, who'll draw the speed. He's nearer the middle in 8. And he'll be the one that if you're going as fast as Pontos is in the early stages, the chances are you're going a little bit too fast. But there are horses like Democracy Dilemma in the lineup, and he's capable of doing quite spectacular things early part of races.
Yeah, he'll roll along as well. He likes to get on with it, so he'll be up there with what's sure to be a strong pace, I think. The man's quite interesting. This is a horse who travels strongly. He wants decent ground, and he's got that today. We heard from Phil Cunningham earlier on, the owner. Trained by Richard Spencer. They've got Safi Osborne on board today. I think he could run well. He's coming out of stall 6. He's a horse who likes plenty of cover. And as you say, there's going to be a fair bit of pace on, and that will suit this fella. The
international market has told a bit of a tale, and is a surprising one, in that Cover Up is clear and short price favourite. Westacre is quite a big price now in the context of the double that he clocked up at this track last year, but there are doubts about him. Democracy Dilemma, then Spartan Arrow, Hilitani and the man. So on the topic of Spartan Arrow, I thought we could bring him into the conversation. Spartan Arrow, who beat Westacre in the Group 3 Mercury Stakes at Dundalk in October.
Yeah, indeed. That was quite a good race. That was a very really competitive contest. So that's bringing pretty good form to the party, that does. Cover Up's just arrived down at the start. It's taken his time to get down there, to be fair, but I think William was anxious just to trot him down and take it nice and steady with him. And they'll get the loading process underway fairly shortly. There's plenty of chances in here, Nick. It's wide open.
Yeah, I think it is. One or two others that perhaps are worthy of note. You mentioned the man.
I like
Hilitani is an extremely lightly raced horse. 2 from 5 altogether. Down in trip to 1,000 metres and ran a reasonable Dubai debut in the Al Wasl last time, 4 of which would need to improve. But considering he's only 3 and has only had 5 starts, could naturally come anyway.
I think he shaped like he needed the run that day.
Yeah.
In that Al Wasl Stakes. So there might be a bit more to come from Hilitani for George Bowie and Richie Mullen looking for a double. They thought a lot of this horse as a 2-year-old. They ran him in the middle park, so they did think a fair bit of him. It'll be interesting to see how he copes here now with that run under his belt.
There's been quite a lot of pressure on George Scott, I think. He's always felt this with this horse in particular. I know how much he's rated Westacre, and indeed, actually, when he came up to this podium with us last year on the day that Westacre wowed everybody, he said he'd worked as good a 2-year-old as he'd ever had, or as good, and he'd had his setbacks. And clearly, they've had a hiccup on the way, i.e. not their own fault, it was the weather. So they'll see how they go with Westacre, who wowed us a couple of times at Meydan last year. Many people would love to see more of the same. And the money, though, coming for Cover Up. So the next less than a minute is going to be all telling.
Westacre's got the track record here, Nick. 55.38 set in this race last year. And it'll be interesting to see if he can get anywhere near that. That's a fabulous time overall, isn't it? 55.38. That is going some. Just not sure he's quite the horse he was, but we'll find out. There's still time on his side.
We will indeed. Pat Comerford, all yours.
Last one up, Democracy Dilemma. We'll be ready for the Blue Point Sprint. 850,000, Group 2. Ready. Democracy Dilemma up in the gates. Has he got himself cast? I think he may have. Oh, he wants to go again here. This is not ideal. So take note here. This horse will be getting backed out. Kieran Shoemark has taken some evasive action. Okay, this is coming out. We'll get that confirmed. Yeah, this is coming out. So take note, Democracy Dilemma scratched on veterinary advice. He's out. We're down to 10. So take note, 3 is out. Ready to go. They'll send these momentarily. Right and ready and away. Without Democracy Dilemma in the Blue Point Sprint for 850,000. Pontos getting to the lead as he likes to do from Spartan Arrow, who's up into 2nd position. The man is 3rd, 4th Echo Point to the near side from Tawala. Then came Logo Hunter. It was a length and a half now to Cover Up. Followed there by Hilitani, Swift Asset and Westacre, second last and last, spotting the leaders 6 or 7. Maybe 8 lengths now as Pontos is allowed to let stride here at the 500 metres in the Blue Point Sprint. He's a neck in advance of Echo Point. Then came Spartan Arrow, the man in behind them. Tawala winding up. In behind them is next there Cover Up, looking for a way clear, and he heads through now and begins his run from Logo Hunter, Westacre, Hilitani. It's Pontos and Echo Point. Cover Up now starting to lift here over on the far side. It's Echo Point from Pontos. Cover Up getting there with every stride. It's Echo Point, but here comes Cover Up. Cover Up over the top. Cover Up wins it. A length and a half here to Echo Point. Pontos third over. Fourth was Hilitani and Westacre. They were there next over from the man. Spartan Arrow, Tawala, Logo Hunter and Swift Asset pulls up, and he just passes the post now along last.
Well, the international markets told a real story, and there was incredible strength behind Cover Up prior to the off. He's justified it and then some to give William Buick a quick double on the day, doing so for Simon and Ed Crisford. And Cover Up has made it 2 from 2 at Meydan this season. A good performance it was, beating a horse who's run an absolute cracker, Echo Point, who eyeballed Pontos and got past that one, with Pontos finishing third. The third year in a row that horse has been placed in this race. But Cover Up, in a time of 57.12, is having a fine season out here, Angus.
Certainly is, yeah. Westacre's track record not in danger, 55.38 the record. They've gone 57.12 here. They've gone pretty hard, I think, early on. Pontos rolling along at the head of affairs like he likes to do, and he's just been run down by Cover Up, who, once he got organised towards the outside of the field under William Buick, has surged home. Double for William on the night.
Buick's judged that to a nicety to go past. The man's run a reasonable race. Westacre, having spotted the vast majority of the field, a number of lengths has run on, but in truth he was never in the teeth of that at all, was he?
Not really, never got involved. He fluffed the start. He was, well, not tailed off, but he was a long way back at halfway. He's run on okay in the closing stages, but well beaten.
Right, let's get some post-race reaction. Cassie Fahey standing by.
Well, that was quite a fabulous win. Ed, congratulations. He got the perfect bit of cover, covered up. He was perfectly named, and then he was looking for a gap. Were you nervous?
Yeah, I mean, that's the style of racing. We thought there'd be plenty of pace on before the race, and there was, and I thought William just rode a very sensible race, and you know, as you said, he covered him up, and that's the style, and he picked up really nicely. You know, it's the last furlong, you could always tell he was getting there, and he finished super well.
Third in this race last year. Obviously the track, the distance, win last time out. You would have brought a lot of confidence from that into tonight?
Yeah, no, absolutely. I think this year he's slightly just a slightly bigger, stronger horse. He's an older horse, and he's a little bit more straightforward mentally. And he's doing things really well, and he loves Dubai. He trains her really well, and no, very, very pleased.
Where do we see him next time?
Well, I think we'll have to see. I mean, there's no more 5 furlong races here. So whether we just put him away and take him back to the UK, that could be the plan.
Ed, well done. Another great campaign as well, and enjoy this one.
Thank you.
Well, if that is it for Cover Up in the UAE this season, they can mark it as a very productive one. 2 starts and as many wins as well, and goes, as Cassie said, 2 better in this particular race 12 months on. He's a good horse. Well judged ride as well from William Buick. A lot to like about that.
Very much so, yeah. He got loads of cover, didn't he?
Yeah.
Got him smuggled into the race and then angled out, and he picked up really well. To catch the duelling leaders, they went head-to-head and toe-to-toe a bit, Echo Point and Pontos. They cut each other's throats somewhat, but they've been well beaten by this horse. He was easily the best on the day.
He was indeed. The lightly raced Hilitani finished in 4th. We saw Westacre finishing in 5th. The man faded out of things, but didn't run badly for a long way in 6th. Spartan Arrow 7th, and further back, Tawala, who finished in 8th. But we were saying about the strength behind this horse on the international markets. How big a clue could they give us? Well, in hindsight, it was telling quite a big story, because Cover Up, as William Buick comes back in for the 2nd time into the winner's enclosure.
Proper 5 furlong horse, this fella. And Nick, isn't he? 6 furlongs doesn't really suit him.
No,
he'd be a bit keen over that trip. Cover over 5 in a strongly run race. Exactly what he requires.
You could see him coming back for something like Newmarket's Palace House at the Guineas meeting. 1,000 metres, group race level, not at the highest level, but a group race in the UK, close to home. That'd be fine, wouldn't it?
Suit him. It would suit him, yeah. He'd have every chance of being a big player in a race like that.
So So, William Buick, 2 on the boards, and the big one still to come. He's got Opera Ballo waiting in just a couple of starts. He is in the next as well. Group 1s are plenty coming next at Meydan.
Longines. Elegance is an attitude.
Did so, but you know.
This is the result of the blue points of 2026. Cover up won it, William Buick, Simon and Christopher. Echo Point, really good run. Conor Beasley, Masaba Al-Mahiri. Pontos placed in the race again. Good old boy, Mikel Barcelona. And Henatani, Richie Mullen finished in 4th.
William Buick, he is just coming off the scales now. William, congratulations. I get to speak to you again so soon. Well done. A lovely ride, because that's exactly his style of racing, isn't it?
Yeah, very much so. And the race on paper beforehand looked like it was going to set up nicely for him, and it did. So, but you know, Simon and Ed had him in great form, obviously, and he's come here this year a better horse, you know, a more confident horse, more professional. So he's definitely improved from last year, and you know, this flat 5 with a strong pace to run at just seems to suit him so well. So I'm delighted with him. You know, well-deserved Group 2 for him.
He was the last one into the parade ring, the last one out on the track, but the first one home. Is that just about keeping him nice and composed? Because can he get a little bit fizzy?
Yeah, he wants to please you the whole time, everything he does, and I think that's just to give him the best possible chance of keeping calm and keeping him composed before the start. You know, he's a 5-furlong sprint, he's a lot of energy, so you know, it makes sense.
Well, well done, and enjoy the rest of the night. I've already quizzed you, but go well again.
Thank you very much.
I don't think it's the last time Cassie's going to be speaking to William Buick. I know you want to hear that as well. Yeah. Opera Ballo still to come. What kind of a race was the Blue Points that was won just now by Cover Up? It was 1,000 metres on the turf, Angus. There's the data.
Yeah, there it is. Strongly run race, courtesy of Pontos and Echo Point, and well rated by William Buick, this winner. Finishing speed percentage of 99.17. He's almost got it absolutely bang on. His final 400 metres, 23.04. So whilst those in front of him were going a bit hard, a bit too quick, he rated the winner in behind the speed and then produced him when it mattered. Good ride from Buick. I'm
looking forward to seeing the replay from the air, from the drone,
why not?
From our back cam, which I think's a really good illustration, A, of how much ground Westacre spotted them, and B, how far the front pair were clear. Well, the answer to A was a lot.
4 or 5 lengths or so. Would you say West Acres given the leader? The lap leader being Pontos at this stage. He's rolling along in front, and his early sectionals were quick. He went 10.27 for the second furlong and 10.43 for the third. And now, just as he perhaps wants to get a breather into Pontos, Echo Point comes and bothers him on the lead, and they go head-to-head and toe-to-toe. Look where William Buick is now in 6th place, biding his time. Remember, he came home evenly. His horse has run home quite strongly, whilst others around him have stopped. West Acre beginning to make a bit of ground up from the rear of the field.
Yeah.
Buick's got dead aim on the dueling leaders now.
I don't know how many times Pontos would get eyeballed in the early stage of a race as early as he did. It's probably rare for him. And in that regard, actually, I think that they haven't exactly fallen in a heap, the front two, have they?
They've kept rolling.
Yeah.
They've kept going. They deserve a fair bit of credit. See the 2 horses towards the outside running on, one of them being West Acre. That's because the pace was collapsing in front of them, but that was good from William Buick. He didn't panic when those 2 got 2 or 3 lengths ahead. He just let them get on with it.
So 1,000 metre, 5 furlong group race in the UK, races like the Palace House, Sandown in July. We were talking about the King George at Goodwood.
Yeah.
They'd all be fine for him, wouldn't they?
Absolutely fine. It's a wide open division, isn't it, in Europe?
Yeah, I'd say so.
Sprinting division. So as long as it's 5 furlongs, that's really important to him.
Okay, let's confirm the result for you. And the very well backed internationally cover up. The Echo Point ran well. Pontos finished 3rd. That's his 4th straight run in this race. He's finished 2nd 2 years prior. Hilitani, good run. Lightly raced in 4th. Don't go anywhere, because we've still got 4 races to come, including 2 Group 1s on the bounce. But before then, we're going to take stock of the highlights so far.
Up on the inside, Tadhg. They head into the straight. First Class is the leader, but quickly on the scene up on the outside is Murad, and he has left him for dead here at the 300-metre marker. Murad, the 6-year-old colt by Tharkov, takes the lead now by 3 lengths. Running on, Falar is running the race of his life despite being wide without cover. Jafar next, and Lahab up on the inside, but it's Murad. Murad coming away from First Class, who can't do any more, and it's Yas Racing on the board with a Group 1 here on Fashion Friday. 2.5, maybe 2 3/4 to First Class. Lahab ran a good race in 3rd. And Commissioner King's now asked for the supreme effort. He's out by a half length to Mendelssohn Bay. Hypnus now drops out of the three-horse challenge. He's into 3rd position from Fort Payne and Crown Board. Mendelssohn Bay putting it to Commissioner King. Mendelssohn Bay half a length clear of Commissioner King. Mendelssohn Bay coming away. He is as honest as the day is long. Mendelssohn Bay, as his father did plenty of times before, comes away to win the Firebreak. Another Meydan scalp for Mendelssohn Bay. 2.5 to Commissioner King. 3rd over was Hypnus. 4th was Crown Board from Fort Payne. Next over, Meydan Dubai. Mystery back to the drawing. Chicago Critic working through from Andreas Versalius, and Utto looking for an inside run as Shootout leads them into the straight past the 300-metre marker. He's a length clear of Kanjar, Mysterious Night, Chicago Critic, Marban making their runs. Plenty of winning hopes here. Shootout getting claimed by Mysterious Night. El Najm working through. Tumbler from the back, and Chicago Critic and El Najm coming down to the finish in the Al Fahidi Fort. El Najm ducking the head out and wins. El Najm gets there just from Chicago Critic. Tumbler came from last to run 3rd. Next over, Andreas Versalius, pride by Al Nassib coming into the straight, and he takes over a narrow lead. Colour up there as well. Drew's Gold. He's relished the hot tempo. He's been deep the trip, but travels in strongly. It's Colour Up and Al Nassib. They get to Dark Saffron. Drew's Gold finding plenty the outside of the 200-metre mark. It's Drew's Gold from Al Nassib, who has to rise to the occasion, and Colour Up into 3rd. Drew's Gold coming away for William Buick. Drew's Gold for Triple R Racing goes on to win the Al Shindagha. 1.5 lengths to Al Nassib. 3rd over was Colour Up. Another placing for him. Then came Mufasa from Morning, and Dark Saffron, the last one to greet the judge. At the 500 metres in the Blue Point Sprint, he's a neck in advance of Echo Point. Then came Spartan Arrow, the man in behind them. Tawala winding up. In behind them is next there Cover Up, looking for a way clear, and he heads through now and begins his run from Logo Hunter, West Acre, Hilitani. It's Pontos and Echo Point. Cover Up now starting to lift here over on the far side. It's Echo Point from Pontos. Cover Up getting there with every stride. It's Echo Point, but here comes Cover Up over the top. Cover Up wins it. 1.5 lengths here to Echo Point. Pontos 3rd over. Fourth was Hilitani and West Acre. They were there next over from the man. Spartan Arrow to Wala. Logo Hunter and Swift Asset pulls up, and he just passes the post now along last.
Longines. Elegance is an attitude.
And away we go. Walk of Stars from Imperial Emperor here in the final stages of the race. Walk of Stars still with 2 lengths at bay, and it's back-to-back on-speed wins for Walk of Stars.
Well, there was a time we weren't sure this horse was going to get his head back in front, but he's now a Group 1 winner on the dirt. Al Maktoum Challenge, presented by Longines. Winner is Walk of Stars.
Time for the big stuff as we welcome you back to Meydan ahead of the first of the Thoroughbred Group 1s, which is the Al Maktoum Challenge runners, and the best local, the best domestic dirt horses are here. We're very much looking forward to seeing who is going to get that guaranteed starting berth in the 30th Dubai World Cup on the 28th of March. These are the runners for the 2026 running of this Group 1 race. Walk of Stars won it last year and beat Imperial Emperor. They're 1 and 2. Heart of Honour, number 3. Tumba Rumba is 4, Arturius is 5, Remorse is 6, Kabir Khan, who went off favourite for a Dubai World Cup 2 years ago, is 7, and over onto number 8. Well, that is Killer Collect. As mentioned over the page, we've got Mass Mark, number 9. As mentioned, it's on the line. There are $12 million on offer in the Dubai World Cup. There's every reason to want to win this and get to that, isn't there?
This is a superb race, isn't it?
It is.
It really, there's a lot on the line for some of these horses, particularly Walk of Stars and Heart of Honour. There's a lot on the table.
So much so that Bhupat Seema runs 6,
yes,
as Angus was saying. Right, these are the runners. Let's have a look. This is number 2. This is one of his runners. This is Imperial Emperor. Yeah. Runner-up to Walk of Stars in this last year. They would doubtless have had their eyes on him, this horse as well, going on to Super Saturday again. He was a wide margin winner in that race. He was down over 1,600 metres to win last time, and that form's already been boosted, courtesy of Mendelssohn Bay tonight.
And here is Heart of Honour for Team Osborne, Jamie and Safi. Heart of Honour has been good here at Meydan since they gelded him. Took him to America last year to run in Triple Crown races. I think that seasoned and conditioned him. He looks to be a better version than he was last year. Probably should have won the UAE Derby, but he jinked to his right in the closing stages on World Cup night, and that did for him. He's a big player tonight.
Saffie Osborne said earlier this week it was the only time she'd shared a cigarette with her dad. I think that was just how much that occasion hurt. So hopefully they can change their fortunes this year. It's going well so far. Right, this is Tumbarumba, who goes to Wathman Racing, James Stewart, Hamad Al-Jahani, and it's the first up, or second up run in the UAE. Finished 8th last time, having switched from America. Has got 15 lengths to reverse from last time.
Yeah, he's a dual Grade 3 winner in the United States of America. Dirt surface really suits him in the Wathman Racing colours. Here's Remorse, another one of Bhupat Seemar's runners, and probably the outsider of them, really. He's quite a tough game horse, but he was well beaten when we last saw him. He's got plenty to find on ratings.
Right, the enigma on the hoof that is Kabir Khan, number 7. As the blinkers go on him, he's nowadays with Bhupat Seemar. He ran away with this race 2 years ago, prompted him to go off favourite for the Dubai World Cup, but it's not happened since. That said, the vibes have been good from Bhupat. He still said, quote unquote, this horse has got a world of talent.
I think he has. He really is a beast to look at, isn't he? Magnificent looking horse, but he's lost his way really since a couple of years ago when he was on the World Cup trail, wasn't he? But that didn't work out for him. Here's Artorias, another one for Bhupat Seemar. William Buick, the man of the night, he's on board, and he's gradually improving, I think. He was beaten a length and a half by Heart of Honour last time up. Of course, he had Walker Stars in behind him. Tadhg O'Shea prefers Walker Stars to Artorias today, and he's £5 worse off at the weights as well.
Number 8, that is Killer Collect, another for Bhupat Seemar. Well beaten by Imperial Emperor last time. That was a first run for a year. He's already staked his claim for big prizes in the past. That was when winning the Albastakir a couple of years ago, but that seems a little while ago now.
Yeah, he's a typical Bhupat Seemar horse. They all look the same, don't they? All big bulls, proper dirt horses, and he's certainly one of those. Yeah, Mikel Barcelona on board. He struggled, didn't he, last time? He didn't run very well on his return this season, and he's clearly down the pecking order somewhat. And here is Mazmak for Salim Bin Gadaya. And Mazmak has got Bernardo Pinero on board. He's a horse who's had some reasonable form in the United States of America. He won plenty of races out there, but 2 runs here for these connections. He's not shown a lot yet.
No, has it to prove. That is Mazmak. Okay, there is a man who has probably eat, breathed, slept everything this race over the last few days. That's Jamie Osborne alongside Jim Bryce, who along with wife Claire own Heart of Honour. They've also got Brotherly Love, the half-brother of Heart of Honour, to run in the Guineas later. It would be an incredible result. First Group 1 potentially for Saffie Osborne. A first Group 1 for Jamie Osborne. Do you remember his previous one?
You've got me on that.
2003 Dewhurst Milkit Mick.
Oh, of course.
Of course, yeah. Nearly 25 years ago. He did win a UAE Derby here, didn't he, with Toast of New York.
I was too young to remember that.
Absolutely, yeah. Right, let's have a look at past winners of this race.
Lustrous roll call, isn't it?
Yeah, it is.
Really nice horses in here.
Pick out your favourite.
Ooh, all of those. Oh, it's a tough one, really. I was a big North America fan. Things didn't quite go his way thereafter, but he was a really good horse, again, for the Seemars. The name features quite a lot, doesn't it, when it comes to these Maktoum Challenge races.
Salute the Soldier was great, wasn't he?
Yeah, he was. Capizano on his day was very good from the front, wasn't he?
Yes, he was. He went off favourite for the Dubai World Cup.
Yeah, he bombed out in the Dubai World Cup, but he was very good on his day. And there's Kabir Khan. Look, I wonder if he could just bounce back, because he's a magnificent looking horse, but he's gone the wrong way.
Yeah, okay. Let's see who's next in the lineup. It could be 2 previous winners, one of 2 previous winners, Kabir Khan and Walk of Stars. Talking of which, we're about to see the reigning champ in the race. It was once upon a time the Godolphin Derby horse in the UK, but he's turned into a top draw dirt horse out here, Walk of Stars.
He certainly has. Yeah, I think he's going to be a better horse than the one we saw on his seasonal reappearance when Heart of Honour got the better of him. I think he's got a chance of reversing that form. I think he'll be sharper and better for that run.
And better at the weights.
He is better off at the weights.
Significantly better at the weights.
Yeah. Yeah, I think he'll bowl along in front. That's what they do with him. He's got a good draw to do that in stall 3. It might take a fair bit of catching, I think.
Walk of Stars, Tadhg O'Shea, who's about to get aboard one of their star dirt horses, of course, Laurel River, the Dubai World Cup winner of a couple of years ago. I believe he's going to go to Super Saturday. So, let's see which of Bhupat Seemar's 6 stands up. But in opposition, though, there are others. Let's join Cassie.
I have Jamie Osborne here, trainer of, well, a real fan favourite, Heart of Honour. Jamie, I loved him last season. I'm loving him, I think, even more this season. How about you? And is he just developing into a better racehorse this time around, do you think?
Look, he's always been a favourite of ours. I would have to say that his first 2 runs here this year are probably, you know, that he's running to a higher level than he ran here in the spring of last year. He's been training well. Today is the day of reckoning. There's a lot of work and a lot of planning and a lot of thought gone into this, and the talking has to stop now because we're about to find out, is he quite up to it? Obviously he's, you know, he beat the others. They were, you know, Walker Stars was on his first race of the season. It's likely he'll come forward, and we've got to give him £7. We're £7 worse off. So realistically, our horse has to improve if he's going to be winning this. But as I do believe there's a chance he can improve.
Because I read a really good article earlier this week by Michael Adolphson, and he spoke to you, and you said that he's so much better this start or this week than he was when he was winning last time out. So you'll be taking confidence from that?
Our plan has always been to have him peaking for the second half of the carnival, hopefully taking in this race, maybe Saudi, maybe the World Cup. So I believe we have him better today than we had him for his last start, but that will get tested in a minute, won't it?
Hey, good luck and thank you for the chat.
Thank you.
Well, among the many quotes there that Jamie put out, and going through, of course, the revised terms of Walker Stars, that makes it difficult for Heart of Honour. I think the line is it's a day of reckoning, and that's exactly what this is.
I think it is. Yeah, it's got a tough ask, Heart of Honour, but he's a horse who'll face kick back. He's generally slowly away. That's a bit of an Achilles heel for him, and he will be in kickback, but he'll run through it, and he'll be staying on strongly in the closing stages. But will some of the principles just be away and gone? Will they establish too much of a lead, and he won't be able to peg them back? Late closers in general on dirt don't win many races. Horses that come with a run from the back of the field, they don't win many. They fall in sometimes when the pace collapses in front of them, and that's what Safi will be hoping happens here.
Do you anticipate that Walker Stars is the one that's going to travel the strongest, the deepest, the most powerful into this contest?
He'll get them a long way, I think. I think he'll make the running from 3, and I think he'll still be travelling strongly, turning for home. It's just a question of how far off Walker Stars this horse is when they turn in.
Yeah. Bhupat Seemar was on very good form when talking about Walker Stars earlier, saying how he's fit, he's off level weights now, so hopefully it's going to be a good showing. But also in the form of Imperial Emperor, who finished second in this race last year, whose form has already been boosted tonight. He did say also Imperial Emperor second in the race last year, but I think he's a better horse now.
Interesting that, isn't it?
It is interesting.
Yeah, he finished lame in the Dubai World Cup, didn't he? That's why he ran poorly in that particular race. But he looked good when he won on his seasonal reappearance. He beat Commissioner King, who we've seen run okay tonight, earlier on the card. Yeah, exactly. So Imperial Emperor comes here with I've always felt about him that he's probably a miler rather than wanting to go further than that. But we'll see how he gets on tonight. It's a race in which they'll be able to watch and then decide whether he's a Godolphin mile horse rather than a Dubai World Cup horse. I've always thought of him in that vein, but he was certainly very good on his seasonal reappearance.
I sometimes feel with this race and then, of course, the contest on Super Saturday, it's not to denigrate any of the achievements, but some of the horses, maybe an Imperial Emperor, would be making hay on those supporting nights.
Indeed.
And perhaps just find the heat of battle of the World Cup itself that little bit too much. But if there is a horse that's, you know, capable of dining at that very top table come the 28th of March from this contest. Who is it for you? Is it a Walk of Stars? Is it Heart of Honour?
I think both Walk of Stars and Heart of Honour would not look out of place in the Dubai World Cup field, albeit not the more strongly fancied horses in the race. But I think, you know, I think Jamie Osborne will probably get Heart of Honour there, win, lose or draw today.
Yeah,
that's the big aim. They want to run him in that race.
Be interesting if they went via Saudi Arabia as well, but
yeah, that's a tough ask, isn't it? Saudi and here for the Dubai World Cup. I think that's a real tough ask.
There is quite a big gap this year, though.
Yes, it's bigger, isn't it? They get a little bit more time, but it just depends how hard a race they have if they go to Saudi. I think that's more important and more pertinent than the actual time difference. There's Walk of Stars. They've been very guarded with him, haven't they? Attention to detail in getting into post. Going down last. It used to be a strong travelling horse who found nothing for pressure.
Yes.
Once they put headgear on him and made the running with him, he's been a completely changed horse.
That's absolutely right. There is Walk of Stars under the 12-time UAE champion jockey Tadhg O'Shea. Now stablemate is Kabir Khan, who went off a 2-to-1 favourite, might have been even slightly shorter actually, for the Dubai World Cup 2 years ago. That off the back of ripping this race apart 24 months ago.
Looked to have the world at his feet, didn't he?
He did.
Like he'd be a Dubai World Cup winner in waiting, but it's just not happened for him, has it? It's just not gone on at all from that. He was really impressive when he won this, as you say, a couple of years ago, but I'm afraid that's his best ever run, and we've seen nothing like it.
Bhupat Seemar's quote going into this regarding the horse that he would have seen the back of and probably hated him for a while, but he now has him in his care. He said Kabir Khan of last time fluffed the start on his first run for us. He was drawn on the inside, broke slow, got a load of kickback, but we've got blinkers on him now, and as he's an older horse, he's getting a bit clever, but as I said again, he's still got that whole world of talent.
Yeah, it wouldn't be the first horse that Bhupat's been able to revitalise. I hope Kabir Khan runs better. He does still travel quite strongly in his races. He's got quite a high cruising speed. It's what happens in the closing stages and what's going on between his ears that matters, I think.
1900 metres, just shy of the 2,000 iconic metres of the Dubai World Cup itself. That's an extra 100 metres plus some pretty deep opponents to take in. But whoever wins this, just to reiterate, gets that starting berth on March the 28th. And whoever comes across from the States or Japan, they'll have to take on one of these.
They will. Track record, Nick Mendelssohn, long time ago, 2018, Ryan Moore from the front. Remember that? In the UAE Derby.
18 lengths, wasn't it?
55.18. And of course, that's stood now for 7 years. And it's probably going to stand after this race, which is a fascinating renewal.
I think we felt like we got the new secretariat that day, didn't we?
I think we did, yeah.
Right, they're going forwards for one of the biggies on the night, the Al Maktoum Challenge, Group 1 on the dirt, and it is a big trial for the Dubai World Cup. Last couple go forward, and with the big race on the dirt fast approaching, here's our big race caller. Here's Pat Comerford.
Killer collected. Runners are set here. Ready. Gates fly in the Al Maktoum Challenge. Walk of Stars was very quickly into stride. Matching Motors, Imperial Emperor to the outside. Mac hunting up the middle, wanting a spot in the lead also. Killer Collect, Tumbarumba, Artorius 6 deep into the first bend. Remorse is in behind them. Sandro Piver hustling up to try and get a spot in behind the leading division here. Heart of Honour next, and Kabir Khan, their second last and last. So make their way out onto the back of the course here in search of the 1400 metres. 883, 1134. So head to the 1400 and it's Mac a half length. Holding the inside was Walk of Stars, a length to Imperial Emperor. Killer Collect 3 wide and no cover. Remorse is back on the running rail and tucked away under lock and key. A length back to Artorius, who's wide with cover. Kabir Khan next. Then came Tumbarumba, and Heart of Honour is now being shaken along at the back of the field. As we've seen plenty of times before, he's 8 lengths away from the leaders, where it's Mac who's putting it to Walk of Stars, keeping the pace genuine. They've just tucked back over 12 seconds here for the first time in the race, but they've been high 11s throughout, and Mac has made it a gruelling task up in front here. He's dropping away now. Passing him is Walk of Stars, and upcoming on the wider side of the course here is Imperial Emperor, starting to make his run from Artorius. Killer Collect. Then came Kabir Khan from Remorse. Tumbarumba, Heart of Honour's got it all to do. He's still last and detached. Remorse has gone amiss here as we continue in the 500-metre marker of the race and come into the straight, where it's Imperial Emperor and Walk of Stars. They're paired away now. 4 lengths in advance of Artorias, Tumbarumba, Heart of Honour next from Masmak and Kabir Khan. But here is Imperial Emperor. Imperial Emperor coming away by 4 or 5 lengths. Tumbarumba making ground, along with Artorias, Walk of Stars, Heart of Honour. He's too far back to make an impression now. It's Imperial Emperor. Tumbarumba getting there with every stride, making an interesting race, but another World Cup awaits for Imperial Emperor. A length and a half to Tumbarumba. Third across Heart of Honour. Fourth there was Artorias, then came Walk of Stars. Next over Kabir Khan from Masmak, Killer Collect. And unfortunately, we have Remorse. He's a non-finisher here in the event. He's been pulled up out of the event.
Yeah, and that's a very sad postscript on which to leave that commentary there with Pat Comerford describing the action as Remorse's stablemate. Imperial Emperor goes one better than in this race last year, and while the margin over Tumbarumba was getting shorter and shorter come the line, his dominance at the top of the home straight couldn't be denied. Heart of Honour, who got detached, and that can and does happen, ran on for third. Imperial Emperor, though, books his place for the World Cup again.
Oh, fabulous scenes. Imperial Emperor, what a performance this was in a strongly run race. Richie Mullen for the Seamars again, twice tonight. That combo has been in the winners' enclosure. There he is coming back in. What a performance from him in a strongly run race. He was always up there. He saw off Walk of Stars and then was able to cling on in the closing stages as Tumbarumba and Heart of Honour finished off reasonably well. Walk of Stars disappointing. Imperial Emperor wasn't, though. This is a tremendous performance, and the big question now, is it Dubai World Cup or is it Godolphin Mile? Probably Dubai World Cup.
Well, they had a crack last time. There were excuses. Yeah. He's just earned his entry, so surely he's going to be working back from that race on the 28th of March. $12 million on offer. If he could pick up some prize money, I'm sure they'll be absolutely delighted, but he's run very, very well indeed. This is a first Group 1 race success for Richie Mullen since North America won on Super Saturday back in 2018.
Amazing.
He's back in the big time.
Diva Racing, what a success for them, this Imperial Emperor, taking this Al Maktoum Challenge, this Grade 1, in fine style. There was no hiding place here. They went a good, strong gallop. That's why Heart of Honour was out the back, getting covered in kickback. He only ran on once he got out wide, and he did stay on quite strongly in the closing stages, but the principals were away and gone.
That success in the Al Maktoum Mile last time from Commissioner King and Mendelssohn Bay is in electric form. Look at that tonight.
It is working out particularly well, isn't it? Yeah, and this is an improved horse, isn't he? I think he's getting better. And yeah, let's get some reaction.
Okay. We'll do just that. Here's Cassie Fahy.
With Diva Racing, Ryan Tung. He's getting plenty of hugs. Ryan, tell us your emotions right now, because he's just taken out this key race to the Dubai World Cup.
Well, I didn't think 2 years ago when I searched this horse and at the sales at Emirates, and to be here now to win a Grade 1 is just amazing. I'm just over the moon. Fantastic for my owners that have trusted me and let me buy this horse, and no, it's fantastic, and onwards to the World Cup. I think I did something right anyway there.
Because is that true that you purchased him to be a nice handicapper?
Of course, yeah. You know, we've got small budgets compared to a lot of people, and for him to cost around 300,000 dirhams to then now he's won a Group 2, come second in a Grade 1, and now he's just won a Grade 1 and invited himself to the Dubai World Cup. It's fantastic. So. Yeah, thank you.
I'll let you go and enjoy the celebrations with your group of people here. Well done. See you on Dubai World Cup night.
Yeah, Ryan Tung, fulsome in his praise and his enthusiasm, heading up Diva Racing. And I remember way back when they got hold of Imperial Emperor. I don't think they dreamed of quite this, beyond their expectations. But he's taken them on a fine journey so far. Successful Super Saturday last year, prompted the run in the World Cup. This year, surely, fit, fiery, hale and hearty, they're going to get a run of note out of him. We don't know the final field, but you know as well as I do, there's real strength potentially coming from Japan and indeed America. But with that local track know-how, yeah, I hope he runs his race.
He's going to run, isn't he? That's for sure.
Yeah.
We know he's going to run.
12 million reasons, Angus. 12 million.
Fantastic success for Richard Mullen. He's had a real big night tonight.
Indicative of perhaps how hard it is for Tadhg O'Shea to make the call.
Absolutely.
Twice he's been wrong tonight.
Yeah.
When you think about the Firebreak earlier and indeed this race. I'm not saying they were flip of a coin jobs, but it wouldn't have surprised him if the one he picked went a few better.
No, indeed. So, Richie Mullen coming back into the winners' enclosure. 2 winners tonight. Fabulous evening for him and for Bupat Seema.
What I noted as well, just watching through that race, and you could see the body language of Safi Osborne, of course, facing the kick back down the back on Heart of Honour. We know that's just the way that he goes through, but contrast the style with a horse that's got the speed to win group races at a mile, 1,600 metres around here. He travelled like a colossus today, this horse.
Yeah, early pace on the dirt is really important generally, and he has got loads of early toe. And then he was able to keep on rolling out in front. The closest did come. Heart of Honour did make up ground, but not enough. It was too far back to be able to reel in Imperial Emperor, who's effective at a mile. He won the Maktoum Mile last time. He's quite a fast horse, but well, they'll stretch him out now over the 10 furlongs of the Dubai World Cup trip, and it'll be interesting to see how he gets on.
And there's also the extra little subplot in that their main Dubai World Cup horse, and we can say that because he's won it, yes, we haven't seen in a year. We might see him on Super Saturday, and it would be fabulous if Laurel River actually got to the World Cup and had another defence of his crown, or actually a defence of his crown.
He was brilliant when he won the World Cup, wasn't he? From all the way from the front, blitzed them from the front. His comeback, this meeting last season, was not a good one, and we haven't seen him since. So we don't know what version of Laurel River will turn up.
No.
Hopefully the best one.
Who's your favourite Richie Mullen Dubai horse? I will always think back to Reynaldo.
Ronaldo, definitely. Yeah.
He was great.
The Wizard.
He had a massive fan club. Winner of the Golden Shaheen, Reynaldo the Wizard. And his career shaped by Satish Seema, Bupat Seema, of course, the man in charge nowadays. But some things stay the same, and look at the riding arrangement. Diva Racing here on Mass, headed up by Ryan Tongue, congratulating and celebrating with Richie Mullen. Here's Cassie.
Everybody is just soaking up this moment, everyone associated with Imperial Emperor, Diva Racing, of course Bupat Seema and Richie Mullen, who's already kicked home a winner earlier on in the night, and he's just weighing in now. The horse has made his exit, and Richie Mullen will be making his exit away from the scales in a moment too. Richie, for the second time tonight, I get to catch up with you. Okay, let's take this race start. Back to the start, please. You punched him out, and was that the plan, to be going forward and to be making the race your own?
Well, I was very happy when you tipped him up because you're a very good judge. So, but no, look, I was always... he's a horse that likes to be sort of... He's very, very straightforward, gets himself in a great slot always. I think that's the strongest point with him, his mentality and constitution. He just... takes everything, you know, the right way, and he broke well, and I just had to sort of keep the revs on because you're always aware horses going into that turn, and I've always said when you get to that turn, that's kind of basically where you are for the rest of the race. So I wanted to be positive with him, and he travelled like a dream. And then when I could see Bernardo dropping away down the back, I thought I have to go. It's earlier than you'd like, but I had to go because everyone else will be watching the same thing as I am in behind. They'll have a better view than I would, and all of a sudden you find yourself being third. You could be sixth and seventh in a matter of stride. So it wasn't the plan to go as early as I did, but he's got a great mind and travels so strongly. And look, I owed it to the owners. Tadhg beat me in the race last year, so look, I'm just keeping the saddle warm. It's his horse, and you know, I'm very thankful that he's... You know, he puts me in for these rides, and you know, Bupat and Ryan Tongue and the whole connections. You know, they've been supportive of me with this horse. So yeah, like I say, I kind of owed it to them because I got beaten the same race last year. So yeah, no, it's nice to get one for them, and a big one at that. So, but like I say, he's Tadhg's ride, and hopefully he doesn't mind handing it to me again, I don't mind, but I won't be disappointed if he gets back on.
Yeah, no, I was going to ask you about that this time last year, but you've booked him a ticket into the big one, so regardless of whether you do ride him on the big night or not, it must just be such a privilege to be a part of a story like that.
No, listen, myself and Bupa got back a long way. You know, I was a stable jockey in Jebel for 16 years, and Bupa was assistant, and you know, we went, you know, times were moving and things, you know, we separated, but it was, you know, it was an amicable separation, and, you know, he's still willing to give me the opportunities when they arise, and he's got such a powerful stable, and in these kind of races you saw tonight, he's multi-handed in it, so it's always nice to pick up the good ones, but I'm very appreciative of them and all the hard work everyone does back at Jebel, because although we're standing here talking to you, there's an awful lot of work goes on behind the scenes, and the lads and the girls that do day in day out do these horses, and you know, spend every day with them, and we're the ones that take the plaudits, but it's really it's them, and it makes our job very easy.
Hey, well done, congratulations, a double on a big night like this, well done.
Thanks.
And a hug there with his son Liam. Well done to Richie Mullen, an extremely popular player out here, jockey out here, and I'm sure plenty of people really, really enjoyed that. Now, Imperial Emperor, who went one better than in this race last year, did it in a time of, we're about to see the efficiency graphic come through, 98.25, about right?
I think so, yeah. Look at the final time of 1:58.82. It's nowhere near the track record of 1:55.18 set by Mendelssohn in 2018. It was a strongly run race, Nick. 98.25%, under 100, so he's getting a little bit tired in the closing stages, Imperial Emperor, but this was an honestly run contest. 11.34 the second furlong, 11.56, 11.94, so sub 12 seconds for the first 3.5 furlongs. So they were winging along in the early part of the race because Mazmak went and took on Walk of Stars.
Okay, and it will be an edited piece, of course, owing to the sad injury to the stablemate of the winner, Remorse, suffered late on in the race. Let's take it back to the start, to the beginning of the 1900 metres, and Angus, roll it on.
Yeah, stall 8 beats stall 7, beats stall 2 in third spot. Now, Heart of Honour, he can start very slowly in his races. He's jumped okay, actually. He's jumped with the others, but he soon drops back, and he's going to cop a load of kickback. Kabir Khan's back towards the rear with him as well. I mean, it's a really brave effort from Heart of Honour, because he's run against adversity throughout this contest, and he's managed to get himself somehow into third spot, but he's not an easy ride for Safi. You can see already off the bridle in behind. Meanwhile, up front, Walk of Stars, I think Tadhg O'Shea was hoping to get an easy lead, get his own way out in front, but Mazmak spoiled that party towards the outside.
You know what keeps echoing around my head for someone that was a Walk of Stars fan? It was those pre-race comments, and we did relay them. It's not after timing. Bhupat Seebar saying, yeah, he came second last year, but I feel Imperial Emperor's a better horse this year. Well, that's been borne out.
It has, and he's got a nice handy position as well, Nick,
yeah.
Just towards the outside. He's not going to be pushed too wide like Artorias is. He's very wide. Look at Tumba Rumba, second last. Heart of Honour in last under the full drive from Safi Osborne. To be fair to him, he does respond, and he runs through the kickback. You can see he's covered in it there in last spot, whereas there's not a speck of dirt on Imperial Emperor, who travelled up strongly, got to Walk of Stars, who stopped a bit tamely in front. Yes. I think that's possibly because he got taken on early through quite strong fractions, and Imperial Emperor too strong for Tumba Rumba, who was off the bridle a long way out but ran on strongly in the closing stages. And Heart of Honour's not even in the shot yet, but he gets there.
He went off a 4-1 shot for the Dubai World Cup last year. He's granted his run this year. He didn't beat Arrival last year. There were excuses. Now, I would fancy this time around he'll go off a bigger price, but I think he'll run a better race.
Yeah, I think he probably will. Yeah, he was lame, wasn't he, last year in the Dubai World Cup? They'll have another crack. Diva Racing, oh, what a thrill it's going to be for them.
Okay, let's show you that result of the first of the Group 1s for the Thoroughbreds. The Maktoum Challenge presented by Longines, 1900 metres. Imperial Emperor has won it and has beaten Tumba Rumba into second. Heart of Honour in third, and Artorias was 4. You're 1, 2, 3, 4.
So the first Group 1 for Thoroughbreds of the night has gone to Richard Mullen, to Diva Racing, Bhupat Simar Imperial Emperor. Our Maktoum Challenge presented by Longines. To make the presentation, we again welcome Mr. Najib Kiwan, the Regional Brand Manager at Longines. I hope you got your ear defenders in, because Diva Racing might get noisy, and quite right too. That's what we want on carnival nights and big nights like this. Remember, this is a win-and-you're-in race, so into the Dubai World Cup, and $1.2 million bonus on offer as well. Should definitely try and go and win that. To collect the winning prize, the winning trophy, please welcome to the stage as many as Diva Racing as you like. Najib Kiwan has made the wise decision not to shake everyone's hand. Otherwise, we'd have been here all night. So if someone can pick up that trophy for us, don't mind who it is. Najib can present it. Ladies and gentlemen, Diva Racing! Good stuff. Living the dream, great scenes. Right, welcome to the stage once again. It's been a good night for this man. Although I can't see him. There he is. Well done to Bhupat Simar. That's not Bhupat, that's a Diva Racing strangler. Here's Bhupat. And a huge hand for this man. Another Group 1 winner for him. Half a year ago, he was not in a great way after a horror fall. Well, he is very much back. Top of his game. Ladies and gentlemen, Richard Mullen! So Richard Mullen, Bhupat Simar and all members of Diva Racing together again. Once more, the winner of the Maktoum Challenge, presented by Longines, Imperial Emperor.
That's how to put together a very happy band of owners, Team Diva Racing, who've just tasted success at the highest level with Imperial Emperor. He's won the Maktoum Challenge, and the Dubai World Cup will burn bright.
Longines. Elegance is an attitude.
Second of the Thoroughbred Group 1s comes next. It is on the turf, and it is the Jebel Hatta, presented by Longines. Many people here will be hoping that Opera Ballo, the favourite, hits all the right notes, and does so for Charlie Appleby and Team Godolphin. Let's show you the runners for the 2026 running of the Jebel Hatta, a race formerly run on Super Saturday, nowadays run on this very card as part of the new shape-up. These are the runners. Opera Ballo was epic here last time out and bids to continue his upward progression, chiefly perhaps at the expense of the horse, the stablemate he beat last time, Nation's Pride, number 2. Holloway Boy finished in third in this race last year, is back for more. Silawi has been a big player on the international scene. Midak, one-time Derby hope in Europe, is now with Ian Williams, and Ian sharing his thoughts on this horse earlier. Vafortino is number 6. Your runners for the Jebel Hatta, presented by Longines. And let's have a look at the runners in the parade ring. I could run the rule over Opera Ballo myself, but I think it's only right and fair that the man joining me on the stage does just that, because Angus McNae, I know how much, having seen this horse recently, you're looking forward to seeing him once again, Opera Ballo.
I love this horse, yeah. He's world class in my opinion. He's fired some big speed figures in the UK, and he was very impressive here last time, Nick. Here's Nation's Pride.
Nation's Pride. He's a proper globetrotter. Yeah. He's one of those sort of proper iconic Godolphin horses. Indeed, he has been a winner here, Saratoga, Aqueduct, Newmarket, Woodbine, Cologne and Munich.
Yeah,
let's see if he can beat
real
Opera Ballo today.
Globetrotter, isn't he? Real globetrotter. He's done Charlie Appleby proud. Opera Ballo blew him away last time in the Al Rashidiyah. I expect more of the same, but he might just give him a nice lead into the straight, Nation's Pride.
He's £3 better off with his old mucker, but he doesn't have the upside that Opera Ballo has.
No, he doesn't. Here's Holloway Boy, Carl Burke and Sam James. No luck with Lethal Levi earlier on the card. Holloway Boy is a very reliable, tough sort, and he ran behind Romantic Warrior in this race last year. He ran really well. Typical solid performance from him, and we'll get much of the same. He's definitely got a place chance.
Well, you mentioned the word solid. Barring a significant defeat on World Cup night, went in really deep. His form around here reads 2-3-2-5. That's the kind of performance you like to get from Holloway Boy.
Yeah, he ran in the Zabeel Mile last time up. It was a funny race in terms of pace, and it didn't suit him at all. You can cross that off, and you'll see Holloway Boy at his best tonight, I think.
This is number 4. This is Silawi. Off since running down the field on the Breeders' Cup turf. He did win the Canadian International, 2 places ahead of Nation's Pride last autumn. And he's now horse capable at the much higher levels, given it was only back in the spring last year when he was winning a handicap in the UK off a mark of 92, I think it was.
Yeah, he's an improved performer, isn't he? Suspicion is that he's better at 1.5 miles than shorter.
Yeah.
They're cutting back in trip tonight, so it'll be interesting to see how they ride him. He did run in the Breeders' Cup turf, would you believe it? He was well beaten in that and eased off. He might not have been quite right that day. I think he's going to find it tough at this trip.
This is Midak, who's joining Jim and Fitchery Hay for Ian Williams, who we kindly had the company of earlier.
€300,000 out of the Francis Greffard yard. Now, of course, with Ian Williams, he's a little bit on edge going out. He's wearing the red hood to get himself to post, but he's fired up on his return to the racecourse. He's not been at a racecourse competitively since Chantilly at the beginning of October.
He was unraced at 2, tried deep and achieved well at 3, so there might be more to come. 300,000, you'd hope so. Number 6 is Vafortino, who won the Listed Business Bay Challenge here a couple of years ago when trained by Kevin Philippart de Foy. Finished 4th in the Zabeel Mile last time. Interesting that they send him north of a mile for the first time since running in Ireland about 5 years ago.
Yeah, I've got him down as a 7 furlong specialist. Yeah. Really, I think 7 furlongs is the trip that suits him best, but they're chucking him in here. And he did finish just in front of Holloway Boy last time in that Zabeel Mile.
Did indeed. So twice William Buick's tasted victory tonight, and that's before he's even come to this horse, Opera Ballo, who the whole night surely centres around. Let's see him last time out, beating Nation's Pride, the success in the Al Rashidiyah, and even with that £3 turnaround, there wouldn't be too many people coming away thinking those places will be revised anytime soon.
No, I don't think so. Not strictly on the weights and measures. I don't think they're going to play a part. This is the turn of foot that he's got. He quickens up sharply to get past Nation's Pride, having travelled strongly. And the most important thing about him is that he relaxes and he's not keen, because when he gets too keen, then he loses his chance of winning races. But he's settling down with racing, and he looked good going to post. He was nice and relaxed.
Charlie Appleby fulsome in his praise for this horse, Opera Ballo. He goes into the race in great order, and this is the logical next test for him. He said it's a small field, but everyone in there deserves respect. We'll see who wins the Jebel Hatta in a few moments.
Longines. Elegance is an attitude.
Gates fly, away they go. Opera Ballo jumps past Nation's Pride, first conquest up into third. It's going to be a Godolphin 1, 2 and 3, but the talented Opera Ballo is now a group winner in Dubai.
There's a man who has two very strong hands, or the strongest hand, courtesy of his two runners, to play in this. He's got Nation's Pride and he's got Opera Ballo. It's Charlie Appleby, who's won this race 4 times, the Jebel Hatta, with Trista in 2016, with Blair House 2 years after that. 2 years following in 2020, it was Barney Roy, and most recently, the talented but sadly ill-fated 2 years ago, Measured Time. And he'll be long odds on to win it for a 5th time here.
Looked very pensive, didn't he? Understandably so, because he's got a lot to lose here, really. Opera Ballo is, he's a very talented racehorse, and there's been a lot of hype about him, and quite rightly so after his Al Rashidiyah win. But that just heaps the pressure on, doesn't it? And they really want him for World Cup night. They really want to run him in the Dubai turf, and this is his trial probably for that. The signs are good. He's relaxed, he's calm, because he can be a keen, free-going sort, but he was fine on the way down to post, and he seems really relaxed there, just walking around at the back of the field. Looks like he might be last to load, Nick, for this Jebel Hatta. Just give you the track record. It's Romantic Warrior last year, and James McDonald, 145.1.
Jebel Hatta time, here's Pat.
And we will be ready to go here. Romantic Warrior taking this race out last year. And like they're going to be going well here. And fast at that. 1,800 metres, ready for the Jebel Hatta. And away. Vaffatino jumped well, but he snicked back here early. Salawi away quickly and throwing the head up in the air early as well. Opera Barlow wanting to get a spot in behind runners. Nation's Pride in the meantime is going to take over control here under Barcelona. Leading a length and a half here to Salawi in second. 2.5 lengths in third as they get fully into stride was Opera Barlow, now striding a little bit more freely. A length and a half there to Meydan, who's fourth. A length and a half back from him, Holloway Boy, and it's a length to Vaffatino. There'll be 9 lengths covering them, where it's Nation's Pride who leads the way by 3 lengths in the Jebel Hatta. Up into second position, Salawi travels along well. Opera Barlow the same in third. He's half a dozen away from his stablemate. A length now to Meydan, followed by Holloway Boy, and half a length to Vaffatino, who gets a little closer. They start to pack up ranks here. Well, at least the back division do. 950 metres left to go. Nation's Pride striding freely. 11.47, 11.66, 11.75. Barcelona's got him running steady. 3 lengths to Salawi. Up into third position as they head down the side now was Meydan. Further back, Opera Barlow. Back to fourth now from Holloway Boy, and Vaffatino still last. Nation's Pride comes back to them in the Hatta. He's a length and a half to Salawi. It's up into third position here as they continue on. Opera Barlow now starting to work inside, followed by Meydan, Holloway Boy and Vaffatino as they swing. Nation's Pride and Salawi matching motors. Opera Barlow coming out 3 wide now to present his run. Then came Meydan from Vaffatino. Holloway Boy dropping away. Salawi and Nation's Pride on vapors up on the outside. Opera Barlow. Opera Barlow coming past them very quickly. Half a length away from Salawi. Nation's Pride. Holloway Boy running on, but he's a Goliath. A future of world racing. Opera Barlow coming away for another win. Wins the Group 1 Jebel Hatta by 2.5. Salawi second across from Holloway Boy, Nation's Pride. Next over was Vaffatino and Meydan, the last in.
Too good, too classy. Opera Barlow has won and doubled his tally here in Dubai, and this lightly raced 4-year-old entire son of Gayaf is on the up. It didn't go all his own way, or not necessarily to plan right from the word go, but he was dominant, and surely all roads now lead to the Dubai turf on World Cup night.
Absolutely, yeah. He did a few things wrong, and we'll look at that in the analysis. He was a bit too keen early on, and they went quite steady through the first furlong and a half. But eventually, he dropped the bridle, travelled sweetly. It was all about getting some running room, really, as far as William Buick was concerned. Charlie Appleby looked concerned during the race. He was a bit worried, I think, when he saw Opera Barlow pulling coming out of the stalls. Now he's speaking to the boss. That's his wife, of course, and Opera Barlow, we take it from the top of the stretch. Here he comes, cruising in behind the leaders. Nation's Pride tried to make the running, but he was pestered from a long way out. And now Buick's just got to change his hands and ask this horse to quicken away. And that's his main asset, Nick. He's got a sharp turn of foot.
It has indeed. They aren't shots that we were privy to throughout the race, but I do gather Charlie Appleby was looking less than pleased in the early stage of how that was playing out. So the picture had changed comprehensively by the time we picked that up.
Should have seen my face.
Salawi finishing second, Holloway Boy third for the second year in a row, but one weapon in this boy's arsenal. If he can drop the bit, and I think in the Dubai turf, and they don't always go run to type, but assuming they go quick in the Dubai turf, he should drop the bit.
It'll be perfect for him. And look there, I mean, he's still hard on the bridle when everything is off it. Everything is being shoved along from 3 out, and he's still hard on the bridle. Now it's a question of how much he'll find, because he pulled hard, and he found enough. But he'll be so much better if he relaxes better off a stronger gallop and then uses that turn of foot. And well, I'd make him favourite to win on World Cup night.
Okay, 5th win in the Jebel Hatta. And remarkably, we were talking about this, it's the race that Charlie Appleby's yet to win, the Dubai turf. This is a big player, because unlike some of the horses I mentioned, I kind of feel like he's at a different level. Anyway, doesn't matter what I think, here's the trainer.
Charlie, I was a little bit nervous. How about you?
We've been here before, so yeah, you tend to get, well, I don't say you get used to it, but anyway, yeah. Look, we knew, or we felt that we got a good horse on our hands for some time now, and first and foremost, I'd just like to say well done to the team here. They've done a great job getting him relaxed and doing it away, and he's still headstrong, as you saw there, for the first sort of quarter of a mile, and you know the fractions were nice and honest, but as Williams always said, they just can't go fast enough for him. He just gets into that, if you notice, halfway round there, he was sort of latching on again, and that's what William says. He says as soon as they start to just weaken in front, he just seems to just get this momentum going that you just got to try and just hold on to him for as long as you can. And yeah, like I say, full credit to William, lovely ride, and he's a horse that's exciting going forward.
So he's dual listed, Group 2. The writing was on the wall that he was getting his Group 1. What do you do now with the horse between now and the Dubai Turf? Because he's qualified for that now.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, obviously, look, he's a horse that doesn't take a lot of training because he's sort of generous, as we see there. Although he's a different character, to be fair. I've always said in the mornings you'd have a job to light him up. I mean, you know, you wouldn't ride him out with a hood on in the mornings because he wouldn't be able to go quick enough. So it's just he just gets his game head on when he turns up here in the afternoons or in the evenings here in Dubai. But like I say, I'm just delighted for him to get his Group 1. Obviously, as we all know, we saw Gayaf putting up some big performances around here in the past, and you know, to have a son of Gayaf is very special.
Yeah, like father, like son. Well done. Can't wait to see him next.
Thank you very much.
Go 1:47.64. That's your time. Clocked up by Opera Ballo.
2.54 seconds off the track record set by Romantic Warrior in this race last year. Looking at the turf times tonight, it's a little bit of ease in the ground. I'd be going more good than good to firm, I think, looking at the times. We've had some well-run races, but times that are quite a long way off track records. So there he is, though. Opera Ballet got the job done in pretty good style in the end.
Did indeed. Charlie Appleby just talking through the horse, talking through his his relationship with the horse as it's begun to grow and what it's like in the mornings with him. He clearly is his own kind of character, because in the early stages of a race you can see just how buzzed up he is, and that's something we saw all through his 3-year-old year, isn't it?
Yeah. I personally wouldn't want to see him run over further. I think this is as far as he wants to go.
I agree.
1,800 metres. And I always want to see William Buick on board this horse, because he really gets a tune out of him. And he understands him, and he knows him, and he's able to get him settled.
Right, early stages. We've been fed the footage of Charlie Appleby after the gates opened, and it didn't necessarily look to be going perfectly for Opera Ballet.
When he was pulling,
he won't mind us showing this now because of what happened a minute and a half later.
Comparing contrast.
They made it sound worse than it was, but I think he knew that this horse had the engine to go and get himself out of any sort of trouble anyway. William Buick, 3-timer. He's got Devon Island coming to the UAE, 2,000 guineas in a few minutes' time. And there isn't another race now for him, because the Jebel Hatta moved back, of course, from this day, from Super Saturday to this day. So next up it will be doubtless the Dubai Turf. Let's get to Cassie.
William Buick returns to the scales. A treble on the night for him as Opera Ballo just passes behind me. The beautiful 4-year-old colt. William, congratulations again. 3 times, very nice. And boy, he is something pretty special.
Yeah, he really is. You know, he reminds me so much of his father, Gayaf. You know, he's so competitive, and you know, he has all the talent in the world to go with it. You know, Charlie and the team have done a great job with him, taking baby steps, and you know, obviously he won very well in the Al Rashidiyah, and you know, this was a natural step up. And you know, you go horses like Nation's Pride and Silawi and Holloway Boy, they set a decent standard. So delighted with the way he won. He's still got a little bit to learn. You know, he wants to please you the whole time. So once he learns just to relax and race in a proper manner, he's going to be a proper horse.
So he's still not the finished product, and I spoke to Charlie before. He really wants to get going. Like, he wants to be putting himself in the race.
He does, and you know, he wanted to put himself in the race half a mile out. So I just had to disappoint him and, you know, come back, try and do it the right way around. And you know, I was, you know, he did use up a good bit of energy in the run. So then to see him still finish off the race as he did was very pleasing. And look, only good horses can do that.
Well, you looked after him well, and you booked your ticket into the Dubai Turf, so well done, and you'll be looking forward to getting him back out there and doing his stuff again, I'm sure.
Yeah, exactly. He's only going to get better with time.
Well done.
Thank you.
Well, it was a good day for William Buick's sons to be there as well, to watch Dad doing what he does best, and that's in particular ride winners, but ride winners here. That's now 3, and of course 1 in the Godolphin Blue in one of the signature races, the Jebel Hatta. I'm sure that goes down very, very well indeed with the boys. Right, let's see how the race was run from an efficiency perspective. We're about to bring that to you at the bottom of the screen. There you go. 106, just under 107%.
Yeah, that's quite impressive from Opera Ballo, given that he pulled hard for the first furlong and a half. Thought he wouldn't have much energy left for a strong finish, but he did. 106.88 means he's 6.88% quicker in the last 400 metres than the rest of the race. So he has quickened up in good style. And look at that, 22.38 final 400 metres, the fastest final 400 metres of the night.
Okay, right, let's go back to the start of the Jebel Hatta 2026. The numbers are about to come up, and Angus will roll it away. We saw what the trainer thought, just how slightly anxious, pensive he was. What about you as an Opera Ballo superfan?
I was petrified at this stage. He's pulling really hard, and he's looking to his left, William, and he's hoping Nation's Pride will go forward, and then he can slot in and get him settled. But he's still probably doing a little bit too much there in third place. He's just a little bit too keen. As William said when interviewed by Cassie, he's trying to teach this horse to do things the right way. And I think it's to his credit that he found as much as he did and finished as fast as he did, having used up plenty of energy in the early part of the race.
In an international Group 1, as the Jebel Hatta is, as the Dubai Turf is, coming from the Jebel Hatta, of course, Group 1 status, but it looks like it will have more depth come World Cup night. Sharper tempo, harder pace, should it be that way? How much more are we going to see from Opera Ballo?
I think there's a really big performance in him.
Yeah.
He threatened to ruin his chances here, didn't he, by pulling too hard. But the gallop was okay in front, 11.47, 11.66, 11.75 and another 11.75 from Mikel Barcelona. So he's taken them along at a fairly strong, even gallop. You can see it's coming right round the outside is Midak at this point in the race. He drops away.
From a horse that in the end finished last. I didn't think he would.
He made a huge move. I think Ian Williams will be pleased enough with that performance. I mean, it's his first run for a while. He probably needed it. He dropped right away. Now Buick has to get out. He finds running room. And this was the salient point for me. Will he find anything? Will he quicken up? And we know now, having seen all of the data, that he quickened up really well with his sub-23 second final 400 metres and had way too much speed for a horse like Nation's Pride. And let's not forget, Nation's Pride is 115, that's his rating, and he's been absolutely thrashed by Opera Ballo.
Is he a horse that, by the time, we've got a lot to come between now and then, but come the European turf season, some of the big 1,600 metre hard run mile Group 1s, is that going to be right up his alley?
Yeah, I think a strong run mile would really suit him, to be honest. I think it helps a little bit going round a bend and being able to get a fair bit of cover. When he ran at Newmarket at the back end of the last UK season, on the straight track he was a bit keen and saw too much daylight and ruined his chance being beaten by Zeus Olympius that day. But here, round a bend, he could get cover, and eventually he relaxed just enough.
Okay, right. That was the Jebel Hatta 2026, and it was won by Opera Ballo. Let's show you the results. Opera Ballo, William Buick, third winner of the night. Charlie Appleby, Silawi, second under James Doyle. Holloway Boy was third under Sam James. And Nation's Pride, stablemate of the winner, in fourth. That was the Jebel Hatta with the trophy just around the corner.
So that a win and you're in for the Dubai Turf. The Jebel Hatta presented by Longines. $500,000 for winning both as well, if Opera Ballo were to achieve that. To make the presentation for the Jebel Hatta, we once again welcome to the stage Mr. Najib Kiwan, the regional brand manager at Longines, supporting all of our races tonight, including 3 Group 1s. And this the third of them, the second for the Thoroughbreds. And receiving the prize for the winning owner on behalf of Godolphin, please welcome to the stage Hamdan and Maktoum Al-Sabusi. Now the winning trainer can make his way to the stage. The appreciation for Charlie Appleby. And finally, the person that has stolen the show tonight, 3 times up on the winner's podium for Oscar Buick alongside Dad William. Well done to Will, and Oscar's been brilliant tonight. Great stuff. Put your hands together, ladies and gents. Well done to Will Buick, to Charlie Appleby, to Godolphin, Hamdan and Maktoum Al-Sabusi. And our thanks again to Najib Kiwan. The winning connections of the Jebel Hatta, presented by Longines, the horse of Praballo.
Isn't that good? Happy scenes, very, very happy scenes. Charlie Appleby having to retrieve William Buick's son there, who decided enough on that trophy presentation. And the youth, the stars of tomorrow, very much here at Meydan on Fashion Friday. Still a couple of races to go.
Longines, elegance is an attitude.
Nothing quite says Fashion Friday like, not sure about the firearm, but the Dicky Bow and the Godolphin Blue will take it and enjoy his night. And if there's water in there, hopefully some of the adults get soaked. Right, one of the stars of tonight was Imperial Emperor, who was an outstanding winner of the Al Maktoum Challenge only an hour or so ago. And from Diva Racing, nice to be joined by, furthest away from me, Seb Velez and Tom Walton as well. Boys, congratulations indeed. Are you still, you know, right up there on cloud 9?
Yeah. It's hard to believe what's just happened. You know, at Group 1 as a syndicate, you know, it's beyond your wildest dreams. You don't put that much money in to expect a Group 1 winner. A Group 1 winner that's 2.5 furlongs out was clear, you know, and it was just unbelievable. Yeah, he was second favourite for the World Cup last year. We fancied him last year to have a good run or win, but yeah, you don't see performances like that very often, do you, in a group?
No, you absolutely don't. I mean, What happened in the World Cup, Seb, last year? Because he didn't beat Arrival home, but as Tom said, he was very, very well fancied.
Yeah, I think he came out the store, he got stuck in with a few horses, and he just couldn't get a break to get a clear advantage and go to the front of the queue, and he just got stuck in the middle. Hopefully this year didn't happen. Well, he came out 8th today, my lucky number, and he just ran his own race and literally just left everyone else behind.
I think the World Cup last year as well, he finished lame, so you can forgive him a bad run. When you factor in the runs that he's had in Dubai so far, you know, he's had 2 handicap wins by 7 lengths, 8 lengths, a second in a Group 1, a win in a Group 2, finishes lame in a World Cup, and then he comes out on his reappearance over a distance that were a little bit too short, over a mile, wins that, and then does that today. Essentially, he's only put in 1 bad performance in Dubai in 2 seasons. That's a sign of a good horse.
So are you going to go back to Super Saturday again? He was a wide margin winner on that card last year, or keep him fresh for the World Cup?
See what Ryan says. You know, he knows how the horses run. So if Ryan says go back to Super Saturday, then we're there Super Saturday. If not, we'll rest him to the World Cup.
Watch this back now. It's no hardship, is it?
He just likes running on his own, doesn't he?
As long as it's in the front, we don't mind.
Yeah. It was more when he turned in. Richard Mullen was just sat there, and he's like, it was more like pressing button type situation, weren't it? Like, when does he want to press the button, and when does he want to go clear? I think winning only by 1.5 lengths is a bit of a disservice to him.
Yes, I think the margin was diminishing, but the level of quality was sort of quite stark.
Yeah. I think 5 lengths clear of furlong out. You know, if he wanted to maintain that 5 lengths, I think he could have quite easily done that.
So coming in 30th Dubai World Cup, they're going to be really going for it with the anniversary year. Horses coming from Japan, from America. Diva Racing being a part of it. You guys have been there from the word go. What does that mean?
Diva Racing, for me, it's been great from the start. I met Ryan in Chester and became a bit of an addiction after that, buying a few shares, and they had quite a few winners with them.
Fantastic.
Syndicate racing's all about enjoyment, isn't it? You know, in that you don't have to put a ridiculous amount of money in, you know, to have enjoyment. You can't guarantee that you're going to have a Group 2 horse or in fact, not a Group 2 horse, a Group 1 horse now, or a Dubai World Cup runner, hopefully winner this year. But syndicate racing's all about your days out and meeting people. Like me and Seb met each other through Diva Racing. And we've become
really good friends.
Best of friends, aren't we? That's what racing's about for normal people, you know. And that's the best part about it.
And the dream of this incredible theatre is all part of it.
It's the dream, but equally then when you've got an horse that can perform like he does and warrants his place on this track, it's no longer a dream at that point, it's reality.
Seb, I'm going to let you go, but not without a very quick word on, I think they've just gone out, because you need to go and speak to connections about, you might win the 2,000 guineas, but you got Lino Pedrino?
Yeah,
we've got a share in we've got a share in Lino Pedrino in the 2,000 guineas. We've got a share in another one as well that's going to be a really good 3-4-year-old. But yeah, Lino Pedrino.
Is he going to win?
Don't put a bet on. I get nervous when you put a bet on the horse.
He's drawn 16 of 16. He's had 2 runs so far. He's broke badly both times. He can't break badly today. If he breaks half decent, he'll win.
There you go.
He'll win.
There you go. The dream with Imperial Emperor has been lived. What about winning the UAE 2,000 guineas as well? Seb, Tom, thank you very much, gents. Lovely to meet you both.
Thank you so much.
And 28th of March.
Yeah, that's the one.
The diary. Right, UAE 2,000 guineas as the runners go out. It's just around the corner. It's the next race on Fashion Friday. Cheers, gents. Thank you very much. Good.
Longines. Elegance is an attitude.
Right, the horses are on their way out for the UAE 2000 Guineas, and what looks a very, well, potentially deep, but certainly long on numbers, running of it. And Nemaguedarez under Sylvester de Souza heading out, one of the South American bred horses in the race. Consequently, they've got the race, they've got the weights to give away. Longines is one of them, Nemaguedarez is another, so is Don Pelicano. 6 Speed is 4 big player. Devon Island, William Buick, it's been his night so far, number 5. Union Security is 6. Brotherly Love, who's seen his big brother Heart of Honour run 3rd in Group 1 company earlier. Alino Padrino, we've just heard from the lads who are part owners, 8. Rajay, Ramas, Duke of Imatin, Yasup, Awesome Fleet, Senator of State, Al Kawanij, Yamdik complete the field. Right, it's been Buick's evening so far. He's clocked the one that I'm sure mattered the most. They all matter, but Opera Ballo, I think, mattered that little bit more going into tonight. He won handsomely, and he's got an opportunity now to win another running of this race with Devon Island. Gold Town a few years ago, we remember him. How impressed have you been, Angus, with what Devon Island has done?
I've been very impressed with him, Nick. Yeah, it's a rare runner on the dirt for Charlie Appleby. He won his maiden here, and then he came back and won this condition stakes at the beginning of December, running on really strongly. And this was quite a taking performance. He had Brotherly Love, of course, in behind in second. Don Pelicano was well beaten off in 5th place. Brotherly Love, who, rather like his brother Heart of Honour, can be slowly away, and that's what happened here. He did run on for the kickback to get second, but Devon Island was a decisive winner. This was a much better performance than he put up on his debut, and he seems to be improving.
Yeah, I think that's fair. It's a nice looking horse, and the very fact he's here merits plenty of respect, I am sure.
Wide draw to overcome, that's the only thing. Stall 10, and Brotherly Love, who reopposes, he's got a better draw. He's drawn towards the inside in 3. So he might be able to get a bit closer, Brotherly Love.
I was interested to know, we can have a look at Brotherly Love, who stepped forward and has written his own little piece of form with, well, not so much little, decent piece of form. Yamdik was 2nd, Awesome Fleet was in 3rd. Do you see him reversing form with what you've just seen or not?
Don't think so. He might get a bit closer because of the draw, but he got a lovely trip here under Safi Osborne, right up the rail. You see there, look at the way he moves. He really does hit the ground hard. He's got a proper dirt action, really grabs the ground. He's a big individual as well. He's got a similar style to Heart of Honour in that he can be slowly away, but that was a decisive success.
Yeah, it was. Now, when you went through this earlier, we factor in the South American horses as well. Was there a particular name or profile that stood out, considering what they've done so far? I mean, there are a number of, say, blank canvases in here, or lesser-known types.
Yeah.
But was there one that stood out above others?
I thought Legalised was quite an interesting runner.
Yeah.
I mean, I know he's got to give the 4 kilos away to the other horses, but James Doyle was on board when he finished behind 6 Speed last time up. And I think there might be a bit more to come from Legalised. I'm pretty sure that he's quite strongly fancied today. And you can see him here behind
this was
6
the
feet.
trial.
Yeah, Union Security, Namagadires and El Cowanage all in behind. This is the trial, sponsored by Churchill Downs appropriately. I thought he just got tired here. I thought he travelled well. He clearly handles the dirt well. They're pulling clear of the rest of them, these two. They're obviously quite useful horses, and I think he might take a step forward.
Is it interesting that James Storr said he would see the extra 200 as maybe a bit of a concern?
Yeah, he did.
Are you very much of the view there that it was perhaps tiredness and race readiness rather than stamina that counted against him?
I'm going to take that view until I find out otherwise.
Yeah, why not?
I think that, you know, a lot of these are lightly raced horses who are open to plenty of improvement. One thing is for sure, I think, there will be no hiding place here. They will go pretty hard, I'd have thought.
Right, Lino Pedrino, ought to mention him considering the lads we've just had up. The draw's not kind, right at 16. The trainer likes him though, and he looked electric in that maiden here in December, and I gather he's being well backed on the international markets. It was slow away when very well fancied in the trial last time. He finished fourth. He was very well backed. And they've always said they've got high hopes of him, and way back when they were talking about plotting a path back from the UAE Derby.
Yeah, indeed, and it's interesting that Tadhg O'Shea chooses him. He wants to ride Lino Pedrino despite his draw in stall 16. You're right about him being slowly away last time. He'll have to be quicker out of the gates this time and somehow overcome stall 16.
So this is the thread. There are other tests for the 3-year-olds at this sort of discipline.
Yeah.
The Al Bastakia is now run the week before Super Saturday. It's not called that either. It's called the Dubai Road to the Kentucky Derby Stakes because there are points on offer, significant points here. And then, of course, they'll all want to go to the UAE Derby on World Cup night itself. But at that point, you take on potentially a Forever Young from Japan. We've seen him before, or a Forever Young of this generation. He won the UAE Derby, and also some Americans might come over as well, so there's real depth potentially on show. But then, that said, whoever wins this might end up in America anyway.
Might well do, yeah. There's plenty of these that you could fancy. Rajay's quite an interesting runner for Michael Costa. I was impressed with how he beat some stable companions here at Meydan on his debut. He's got a wide draw to contend with today, still 13, but he looked like a really talented horse with that day when he won that, and there'll be more to come.
Ramas is having a first start for Bupat Simar, ex-US runner. Very competitive form. You mentioned Mendelssohn a couple of times, who was a runaway winner of the UAE Derby. Now, the one that finished best of the rest, Raya, 18 lengths down, is the dam of Ramas.
Amazing.
Yeah.
Amazing.
So, I mean, it doesn't mean an awful lot, but at the same time, he's going to try and do what Mum couldn't quite do and win a classic here.
Yeah, Mendelssohn, he was some horse, wasn't he? They campaigned him over 10 furlongs after winning here, and what he wanted was to come back to a mile, but all the big races in America, the Triple Crown, are all further than a mile. Muntazar's got the track record, Nick, 1:34.99, probably not in danger.
Won't be seeing that particularly threatened.
I don't think so, no. It's just one just playing up down at the start, but most of them going in quite readily. I think that, was it Devon? No, I think it was Duke of Imertin who was playing up a little bit. There he is now, Duke of Imertin, just going forward.
Superb evening for the man, though. Richie Mullen, 2 winners.
Brilliant.
Of which one at Group 1 level as well.
I know William Buick's had 3, but the riding highlight is Richie Mullen, isn't it? Back in the winners' enclosure twice for the Seamars. Fantastic stuff.
The Dubai racing scene that Richie Mullen would have come part of way back when, a generation ago, would be completely unrecognisable to what it is now. He's been here that long and still riding at the top level. Right, last 2 going forward for the UAE 2,000 guineas. Here's Pat Comerford.
Lino Pedrino comes up for Tadhg O'Shea into 16. The UAE 2,000 guineas field will be set. Group 3, capacity field, ready and racing. Away fast, the middle Legal A, 6 Speed, also handy, and Devon Island works forward. Up on the inside, Yamdeek, Namagudaraz, El Karwanij, and deeper out, Lino Padrino jumped today, and he's heading up into the early stages up to the forward group, followed by Union Security and Yasip midfield. Next was Raja, followed by Don Pelicano, Duke of Amartin, a gap to Awesome Fleet, followed there by Senator of State, and last of all is Brotherly Love, doing what his half-brother did in the race before, and has headed all the way back to the end. Inside the 1,000 they travel here in the 2,000 guineas, and they pack up front at 6 Speed, who's been able to back it off slightly, half a length in front of Namagudaraz. 3 wide and third was Lino Padrino, in behind them Yamdeek, now out, followed by Devon Island. The field has a bit of a split there through the middle stages of the race. Plenty of these horses on the inside have room to move. They include Yasip and Union Security. Next there was Ramus, followed by Raja. Then came Duke of Amartin, Brotherly Love. Next there was Senator of State, Awesome Fleet, El Karwanij. Legal A's pulled up out of the contest, passed by Don Pelicano as they swing the bend, and it's 6 Speed and Lino Padrino. The Bupat Sema pair go to war here at the 400 in the 2,000 guineas. 6 Speed still with a couple of lengths at bay for Barcelona, out by 2.5 now to Lino Padrino, running on Union Security and Devon Island from the back, but it's 6 Speed. 6 Speed out to 1,600 metres. He's getting to the end of his distance range, but he keeps lifting and finding and rising to the task. Away goes 6 Speed in the 2,000 guineas and goes on to win by 4 lengths. Devon Island in a photo finish with Union Security. Fourth over Lino Padrino from Raja. Then came El Karwanij, Yamdeek. Next over Brotherly Love, Duke of Amartin, Awesome Fleet. Then came Yasip, followed there by Senator of State, Ramus. Next over Namagudaraz, Don Pelicano. And last, after easing up at the 400, was Legalized.
The trial winner wins the big one, wins the UAE 2,000 guineas. What a classy win that was, under an assured Mikel Barcelona ride. It's another for Bupat Sema, and he has won, under the floodlights at least, by daylight, and beaten seemingly the right couple of horses to fill second and third as well. That was an emphatic success.
Really impressed with that, Nick. Very impressed indeed. The pace was honest. The pace was on from an early part. He was always up there, and he's just kept rolling out in front. Plenty of these beaten a long way out, notably Brotherly Love, who completely missed the start and never got involved. Devon Island's probably given his running, but he's bumped into a really good horse who's cruising in front as they turned for home under Mikel Barcelona, and then just kept rolling, and they couldn't peg him back. Nothing really making up much ground from the rear. Devon Island runs on okay in the closing stages, and he just gets up for second spot ahead of Union Security, who's back in third. And then you've got Lino Padrino,
who perhaps paid for the wider draw in the end.
I think he did.
Run well, but in the end he's got really tired. Anyway, 6 Speed has won, continuing what's been a fine evening for Team Bupat Sema. Let's get to Cassie.
I'm right in the thick of it here, actually, with the celebrations, with 6 Speed in a pretty dominant display. Bupat, if I could just grab you for a moment. I mean, that was another decisive victory for this horse.
Yeah, I mean, look, he's. We didn't know if he's going to get that distance. 7 furlong. He's got so much speed, and the good horses, they have speed and then they can have stamina. So I guess he's probably one of them.
And it actually looked like he was getting better in the sort of final furlong as well. So he's well named, with 6 Speed being his name. There was a question, as you alluded to, over the distance. Would he step up even further, or is that crazy talk?
Yeah, you know what, looking at this, it does look like that, isn't it? He's got so much natural speed, and we thought he probably won't get the distance, and not that we thought, but just because he has so much speed. But he just proves us wrong, and he's a properly very nice horse.
Did you give any instructions to Mikel tonight?
He's just so easy, tractable horse. He breaks well, he sits up there on the speed, and then he kicks. So I think he's like every jockey's dream, to be honest, and every trainer's dream, to be honest.
Okay, so points obviously headed towards the Kentucky Derby. The Derby, the UAE Derby looms as well, so you've got some exciting plans for this guy.
Yes, absolutely. And the ownership that owned him before, they're friends of mine from college, and they've had 2 horses with me, and they both have won group races for them. So they're such lucky owners, and they sold him. And now I'm glad that the new owners, they're from the US, and they probably bought him with an eye to the Kentucky Derby.
So it's great that when someone has that much faith in it, and it pays it off for them.
Well, congratulations. Another very good night at the office for you. Well done.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Keith.
Well, the automatic berth for the UAE Derby is there, but it sounds like, whether or not that will be the plan, whether they're going to go and work back from Kentucky. The first weekend in May. Points on the table. Need to be amassed to get there for the Run for the Roses. What do you reckon?
Yeah, it sounds like that's the plan, isn't it? What struck me about this performance
He's fast.
He's quick, isn't he?
Yeah.
He's a real quick horse with a high cruising speed and well rated by Mikel Barcelona on the front, and he's destroyed this field.
Yes, he has. Keep it simple, Angus.
Yeah.
Trial winner.
Yeah.
Goes and beats them all again. With the caveat that Legal A's, who was the closest pursuer and ran a very good race behind 6 Speed in the trial, checked out alarmingly.
Yeah.
And we saw him on the head-on replay, and I hope he is none the worse for it, and that it was just a bad day in the office, nothing worse. There's Mikel Barcelona, who had the year of years in 2025 with Calandagan, and then capping it all off with success. Breeders' Cup, Arc with De Ritz. Bupat Seema. It's another for him.
Yeah.
He'd have Richie Mullen ride winner, Andrew Slattery, William Buick, and now Mikel Barcelona sharing the love. Right, we're going to be reflecting on the success of 6 Speed in the 2000 Guineas after the break.
Longines. Elegance is an attitude.
Well, a very smart win there by 6 Speed. And Mikel, congratulations. Nice to speak to you tonight. This guy looks like he's just got so much ability. There was a query over the distance, but he clearly relished that trip tonight.
Yeah, exactly. He jumped from the gate very fast. He traveled very strongly all the way around. And he actually surprised me a bit when I asked him to pick up at the beginning of the straight. He's been able to maintain that gallop, and he showed quality tonight.
He surprised you a bit, so a pleasant surprise, I'm sure. Obviously, this is a lead up to the likes of a Kentucky Derby, which is obviously over a lot more distance. How much further did he feel like he could have gone there tonight?
I doesn't know him well enough, but he's got some speed, that's for sure. But definitely he'll be able to under 2 bend over Dubai, and we will know more after that, I'm sure.
Mikel, you've been coming to Dubai for a number of years. You've had a lot of success. Like the last 12 months has just been unreal for you. What's in store for you this year, and how are you feeling? Excited?
Yeah, exactly. I got a good break and full of energy again, And now, last year, the season is going forward, and we still have Calland again in that race in the stable. So it's still a big season coming ahead, and I look forward.
Well, great to see you back, and look forward to seeing you on Dubai World Cup night.
The results for the UAE 2000 Guineas looks like this. 6 speeds under Mikhail Barcelona, we just heard from. Devon Islands, William Buick couldn't add to his haul but runs well. Union Security, another place on the night for Sam Hitchcock. He's been in the frame earlier. Lino Pedrino, Tadhg O'Shea. 1,600 metres, 3-year-olds going fairly furiously on the dirt. Let's have a look at that efficiency graphic.
This is a fast horse, Nick. He's a real fast horse. I like what Mikhail Barcelona said about him. There is his last 400 metres at 25.22. He's getting tired. It's not very fast, that isn't. And efficiency telling us that he's slowed down, 97.16. But he just kept going and was clinging on a little bit in the closing stages. But nothing could get to him and close him down because he'd done them for speed earlier on.
So as we take it back to the starts,
wide draws, Nick, here.
Yeah, 8, 10 and 12.
Yeah.
They were the starting berths for our first, second and third. And that pace from the get-go, I mean, I don't want to say it, but it kind of felt like deja vu in these colours for the half-brother of Heart of Honour, Brotherly Love, seemingly keeping it in the family.
Poor old Safi Osborne here, look. Rowing away on Brotherly Love. And she must be thinking to herself, I suspect, this is going to be just like Heart of Honour. In fact, he didn't quite run as well as Heart of Honour because he didn't make up that much headway in the home straight. Meanwhile, the speed is on. Mikhail Barcelona's just sat outside in second spot, travelling really well at this stage. And this horse has got a ton of speed. Early on, they went pretty hard, as you'd expect on the dirt. Second furlong, 10.66, then 11.16, then 11.78. So they were rattling along up front. Look at Lino Pedrino, big white face. Tadhg O'Shea's got to the outside from the widest gate of all in stall 16, but he's had to work hard from that gate and can't go on in the home straight, although this horse has clearly got plenty of ability. Devon Island and Union Security sort of in the second wave, about to come here and run on together. There they are, the two of them. They run on quite well, but meanwhile up front, this fella is away and gone, and it's his speed that's won this race.
You know, and I'm absolutely not pocket talking, but seeing Legal A's to check out is more disappointing as well, in that surely something will come to light, but even more so considering that Union Security, who runs on for third, ran on for third in the trial. So the first and third have stayed exactly where they were in the rehearsal for this race.
Yeah, so there's something wrong there. He hasn't run a race. But he's away and gone here. Now, we saw the efficiency. He's actually slowing down through the final 400 metres, but the others are tired as well. They've been in pursuit of him for a while now, and that early speed that got him to the front was too much for his rivals, and he's kept on relatively strongly in the closing stages, but I'm not sure about 10 furlongs. I'm not sure about stepping up in trip, but they'll give it a go.
Let's have a look at Brotherly Love from the start, or all of them from the start. Jinking to the right, and there was a bit of a bump, and that cost momentum.
Didn't help.
And as the rest of the field get clear runs, having to loop back to the left slightly as well, it's probably the difference in a length or two there.
Yeah, I'd
back
say
to
so.
the winner, who's straight sharp to the front as well.
Whoosh.
That struck me as a next year Godolphin Mile performance.
I think so. Fast horse, rolling along on the front end. And the fractions that I mentioned, they are quick. 10.66, 11.16.
And how many horses have we seen in the Godolphin Mile early on a hot World Cup afternoon get to the front and burn them off?
Heavy Metal.
Secret Ambition.
Yeah. That is the way to win the Godolphin Mile generally. So he might well be a Godolphin Mile at some point.
Put him on ice, bring him out next year. They won't, and rightly they're going to have a go.
Look how well strung out they are. That's a great shot, isn't it?
Yeah.
I mean, there's varying abilities in this race, obviously. There were some horses that figured to improve quite considerably and were lightly raced, and he's just cleared right away from them. So much speed, this fella.
Yeah.
Come back in trip.
Good horse. Enjoyed that.
Yeah, he's a good horse.
And take note, of course, whatever wins next year's trial, because the chances are they're the right horse going into the UAE 2000 Guineas. Very much enjoyed that, as we have the now 8 races with just one to go. The stayers in action in the Al Khail Trophy shortly, but it's time now to look back at the evening that has been so far.
up on the inside, Tadhg. They head into the straight. First Class is the leader, but quickly on the scene up on the outside is Murad, and he has left him for dead here at the 300-metre marker. Murad, the 6-year-old colt by Tharkov, takes the lead now by 3 lengths. Running on, Falar is running the race of his life despite being wide without cover. Jafar next, and Lahab up on the inside, but it's Murad. Murad coming away from First Class, who can't do any more, and it's Yas Racing on the board with a Group 1 here on Fashion Friday. 2.5, maybe 2 3/4 to First Class. Lahab ran a good race in third. And Commissioner King's now asked for the supreme effort. He's out by a half length to Mendelssohn Bay. Hypnus now drops out of the three-horse challenge. He's into third position from Fort Payne and Crown Board. Mendelssohn Bay putting it to Commissioner King. Mendelssohn Bay half a length clear of Commissioner King. Mendelssohn Bay coming away. He is as honest as the day is long. Mendelssohn Bay, as his father did plenty of times before, comes away to win the Firebreak. Another Meydan scalp for Mendelssohn Bay. 2.5 to Commissioner King. Third over was Hypnus. Fourth was Crown Board from Fort Payne. Next over, Meydan Dubai. Mystery back to the drawing. Chicago Critic working through from Andreas Versalius, and Uto looking for an inside run as Shootout leads them into the straight past the 300-metre marker. He's a length clear of Kanjar, Mysterious Night, Chicago Critic, Marban making their runs. Plenty of winning hopes here. Shootout getting claimed by Mysterious Night. Al Najm working through, Tumbler from the back, and Chicago Critic and Al Najm coming down to the finish in the Al Fahidi Fort. Al Najm ducking the head out and wins. Al Najm gets there just from Chicago Critic. Tumbler came from last to run third. Next over, Andreas Versalius, ride by Al Nassib coming into the straight, and he takes over a narrow lead. Colour up there as well. Drew's Gold. He's relished the hot tempo. He's been deep the trip, but travels in strongly. It's Colour Up and Al Nassib. They get to Dark Saffron. Drew's Gold finding plenty the outside at the 200-metre mark. It's Drew's Gold from Al Nassib, who has to rise to the occasion, and Colour Up into third. Drew's Gold coming away for William Buick. Drew's Gold for Triple R Racing goes on to win the Al Shindagha. 1.5 lengths to Al Nassib. Third over was Colour Up. Another placing for him. Then came Mufasa from Morning, and Dark Saffron, the last one to greet the judge. Westacre second last and last, spotting the leaders 6 or 7, maybe 8 lengths now as Pontos is allowed to let stride here at the 500 metres in the Blue Point Sprint. He's a neck in advance of Echo Point. Then came Spartan Arrow, the man in behind them. Tawala winding up. In behind them is next there Cover Up, looking for a way clear, and he heads through now and begins his run from Logo Hunter, Westacre, Hilitani. It's Pontos and Echo Point. Cover Up now starting to lift here over on the far side. It's Echo Point from Pontos. Cover Up getting there with every stride. It's Echo Point, but here comes Cover Up. Cover Up over the top. Cover Up wins it. 4 lengths in advance of Artorias, Tumbarumba. Heart of Honor next from Masmak and Kabir Khan, but here is Imperial Emperor. Imperial Emperor coming away by 4 or 5 lengths. Tumbarumba making ground, along with Artorias, Walk of Stars, Heart of Honor. He's too far back to make an impression now. It's Imperial Emperor, Tumbarumba getting there with every stride, making an interesting race, but another World Cup awaits for Imperial Emperor. 1.5 lengths to Tumbarumba. Third across Heart of Honor. Holloway Boy and Vaffatino as they swing. Nation's Pride and Salawi matching motors. Opera Barlow coming out 3 wide now to present his run. Then came Medak from Vaffatino. Holloway Boy dropping away. Salawi and Nation's Pride on vapors up on the outside. Opera Barlow. Opera Barlow coming past them very quickly. Half a length away from Salawi. Nation's Pride. Holloway Boy running on, but he's a Goliath. A future of world racing. Opera Barlow coming away for another win. Wins the Group 1 Jebel Hatta by 2.5. And it's 6 Speed and Lino Padrino. The Bupat Seema pair go to war here at the 400 in the 2,000 guineas. 6 Speed still with a couple of lengths at bay for Barcelona. Out by 2.5 now to Lino Padrino. Running on Union Security and Devon Island from the back, but it's 6 Speed. 6 Speed out to 1,600 metres. He's getting to the end of his distance range, but he keeps lifting and finding and rising to the task. Away goes 6 Speed in the 2,000 guineas and goes on to win by 4 lengths. Devon Island in a photo finish with Union Security. 4th over Lino Padrino from Raj.
8 down, 1 to go. These are the winners on Fashion Friday. Murad, the coming-of-age horse in the Purebred Arabian race, took out race 1. Mendelssohn Bay, what a wonderful horse he is, race 2. El Najm, I must apologise, I said Andrew Slattery riding the winner for Bupat Seamar. Sorry, Michael Costa, it was rightly your success. And Druge Gold was a winner for Bupat Seamar and did so for William Buick. Cover Up, another for Buick. Lovely sprinter he is. Imperial Emperor, Bupat Seamar once again. Richie Mullen, what a signature success it was for him this evening. Opera Ballo, Angus.
Yeah.
I'll let you run the rule over that one.
Yeah, superb, wasn't he? Absolutely superb. Was a bit too keen in the early part of the race, but he still found plenty, and he fired the fastest final 400 metres. 4 winners for Bupat Seamar. Tadhg O'Shea not on one of them. Deary me, if I was Tadhg O'Shea's cat, I would take a long walk into the desert tonight. He's had some choices to make tonight, and he hasn't got them right, has he?
Do you know, it was on this very card last year. This is how fortunes go. When we sat with him and talked about Laurel River,
yeah,
it was the conversation where he said on World Cup night that night he woke up in the morning with a mortgage and went to bed without one.
I know,
so
lucky chap,
you know,
yeah.
the twist of fortune and fate and all that. Today's not been his night.
He was our interview, wasn't he? Pre-racing.
Yeah.
Our pre-racing interview. He won't want to do that again, will he?
Will not be doing that again.
No,
I
he
don't
won't.
think Tom Stanley's going to be his most popular
well done,
friend
Tom.
today. Right, horses coming to the parade ring for our 9th and final race on Fashion Friday.
Longines, elegance is an attitude.
First go for 160 days.
And the starting stalls ready in situ for the final race, the longest race as well, which is the 28 and 10 on the turf. It is the Al Kale Trophy presented by Longines. Only the stayers can apply, and these are they. Meydan is 1. 2 is Epic Poet. Looking forward to seeing him again. Sunway is 3. The veteran Goya Senora is 4. West Wind Blows is 5. Real Dream is 6. Kirhava, for the most informed trainer it seems on the planet, is 7. And Night Walker completes the field of 8. And let's go through these horses one by one, and we'll start off with number 2. As I said, I'm looking forward to seeing Epic Poet back. He's a good horse, very good operator, who won first up at the Carnival off a similar-ish break last year, and beaten half a length third in this last year as well, before running crackers in both the Red Sea Turf and then the Dubai Gold Cup, went third. I can see him running very well.
Yeah, I can see him running a big race too, particularly if they go a good gallop. He's a strong travelling horse who likes to come from off the pace, So as long as they go a good gallop, he'll be sure to be running on strongly in the closing stages. He's got some pretty good form to his name. He was chased home Rebel's Romance one day, didn't he, at York? So he's a pretty smart horse, this.
I remember the success last year, which didn't go his way. He finished third on the day. Success under an inspired James McDonald ride as he was performing that day. So fine margins might go his way this time around. Angus, number 3 is Sunway.
Yeah, this is Sunway. Sylvester de Souza looking for another winner this evening. He won the first race, of course, for David Menwizier. Rated 110, this fella. And, well, he was a Group 1 winner when he was a youngster.
He was?
He's not as good as he has been in the past. He's been gelded since we last saw him. And, well, he was well beaten that day at St. Cloud on very soft ground. And he's here in the UAE having been gelded.
Number 1 is Meydan. First up win here at Meydan last time, 3 weeks ago in a conditions race. Showed his class, and James Dawes saying that in truth he got eyeballed, but he showed his class to go and win. And they've said connections, he goes into the Alcale over the same trip, same track. We're very happy with him. It's more competitive, but we think he'll go super well.
Yeah, I think he's got a great chance. Yeah, he's a very interesting runner, Meydan. James Doyle on board for the Crisfords. Here's number 4. This is Goya Senora. And Yves Barbaro trains this horse, who's a Group 2 winner in the dim, distant past. He's run okay at this sort of level before. He was 4th here just 3 weeks ago. Behind Meydan, he was well beaten by him.
He's capable, even at the age of 10.
Yeah, getting on a bit. But that was not a bad run. Off a mark of, he's rated 99 now, so he is slipping down the weights gradually. This trip's fine for him, but I don't think he can reverse form with Meydan.
Right, number 5 is West Wind Blows, who found a good opportunity to win at Deauville last month. And he goes for a team that have already scooped a group race today, those being the Crisfords. William Buick as well looks for yet another winner on the day. Now, this is a horse who we've not seen that much of. He missed 2 years prior to returning in November, and he's always been quite talented when seen. The hood goes on.
He is talented, he's free going as well, but he won when we did last see him at Deauville on the 23rd of December. That was a comeback win, and he seemed to be just about as good as ever. This is the Real Dream. Kieran Shoemark on board for Ian Williams. Very interesting horse, this. He ran a huge race at York in the E-Ball when he was 5th there to the subsequent Breeders' Cup Turf winner. Amazingly so.
Yeah.
Look, he's had a break. We haven't seen him since last summer, so rather like Ian Williams, his other runner tonight, Midak, who ran okay. It's a bit of a mission to see where they are with Real Dream.
Number 7, I mentioned this earlier, Adrian Keatley, 8 winners from his last 9 runners. So it's extraordinary. That includes the winning machine, Ashleg Oscar from last night, and completed the 7th-timer. Can Kiahava continue the great form in the Gulf region? He finished 5th at Meydan last time. He can improve for that, though, I'm sure, and yard confidence will be high.
Yeah, last time we saw him in the UK, he was running over hurdles at Kempton, and then he came here with that decent run behind Meydan. Next time up, talking about Meydan, here's Night Walker. Safi Osborne is going to be on board Night Walker, and she'll probably get a better spin than she got off Brotherly Love. No kickback to contend with this time. Ran pretty well behind Meydan here 3 weeks ago, but he got his own way out in front a little bit that day.
Absolutely. Safi Osborne about to get the leg up on Night Walker, this expensive purchase, Phil Cunningham, and in the care of Richard Spencer. There you go. Now that was one serious speed bowler back in the day.
He was, wasn't he? Brett Lee. Oh, wow, yeah. What a bowler he was. Not the guy in the orange GA, the other one. There.
Brett Lee.
Yeah, he was a tremendous player.
Okay. Wonder if we could tip the winner of the last. Let's take a break.
Longines. Elegance is an attitude.
Go from anywhere from 10 furlongs to like the near 2 miles.
It was great here when winning last year, and has held his form pretty well since. What are you expecting tonight, David?
He won on his first start here last year. It was earlier on in the carnival, I think the 2nd of January or something like that. But he's in good form, he looks well. He's had a good prep this time.
So you're ready enough here, and obviously he goes pretty well first up at it.
I think so, yeah. I mean, the favourite will be a tough horse to beat, but I'm hoping our fella gives a good account of himself.
Do you think he's best over a certain trip, or is it more to do with how the race unfolds that sees him to best effect?
Epic Poet is very versatile. He could go from anywhere from 10 furlongs to like the near 2 mile race that here in World Cup night, so he's pretty versatile, really.
Have you thought about, all being well tonight, the likely campaign from here on in?
Ideally, he'd go to Saudi after this. He did that last year, finished 2nd. And
the Red Sea Turf, the handicap.
Yeah, and then come back here for World Cup night.
Well, I hope all goes well and you follow that plan. Thanks, David. Good luck.
Fingers crossed, yeah.
He's a good horse, and he's a consistent horse, and he goes well here. And just looking for these kind of horses, there are plenty of options going forward. You've got the City of Gold on Super Saturday down in Trip, the Nadal Sheba Trophy on the 20th of February. That's over a similar distance to this. He's a bit warm, though, and it's not a warm evening now.
It's not at all. He's what they say in America, he's washed out, isn't he, completely? He's got very, very hot down at the start. He's talented, isn't he? He's talented.
Yeah, let's
and
have a look at him in action.
Yeah.
On some of his best days, he's a very, very good horse indeed. And this was back at the start of the carnival last year, start of the new year last year, when winning first up, so he can do it. And indeed, this 1-2-3 was the 1-2-3 that went forward for the Alcal Trophy, for all that the form was reversed. As mentioned, it was an inspired James McDonald that won this race last year. So fine enough margins. He goes well fresh. He goes very well at the track indeed. He finished 3rd in the Dubai Gold Cup last year. And I think, listen, if you could offer them the same position again come World Cup night, they'd probably take it. Very fruitful.
Yeah, he's earned a lot of money by just being placed, hasn't he? That was a good win. He will stay 2 miles. He goes further than this 1 3/4. The one thing is he's pace dependent. He does need them to go quite strongly, and that's not guaranteed here.
Who's going to win this then, come the end? Who do you think? Are you a Meydan fan?
No, because I just think he's hard to win with. I don't know. I think it's pretty tough. If I had a pick, I would just be with Meydan. I like the way he ran in the Melbourne Cup. I thought that was a really good effort. Didn't get the best of trips that day, and then he's come back to win here and did so really well. It was his first win for a while. So overall, in an open contest, I think Meydan's the most likely winner, to be honest.
It's written in the stars, Meydan at Meydan. He is a shade of odds on the international markets. Meydan supplement that success from 3 weeks ago. West Wind Blows next in.
He's a very interesting horse.
He is.
He's quite keen going. He's a bit free sometimes. Normally makes the running. Normally bowls along in front. And he might be up there, and Night Walker might be up there early on as well. But I don't think there's a guaranteed strong pace here. He's having a few problems getting Real Dream into stall 2. Edging his way forward, and he's in. He brings good form. We mentioned the E-ball. That was a blinding run, wasn't it?
Yeah. So up top of the market, Meydan a shade of odds on now, evens. West Wind Blows second favourite. Epic Poet, then Sunway, the others at single digits. And yes, Sunway hasn't won since his 2-year-old days, but he was a Group 1 winner. He finished placed in a St Ledger. He's run very well in a Goodwood Cup. Placed in an Irish Derby as well. I'd love to get back into the winners' enclosure, I am sure, with him. Davin Menuisier, who had Keys Chorister running out here in these kind of races last year.
Yeah, Manobo's got the track record, Nick. 2:53.78, set in 2022.
He was a serious horse. Right, last two to go forwards for the final contest on Fashion Friday, the free-sweating Epic Poet. Let's get up to the cool, calm and collected Pat Comerford with thanks.
2810. Set now and away. Kieran a little slow out of the machines, will head back in the early stages. Away fast Night Walker as expected. Sunway also getting handy early. Meydan in behind them from West Wind Blows. Then came Kieran, who's fifth on settling. A little wide as they get towards the winning post on the first of two occasions rather. Real Dream next from Epic Poet, and Goya Senora is last of all. Wanting to tighten up the reins here, Safi Osborne on Night Walker, who will find the top and just doesn't want him to be doing too much work to find it. He's going to get it clearly here. Up into second position was Sunway, followed there by West Wind Blows. Next up on the outside, Kieran from Meydan in fifth. Up on the rail in sixth position, Real Dream, followed by Epic Poet. And the French horse in Goya Senora, the 10-year-old, having his 64th career start, is out to last. Inside the 1900 they travel, and they're heading at steady fractions here into the mid-12s at the moment, and Night Walker controls it by a length and a tail. To in second position Sunway. West Wind Blows a length away in third. Half a length back to Kieran, who now gets into the running line. A length to Real Dream from Meydan in third to last. Epic Poet tracks him, and Goya Senora is still last of all. They head to midway. Inside the mile they go. Night Walker leads the way here in the Al Kale Trophy. The margin now about a length and a half here to in second Sunway. West Wind Blows 3/4 of a length back in third. Fourth was Kieran, a length and a half to Real Dream, 3/4 of a length to Meydan, 2.5 to Epic Poet, and a similar margin to Goya Senora. It'll be 10 lengths top to tail as they head towards the 1100 metres in the Al Kale Trophy, and the fractions have remained the same here. Night Walker not having to go any quicker at the moment. He's still a length and a half in advance of Sunway. West Wind Blows now starting to look for a path off the fence here, William Buick. Kieran to his outside, keeping him boxed in. Real Dream next. Meydan is just waiting and biding his time. Epic Poet's going to follow him home. And then came Goya Senora. Night Walker headed up on the outside by Sunway, who goes and puts more pressure on, and Night Walker is beaten. Then came West Wind Blows. Kieran. Meydan now looking for runs inside of Kieran. Doesn't want to come all the way around them. Epic Poet still tracking the Sheikh Ahmed bin Rashid Al Maktoum runner, and Goya Senora starting to make a run from the back. It's Sunway the leader. He's out in front with 250 metres left to go. Meydan starts to make chase along with West Wind Blows and Epic Poet. Sunway still in front, 150 metres left to go. Here come the runs, Epic Poet and Meydan. It's Sunway the leader. Epic Poet diving at the line. Sunway will hold on to win. Sunway a half to Epic Poet. Meydan third across. Fourth was West Wind Blows. Then came Goya Senora, Real Dream. Next over Night Walker, and Kieran last.
Well, nearly 5 hours after he won the first race, the champion jockey out here, SDS, has bookended the card. And first run at the top of the home straight, Sunway wins, and wins for Davin Menuisier, and key to them, wins for the first time since his 2-year-old days. Since then, he's been played in a load of top-level races, and you can't begrudge him that first success in years.
Absolutely not. No, well ridden by Sylvester de Souza. Steady pace. He attended that steady pace. He was racing in second throughout. He was the first to kick for home once they turned in and was not for catching thereafter. Epic Poet's run a blinder. He didn't get the fast pace that he really wants. He was very sweaty beforehand. Didn't stop him running fast, though. He's come home really strongly, but he really needs horses stopping in front of him, and Sunway was not doing that.
He'll have a crack with Saudi Arabia in mind, and indeed coming back to the Dubai Gold Cup on the 28th of March, and I am sure, based on this, Epic Poet has every chance of running as well in that race whatsoever. Right, but Sunway, well, to laud him with praise. It's a fabulous success. David Menuise, now a Dubai winning trainer. A horse who was third in the St Leger, fourth in the Goodwood Cup, second in the Irish Derby, gelded since last seen in October. And a really good ride.
Back, yeah, it was a very good ride. Winning time's quite slow, it's just over 2 seconds outside the track record, but Sylvester de Sousa's got this absolutely spot on. Night Walker, who's being eased down by Safi Osborne, made the running, but went steady fractions for much of the race. 12.29, 12.44, 12.45 down the back, so fairly steady, but de Sousa was wary of what was going on. He sat handy, he kicked early, he stole a few lengths, and he was not for catching thereafter. Try as Epic Poet did. I think Epic Poet, his jockey was Danny Turner, was just hoping that Meydan would take him into the race, would sort of drag him into the race and get him to this leader, but that didn't happen, and he had to go off in pursuit, and he's run on really strongly, but all too late, Nick.
He's run his race, Meydan, hasn't he? Based on the form of last, he's held the same couple of horses. Yes, they were bigger price ones, Night Walker, Kihava. He's been passed by Epic Poet, who clearly goes well here and goes well first up. And a horse with back class in abundance has won the race and tactically very well positioned as well. Wonder what they'll do with Sunway. They've got the Nadal Sheba Trophy at the end of February. They could drop him down to the City of Gold, which is a group race, 2,400 metres, a mile and a half on Super Saturday. He'd be capable in that.
He would be capable. He's got quite a fair bit of speed, hasn't he?
Yeah.
He would be capable in that. Or they might want to try and turn him into a Dubai Gold Cup horse. We'll see. We'll see. It'd be interesting, but I don't think he's had a hard race there. They've dawdled round. He sprinted up the home straight, and tactically, a really good ride from Sylvester de Sousa.
Who is the champion jockey out here, and he will want to retain that title. We're going to take a short pause after Sunway landed the last race on Fashion Friday.
Longines, elegance is an attitude.
Yeah, it'll taste also sweeter for David Menuisier with his success now here at Meydan, but doing so with a horse who had failed to win since his brilliant days as a Group 1 winning juvenile. It's not to discredit him in that he hadn't won a race, but his form was very, very good in deep contests, so it's great to see somewhere back into the winner's enclosure. Epic Poet runs well in second and doubtless tees himself up for another good spell in the Middle East. Meydan finished third, having won last time, and West Wind Blows fourth for William Buick and the Christophers.
Sylvester de Souza taking out the last race, in fact bookending the card. Of course, he won on board Murad in the first race, the Maktoum Challenge for the purebred Arabians, and he'll conclude the evening exactly the way he started it. Sylvester, start and finish for you. What about this one, this time over the 3,200 metres? Your first time sitting on the horse, and he was just getting tired at the end.
Yes, absolutely, and I spoke to Dave. We had a plan early on, and we have about 3 different plans, and I just chose the A option and follow the leader. And he's a horse, he has run more competitive races than this one, and he came to this race a bit fresh, but he came in good hands and he came very well,
It's always good when plan A comes off, absolutely. How did the horse travel around the Dubai track, the Meydan track, for the first time? Did he seem to like it? Obviously, of course he won, but did he seem very comfortable?
Yeah, he was comfortable all the way through, and obviously he took a couple of dippy blows during the race, but the races should have bring him on, his first time of UAE, and it was a smooth race, compared small field, and he responded well for the pressure.
And a double riding on a big night like tonight, Fashion Friday, so a thoroughly enjoyable night for you, so well done.
Absolutely, thank you.
Sylvester there checking out the final jockey interview of the night.
Yeah, we finished as we started by speaking to Sylvester de Souza, won on a really good purebred Arabian start of the day, and a good staying win from Sunway. Speed for a stayer in the last race. And talking of that, let's see how the race was run from an efficiency perspective. Angus McNae.
Yeah, 2.5 seconds outside of the track record set by Monobo in 2022, with a final time of a 2:55.48. This is a good ride for Sylvester de Souza because he was the first to kick for home. His percentage was 103.95, so 3.95% quicker through the final 400 metres, with 24.03 being recorded. We'll take it from halfway because, Nick, rather like a jumps race, nothing happened for a mile, right? Let's take it from down the back. Safi this time was able to make the running on Nightwalker. Yeah. She wasn't in any kickback, she wasn't out the back, and she set steady fractions. Get these down the back: 12.44, 12.45, 12.4, 12.36, 12.53. It wasn't a complete dawdle. Remember, these are staying horses, but nonetheless it was not a fierce gallop. But look where de Souza is, sat right on the girth of Nightwalker, and the first to strike for home. He steals lengths at that point of the race, and that's won him the race, because Epic Poet's closed him down. But look how far back Epic Poet is, second last. And the point I made earlier is he's tracking Meydan, Epic Poet, and I think he's thinking to himself, Danny Tadhg, Meydan will take me into this race, I'll just follow him through. You can see here, he's still waiting, Danny. Meanwhile, de Souza's gone. He's away and gone. He's stolen 2 free lengths. And look there, Danny's still waiting behind Meydan. And then he thinks, you're not going to take me anywhere. I'm going to have to go. I've got to switch out. I've got to go. But it was all too late. De Souza has ridden them to sleep a little bit, really.
The winning of this race was not at the line itself, was it? It was a few hundred metres from home.
I think when de Souza took it up from Nightwalker, who, let's just touch on him, he got an easy lead in front and he's virtually tailed off. That's a bit disappointing.
I think it's fair to say, why wouldn't you go for potentially the Nadal Sheba Trophy?
I think so, yeah.
The Nadal Sheba Trophy, because that's the same distance. Yeah. You could drop down to the City of Gold, but I think you're probably going to end up bumping into maybe a quick Godolphin middle distance horse. So go for that again. Stick to the same distance.
Stick to that trip.
Yeah.
See how you get on. He'll never get a setup like that again. But he's won. He's won.
All right.
Job done. Yeah.
We've had 9 winners, would you believe? We've done Fashion Friday 2026, and it was a fabulous race tonight. It promised plenty, and it delivered. Let's have a look at the Blue Points. It was one of the star races on the evening, aside from the Group 1s, and it was won by the one that was very, very well backed internationally. It's been his coming-of-age time in Meydan. Spot him in about 5th. Buick looking for the run-through. It's cover-up.
Yeah, contested pace up front. Pontos rolling along as he does up front, but he got pestered from halfway, and Buick was patient. He waited in a pocket, he got loads of cover, and then launched this horse inside the final furlong, and he's one going away for Team Christopher. That's 2 from 2 this season here at Meydan, and he's a 5 furlong horse outright. They might just go back to the UK with him now.
And well done if that's the case. It's been a good hunting ground at Meydan. Now on to the Group 1s. And we're going to have a look at the success of Imperial Emperor, second last year to Walk of Stars in the Maktoum Challenge, going one better and doing so and then some. He went off a 4-1 shot for the Dubai World Cup last year, found to a finish lane when last. This time around, he's guaranteed his berth, and assuming he's in the same sort of form, I don't think he'll finish last.
I don't think he will do, no, not at all. Super performance from him. He is getting better gradually, I think.
He is, his trainer said as much.
Yeah, and 2 winners for Richie Mullen tonight, of course, for the Team Seymour as well. That is one of the stories tonight. That was an old combination, wasn't it? Ronaldo, the Wizard, etc. years and years ago. But he's rolled back the years, Richie Mullen, tonight.
And we are looking forward to seeing the one on the sidelines, aren't we? The former star, the former World Cup winner. We want to see Laurel River back.
We do want to see him back. Yeah, I can't wait to see him. He's a really talented racer.
Let's talk of him on Super Saturday.
Brilliant.
But one we'll be seeing on World Cup night. And doubtless the one that the local horse, if you can call him that, the one they're going to have to beat in the Dubai turf. Take it away, Angus.
Yeah, best horse we saw tonight by some way. Fired the fastest final 400 metres of the night. He quickened up well to win this, despite pulling hard for at least a furlong and a half. And in truth, he was a little bit on it for the first half mile of the race. But William Buick knows him well. He eventually got him to drop his head, got him to relax. And this horse has sprinted home. His finishing speed percentage over 106. That he was able to finish so quickly, having pulled so hard, is testament to his raw ability. And there's a bigger performance in him somewhere down the line.
I've really enjoyed this. It's been
brilliant.
A good night, hasn't it? It's had a bit of everything. Different distances, different disciplines and surfaces. I think we've had a lovely blend, really good, competitive, fair action all the way through.
Yeah, I think we have. I think we've seen some really good horses. I think I'd just like to mention 6 Speed, because I think him winning Guineas was a really nice horse for Bupat Seymour going forward, and he bolted up really, travelled very strongly and absolutely thrashed them in that penultimate contest. But we've seen some really nice performances, and it's been a big night for Bupat Seymour with those 4 winners.
So we've done Festive Friday. That was, of course, December. Fashion Friday concluded today. 28th of February is going to be Super Saturday, which is the 3rd and final big meeting, if you will, before the 28th of March and Dubai World Cup night. We're getting closer and closer, aren't we? The narratives are beginning to build. There's talk of horses which might come across. You know, things are starting to murmur, aren't they?
They are, yeah. I think the Dubai World Cup picture is going to be a very interesting one, because I do think on the 30th anniversary of this great race, some big horses are coming from America. We don't know yet, but I think they'll turn up.
What would you say earlier? If you build it, they will come. There you go. Angus McNae. And this field of dreams. It has proved just that over the last 5+ hours since the Purebred Arabians set us going before 8 wonderful thoroughbred races. We've enjoyed Fashion Friday. Like I said, it promised so much. It has delivered and then some. Thank you very much indeed for being a part of it. We'll see you soon.